ninjas were definitely a famous and unique job. They would often appear in manga and anime in various shapes and forms. The most classic type would be black-clad masked assassins, while the modern type acted as warriors wearing special ops uniforms. Ninjas in more shonen stories were boys and girls who wore ninja village emblems, while ninjas in mature anime were beautiful women that wore very revealing clothing. At any rate, ninjas were a unique existence that countless people imagined about. However, imagination was simply imagination. What would ninjas in real life look like? Seiji looked at the pudgy middle-aged Matsutani and expressed his curiosity with his expression. Hirano-kun, you're a spirit-branded retainer, aren't you? Matsutani didn't seem to intend on explaining more about himself and asked more about Seiji instead. Yes, I am. Seiji nodded and admitted it. This was technically true, as he was currently both a yin-yang master and Natsuya's spirit-branded retainer. Could it be that the adopted younger sister you mentioned is your contractor? She isn't. Did your contractor know about you coming here to this award ceremony? I mentioned receiving an award and going to attend an award ceremony, but she doesn't know the specific address. Then, how long do you think it will take for your contractor to notice that something has happened to you and for her to come save you? Matsutani was quite serious as he asked this question. Probably a bit after 9 p.m., Seiji told him. He knew that if he still hadn't returned home by that time, Shika would call his cell phone to contact him. And since she wouldn't be able to contact his cell phone, she would come here to the hotel's banquet hall to check on him as she knew where the award ceremony was. Then, she would find out that he had gotten caught up in an incident. And if she came to the conclusion that she was unable to save him on her own, she would contact Natsuya for assistance. 9 p.m., that's not too bad, Matsutani muttered. If our actions don't work out here, let's just wait for your contractor to save us. Matsutani, what about anyone on your side? For a fat otaku like me who lives by himself and makes a living by writing his fantasies, do you really think anyone will care about my life or death? Seiji didn't know what to say to this for several seconds. I feel that your readers will care, Seiji responded in a complex tone after he was done being rendered speechless. I'm very thankful to my readers that support my story. But even without me and my story, there are plenty of replacements out there for them. Matsutani shrugged. At any rate, don't count on anyone coming to save me. I'm just a piece of trash middle-aged man that nobody cares about. Don't say that, Matsutani-senpai. It's simply the truth. By the way, what do you think the current situation is out in reality? Were we the only two dragged into this place? I'm not sure. These skeletons started out with the appearance of those in attendance at the award ceremony. But, apart from Shotaro Rinura himself, there were a few other people that were missing. I think that you probably noticed as well. Something flashed in Matsutani's eyes. Indeed. The other award-winning authors sitting near to Rinura. Seiji nodded. Kosher Nomura, Miyabi Ishihara, Shousei Meisher, Yuko Hashimoto, and Imai Yoshida. None of these 5 authors, nor Shotaro Rinura himself, had appeared in the banquet hall before everyone transformed into skeletons. Their seats were all empty. Also, apart from the 2 spiritual ability users who were coincidentally present at the award ceremony, what exactly happened to everyone else? And what about the fates of the 5 authors sitting closest to Rinura at the time? Neither Seiji nor Matsutani knew the answers to these questions. The worst-case scenario would be that the 5 award-winning authors, or even everyone at the entire award ceremony, had been sucked into Rinura's soul realm and trapped within. Well, only thinking wouldn't solve anything, so the 2 of them began taking action. They prepared themselves and exited the banquet hall. Seiji saw that there were lots of cluster amaryllis flowers blooming on the hotel stairs leading upwards. He thus led Matsutani up the stairs. The flowers continued to increase as they went up the stairs. However, Matsutani wanted to check the situation on the next hotel floor, so Seiji agreed to check it out together with him. When they arrived at the next hotel floor, rather than seeing a normal hotel floor, they found that this floor was identical to the banquet hall floor. Even the same fake versions of all the awards ceremony attendees were reproduced. "I think that it's best we not get any closer," Seiji mentioned. "I think so as well," Matsutani agreed. The two of them turned around to leave. However, they heard a noise from behind them, so they turned around to see that the fake versions of the attendees had all transformed into skeletons that were lunging in their direction. Without an unspoken agreement, both Seiji and Matsutani began running. They ran back to the hotel stairs and Matsutani hurriedly shut the fire door and cast a sealing spell on the door. Seal. A diamond-shaped spell formation appeared on the fire door. Soon, there was the sound of crashing against the door. The diamond-shaped spell formation instantly lit up and solidly prevented the door from breaking. "Let's hurry." The two of them ran up the hotel stairs. After running up the stairs for more than 10 floors, they finally saw the cluster amaryllis flowers stop extending upstairs and extend into a hotel floor instead. Seiji and Matsutani exchanged glances and carefully entered this hotel floor in question. The first thing they saw was half of a large tree. As for why it was half of a tree, that was because only the upper half could be seen growing out of a wall. The lower half must have been in the wall. No, there was no lower half at all. There were many such trees of various sizes and varieties growing from the walls and ceiling. Many fallen leaves blanketed the ground together with weeds, flowers, mud, and stones. As Seiji and Matsutani progressed through this area together, they saw that this space became more and more wide open. They even saw a river and a field. "This place reminds me of countryside scenery," Matsutani mentioned. "I think that this is rural scenery as well," Seiji agreed. "Why did the environment suddenly change like this?" Seiji recalled that Ishihara-senpai's story took place in the countryside. Could it be that? He told Matsutani about his inference. Matsutani rubbed his chin as he contemplated the possibility. If that's really the case, then there's an unfortunate possibility that this Ishihara-san may become our opponent. Seiji nodded in agreement. "If that's really the case, you deal with her, and I'll provide you with backup support," Matsutani continued. "Why isn't it the other way around?" "Because you're stronger than I am. I think that Senpai probably has more experience than I do." "I don't have any experience dealing with high school girls. This type of thing should be left to a handsome guy like you. I'm fine with simply watching from the side. I don't think this has anything to do with looks, and weren't you going to provide support to me? Looks are the most important. The creature known as a high school girl will enjoy anything that a handsome boy does to them, while they'll reject any fat otakus from entering within a 2-meter radius of them." Matsutani seemed to be all serious about this. "Things aren't that extreme," Seiji commented. As the two of them continue, the scenery they witnessed became more and more complex. Or, perhaps chaotic would be a better description. Trees, rivers, grass, houses, cliffs, ponds, fields, bus stations, bridges, various scenery objects were randomly put together as if a young child had haphazardly pieced together a puzzle. It seemed like quite an abnormal scene. Seiji recalled the city that was present in Ryo's soul realm. This situation felt quite similar to that one. Does this incident really have to do with that same mysterious power again? Seiji kept wondering about this. After some more walking, the two of them arrived at a location completely filled with blooming cluster amaryllis flowers. There was an ancient Sakura Island-style house located here, with a gigantic cherry tree growing next to it. The tree's branches and leaves covered the entire rooftop. White cherry blossoms were falling down from the tree. These white cherry blossoms were illuminated by the cluster amaryllis flowers' red glow, which gave them a devilish beauty. Something was inside this house, waiting for them. Seiji and Matsutani were certain of it. "Go ahead, Hirano-kun. I'll be counting on you to back me up, Matsutani-senpai." Seiji walked to the house's front door and opened it up. Everything was dark inside. Harano Oniai-san. A voice suddenly spoke up from the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Let's Play Together, Harano Oniai-san. Chapter 486, Let's Play Together, Harano Oniai-san. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yu-chan? Seiji recognized the voice in the darkness. This was the ghost that called itself Yu-chan and appeared in Genhana High School's infirmary, giving Kita surprise. He, a ghost-like laugh echoed in the dark room. It definitely felt like a poltergeist's laugh. Let's play together, Harano Oniai-san. What would you like to play? Seiji asked. Hide and seek. Well, it really fit the atmosphere to play hide and seek with a ghost in such a room. Can't we play something else? Seiji tried asking. No, you have to find me. What if I can't find you? Another he was the response. If Harano Oniai-san can find me, I'll tell you where the cute kitty is. The cute kitty? Are you talking about Miyabi Ishihara? Yu-chan still only responded with the ghostly laughter. Let's begin playing, Harano Oniai-san. Yu-chan stopped making any sounds after that. Seiji looked towards Matsutani. The pudgy middle-aged man had an expression of do as you like here, but... Seiji stopped looking at him and walked into the dark room. Matsutani followed after him. When they entered the room, the door automatically closed behind them and a light turned on. The light wasn't very bright. It was a dim yellow, befitting the atmosphere of such an old residence. It was a rather nostalgic feeling, although the source of the nostalgia was unknown. Seiji and Matsutani walked to the living room of this residence. All the various appliances in here were obviously quite ancient, especially the television. It was an ancient antenna-type television which couldn't be seen almost anywhere anymore. It could basically be called an artifact. Seiji and Matsutani carefully checked the living room but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the television turned on by itself and made deafening staticky noises. Seiji reflexively turned around to look at the television. He saw that there was nothing but snowflakes as static on the screen. Such a cliché attempt at scaring someone, Seiji casually stated out loud. He then noticed that something was wrong as he speedily looked around his surroundings again. Tsuyoshi Matsutani had disappeared. Matsutani-senpai! Seiji shouted out loudly. There was no response. Seiji continued shouting for Matsutani and left the living room to search in other rooms as well. There was still no response. Seiji was unable to find Matsutani anywhere. This was a very cliché scare tactic as well. However, Seiji couldn't deny that it was a much more effective one. Seiji checked multiple rooms at a fast pace. However, when he entered a certain room, he discovered that it was identical to the living room that should have been behind him. He immediately turned around and checked the room behind him. However, he discovered that he was in the living room again as if he had never left in the first place. A haunted house. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. The television turned on by itself once again with the same deafening sound of static. He looked at the television. Seiji saw that the snowflakes on the television screen began moving erratically, then slowly began to pour out and form human shapes. Boom! Seiji cast body strengthening technique on himself and viciously kicked the demon before it was able to completely form itself. Then, he jumped up into the air and performed a whirlwind kick against the television. Asterisk shatter. Star. The television exploded from this heavy kick attack. You can't do that, that's breaking the rules. Harano Oniai-san, Yu-chan spoke up again. I never promised to play with you, so I don't need to follow the rules, Seiji stated. That's terrible. I'm not going to play with you anymore. That's fine if you don't want to play, but you have to release Matsutani-senpai as well as Ishihara-senpai. I definitely won't tell you where they are. Tui the ghost laughed condescendingly at him. In that case, I won't be polite or hold back anymore, Yuchan. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. He cast evolved body strengthening technique on himself. After transforming into his golden form, he broke straight through the wall and proceeded in a straight line, simply breaking through all walls in the way. The light instantly went out and a gigantic dark figure ambushed him from the shadows. Seiji battled with it and easily defeated it in just a few blows. Then, he continued to break through the walls. A white demon that was stronger than the earlier dark figure appeared. Seiji defeated it anyways. Several dark figures and white demons appeared. Seiji defeated them all. Countless dark hands appeared on the ceiling and floor to attempt at entangling Seiji. He cast evolved mana barrier to block them all. He kept seeing identical rooms after breaking through the rooms. Seiji didn't allow himself to be confused by the illusions and proceeded forward in a straight line. No matter what this haunted house tried to do to him, Seiji dealt with the obstacles head-on. He kept stubbornly heading in the same direction. His solution for breaking free from the haunted house had no beauty or elegance to it whatsoever. However, Seiji was evidently correct in his decision. After breaking through several tens of walls, Seiji finally discovered the missing Tsuyoshi Matsutani in yet another room identical to the living room. The pudgy middle-aged man was crouching on the ground similar to how frogs usually posed. Seiji was just about to go up and check on him when he heard the sound of snoring. He's actually asleep. It's fine as long as he's alright, but his current position, could it be that this is actually his sleeping posture rather than something as a result of an ambush? Seiji thought about something unrelated to the situation at hand as he silently tapped the light novel author's shoulder. Matsutani muttered something as he slowly turned around and now revealed his stomach as he spread out all his limbs lazily with his mouth opening slightly as well. Seiji was now certain that this was simply how Matsutani slept. Seiji felt rather awkward because this was far more information than he wanted to know. He forcefully patted Matsutani on the shoulder. Matsutani finally woke up and was surprised for a while to see Seiji before he regained his senses. I was ambushed, he said as he wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. Harano-kun, you suddenly disappeared, so I waited right where I was, but this ended up happening to me. I was definitely ambushed. Seiji was rendered speechless. Harano-kun, how are you currently doing? Matsutani got up from the floor. I'm fine. Yeah, it looked like you were fine to me as well. As expected of a spirit-branded retainer, you're really strong. Even though this is obviously praising me, why do I feel so strange? Seiji's cheek twitched slightly. Forget it, he decided not to worry about it. Matsutani seemed to be uninjured. In that case, Seiji figured he could give negotiation a try. Seiji cancelled his transformation after coming to that decision. Yuchan, I'd like to discuss something with you face to face, he shouted. There was no response. I apologize for breaking the rules. But, you were the one who first made my companion disappear, so I started taking action because I thought that he came to some harm, Seiji continued. Both of us are in the wrong. Humph. He heard a faint voice in the distance. I would like to apologize directly to you, and you need to apologize to me as well. Both of us apologizing for our wrongs is the correct thing to do, Seiji stated calmly. A period of silence followed after that. Seiji was just about to say something else when he saw a mix of black and white mist forming before him that gradually took physical form. Black curly hair, white eyes, a band-aid on the face, and wearing a striped t-shirt and shorts. Although Yuchan had a different appearance from the time in the infirmary, this was doubtlessly the same Yuchan. Seiji still couldn't tell Yuchan's gender. Harano Oniai-san. I'll forgive you just this one time. There's no next time, the ghost child told him. Thank you. Seiji smiled at Yuchan. I forgive you as well. I hope that there won't be a next time. The two of them exchanged glances for a while. Matsutani chose to remain silent and observe. This seemingly peaceful scene wasn't so peaceful at all. There were still sparks flying between both sides' eyes. Where is Miyabi Ishihara? Seiji asked once again. Play with me. Only by defeating me in a game will I tell you. Yu-chan stated while folding its arms. I can play with you, but only in a game that I actually have a chance to win at. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Not a game like hide and seek in a haunted house that's under your control. That would be an endless game, impossible for me to win. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, You're Breaking the Rules. Chapter 487, You're Breaking the Rules. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Then let's play Demon Human Tag, Yu-chan spoke up after a moment of silence. How is that game played? You shall act as the demon and come catch me. If the specific rules are reasonable, sure, Seiji agreed. A human acting as a demon and a demon acting as a human, well, this was a type of trial, he supposed. Forcefully fighting Yu-chan and using his power to suppress the ghost might end in a bad result. And he knew that this ghost wasn't a malicious one. Playing a game with it and figuring out how to beat the ghost at the game seemed like the best idea to him. Both of them agreed on certain rules. Yu-chan then transformed this area into a gigantic room with many folding screens as obstacles. These folding screens were all decorated with white cherry blossoms. This seemed abnormally beautiful under the dim yellow lighting of the room. Thus, the game began. Yu-chan's body instantly turned into a fast streak of light. Seiji cast evolved body strengthening technique on himself and rushed towards the ghost at top speed. The ghost child moved rapidly in between the folding screens. The golden Seiji followed closely after and gradually closed the distance. When Seiji had gotten close enough, he lifted his hands and pounced. Whoosh! Yu-chan suddenly changed direction and dodged Seiji's pounce. Seiji, who had missed, went rolling forward on the ground and broke several folding screens before his momentum finally stopped. The young ghost snickered at his plight. Seiji silently got up and continued chasing after the ghost. A while later, he had closed the distance between him and Yu-chan again. Seiji cast evolved telekinesis. A large golden hand appeared and attempted to grab at the ghost child. Yu-chan suddenly changed direction again. Seiji was prepared for this and instantly changed his golden telekinetic hand's direction as well. It seemed that he was about to catch the ghost child this time. However, Yu-chan suddenly flew upwards and dodged the attempt again. Seiji once more missed and went rolling forward on the ground due to his momentum, breaking many folding screens. You can't catch me, ha ha ha. Seiji had a displeased expression at hearing Yu-chan's prideful taunts. I was merely warming up. I'm going to get serious now. Seiji got up and rushed towards the ghost again. The chase continued for quite a while. Seiji was able to continuously get close to Yu-chan, but the ghost was always able to dodge his efforts to catch it. Seiji continuously missed and kept rolling on the ground. Yu-chan had extremely high speed, and the ghost's changes in direction didn't have any predictable elements to them at all. Nor did the ghost's speed appear to obey the laws of physics. It was able to change directions instantly without any decrease in speed whatsoever. Should it be said that it was to be expected of a ghost? Seiji had quite a helpless expression after failing to catch the ghost for the umpteenth time. The ghost laughed delightedly at his predicament. Yu-chan even voluntarily came closer to Seiji and made silly faces at him. Seems like you're having quite a lot of fun. I am. Seeing how you're having so much fun, how about telling me about Miyabi Ishihara's situation? No way. Why not? No means no. Yuchan kept shaking its head while making silly faces at Seiji. Seiji took a good look at the ghost. Alright then, do it now, he suddenly shouted loudly. Yuchan was quite surprised by Seiji's sudden outburst. The ghost then witnessed a blinding flash of light that made its body feel much heavier. The ghost was suddenly suppressed by a gigantic diamond-shaped seal. Seiji used this opportunity to rush towards Yuchan at a much higher speed than he had used earlier. Yuchan reflexively tried to dodge this. But, the ghost's movements were sluggish due to the seal's suppression. Yuchan didn't even have time to deal with this gigantic seal that suddenly appeared when the golden figure arrived right before it. I've caught you. Seiji revealed a true smile as he tightly held on to his target. You've lost, Yuchan. Eh? The ghost child was still in a daze, not understanding what had just happened. Thanks for your excellent support, Matsutani-senpai. Seiji turned to the right and gave his praise. Oh man. Just think of my age, would you? Making me work so hard, honestly. The pudgy middle-aged man kept complaining as he appeared. You weren't noticed at all even though you made the preparations for such a large seal. As expected of a former ninja, It's because this little bratty ghost really lacked experience, and there's also the fact that your acting was too skilled, so you attracted all of its attention. As expected of a handsome guy like you. This doesn't have anything to do with my looks, I think. Seiji could only smile wryly. I said before that appearance is everything. No matter what a handsome guy does, it'll attract attention. It's just the opposite for fat otakus. Everything they do will be ignored, Matsutani stated seriously. Yuchan finally came to its senses and realized what happened upon witnessing this scene. A trap had been set for the ghost. You're breaking the rules, the ghost child shouted angrily. I didn't break the rules at all. Seiji looked towards the ghost. There was no such rule like no outside help in the rules that we agreed upon. Rule breaking is rule breaking. I won't admit your victory. Yuchan shouted. Technically speaking, Seiji had indeed scammed the ghost, but I won't allow you not to recognize my victory. Seiji narrowed his eyes. I went along with your request and played with you as you wanted. We also agreed on a specific set of rules and I won without breaking any of them. It's your turn to hold up your end of the bargain. I'm not going to. If you still aren't going to keep your promise, what I'm going to do next is beyond the level of no longer being polite to you, Yuchan. Seiji increased the volume of his voice and tightened his grip on the ghost. There was also a sharp glint in his eyes. Yuchan was rendered speechless. Fine. The ghost child pouted. I suppose that you won, Harano Oniai-san. Thus, the game ended. Miyabi Ishihara was currently dreaming. She dreamt that she was a child who went to visit her grandmother's home in the countryside. She got lost while playing around outside. Just as she was scared to the point of being about to cry, she met a child around her age. This child had brown hair, yellow eyes, and was wearing a striped t-shirt and blue shorts. He was a cute boy, or maybe a tomboyish girl? I'm Yuchan. What's your name? Oh, you're Miyabi? That makes you a Yuchan as well, just like me, hee. Miyabi-chan, let's play together. Miyabi nodded when faced with Yuchan's brilliant smile. The two children started playing together in the countryside. Yuchan led Miyabi in catching worms, harvesting fruits, playing with cats, playing in the river, admiring the tall cherry trees. Miyabi had a great time playing Yuchan. However, Yuchan then wanted to play hide-and-seek and hid in a large house. Miyabi was unable to find Yuchan no matter how much she searched. Just as she was starting to get worried, she suddenly realized that this wasn't a dream, but a memory instead. Yuchan that hid itself after playing hide-and-seek didn't appear in front of her again. Miyabi didn't know Yuchan's real name, or whether Yuchan was a boy or girl. She couldn't find Yuchan anywhere. A while later, Miyabi's grandmother passed away. Miyabi never returned to her grandmother's countryside village again. The fun she had playing together with the child named Yuchan became her precious childhood memory. Seiji and Matsutani found Miyabi Ishihara. Her black-rimmed eyeglasses had disappeared, and her hair had turned snow-white. She also had 2 black cat ears growing out of her head. She was currently sleeping quietly on a chair. She was sitting in the banquet hall where all the award-winning authors were seated. The room had been transplanted into the middle of the countryside scenery. Seiji was about to get closer to check on her situation when Yuchan transformed into mist and disappeared. The entire room started becoming misty. The gigantic cherry trees outside the room started slowly vanishing together with the cherry blossoms. All the other countryside scenery started vanishing as well, and this entire space became the hotel's banquet hall again. Miyabi slowly woke up. Why did I fall asleep? She groggily rubbed her eyes before realizing that she was missing something. My eyeglasses, where are my eyeglasses? Rather than your eyeglasses, there's something else you should be paying more attention to, Ishihara-senpai, Seiji told her. Such as the cat ears currently growing on top of your head. Miyabi was rather surprised to hear this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, Sorry for getting in the way of your flirting. Chapter 488, Sorry for getting in the way of your flirting. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Miyabi Ishihara was indeed a beauty when not wearing her eyeglasses, just as Chiaki said. Although her hair had turned white, this didn't affect her beauty one bit. In fact, there was a wondrous contrast of mona's from the white long hair and black cat ears. Seiji couldn't help but recall the Monogatari series from his previous world when he saw how she appeared. There was a female main character who was known as the class president among class presidents, and her dark side has white hair and cat ears as well as pajamas and large breasts. He mustn't confuse things with his current world. What's going on here? Miyabi, who was just an ordinary female high school student, was astonished to discover that she had grown cat ears and a cat tail just like the main character of her light novel. Seiji looked towards Matsutani. However, the latter had an expression that said, "Let the handsome guy handle the explanation." Ishihara-senpai, we have currently gotten ourselves involved in a mystical incident. Mystical incident? That's right. Senpai should have noticed that there's been a lot of gossip about mystical incidents recently, right? Seiji inquired. Miyabi nodded slightly. Actually, that wasn't simple gossip at all. There was truth to those rumors. And right now, we have met a mystical incident just like what happened in those stories. Seiji extended his palms. Miyabi didn't know what to say to all this. She revealed a confused expression. I know that this may perhaps be difficult for you to accept right now. But, I hope that you can understand quickly, because we need to continue taking action, Seiji told her sincerely. Take action, doing what? To try and return to reality. Return to reality? That's right. This place isn't reality. It's a dreamlike realm, although it's not quite a dream. We're currently trapped inside here. Seiji glanced over at the cluster amaryllis flowers that were blooming everywhere. Miyabi was evidently more confused by this. Senpai, perhaps it'll be easier for you to understand once you see things for yourself. The moment that you step out of this banquet hall. At this moment, the lights in the banquet hall were suddenly extinguished. This area became much darker, with only the brilliant red cluster amaryllis flowers giving off a faint red glow. Seiji and Matsutani both detected movements and turned around to see a large amount of skeletons appearing from the darkness. What are those? Miyabi's eyes shone just like a cat's eyes would in darkness. She also now possessed a cat's ability to see through darkness and noticed the approaching skeletons. The next second, the skeletons lunged towards Seiji's group. Matsutani agilely avoided the skeletons, while Seiji decisively cast mana barrier on himself and carried Miyabi in his arms. Eek, the female high school student screamed in terror. Even her cat ears were vertically stiff and rigid. I apologize, senpai. We need to leave here right away. Seiji Princess carried Miyabi while rushing towards the banquet hall's exit. The skeletons chased after him while waving their bony claws. Matsutani provided cover fire for Seiji. However, Seiji still had to forcefully withstand many bone claw attacks with his mana barrier. Miyabi now had a definite realization that this place was no longer reality after witnessing this scene. When they reached the hotel stairs, Matsutani speedily cast a spell and sealed the fire door just like before. What exactly are those? Miyabi inquired. I'll explain later. Seiji glanced at the cluster amaryllis flowers that were extending up the stairs, then followed the flower trail and jogged up the stairs. When he turned around at the next flight of stairs, he suddenly noticed that the stairs now extended upwards for an incredibly long distance, no end in sight. Seiji and Matsutani both paused on the stairs upon witnessing this scene. The stairs are so long. What's going on? Miyabi widened her eyes in surprise. With this, and what you saw just earlier, you should understand now, Ishihara-senpai. Seiji sighed. This place really isn't the reality that you know. Miyabi fell silent. At this moment, a loud boom came from downstairs. The skeletons have broken through the door. We need to leave immediately, Matsutani said while beginning to run up the stairs. Seiji continued to run up the stairs as well. The skeletons soon started chasing after them. They were an incredibly dense horde that took up all the space on the narrow stairs. It seemed like a scene right out of a horror game. After being carried in Seiji's arms for a while as he ran, Miyabi finally regained her senses and told Seiji, "Let me down. I can run for myself. It's all right. I can keep carrying you as long as I want." Senpai, you're not heavy at all. Seiji smiled at Miyabi, who was still in his arms. It's not a matter of being heavy or not. The now cat-eared girl blushed red. My legs are fine, so let me run for myself. Alright, this staircase seems really long though. If you get tired from running upstairs all the time, just let me know and I'll carry you again. Don't force yourself, Seiji told her as he put her down. Junior, do you always treat girls like this? Miyabi asked him softly after she started running. Did you say something? Seiji didn't hear her clearly. It's nothing. The cat-eared girl averted her gaze. Running up an endless staircase with countless skeletons chasing after them? This seemed completely unrealistic to her. However, there was no denying that it was currently happening. I think I'm dreaming. Miyabi couldn't help but say this out loud. This isn't a dream. Seiji heard her and immediately denied it. I just said that this is a dreamlike realm, but this isn't a dream at all. If you're hurt in here, you'll be hurt for real. What kind of damage will happen to me? I'm not sure of the specifics. But still, this isn't a dream, Ishihara-senpai. If this was a dream, there'd be no reason for you to randomly dream of me and Matsutani-senpai here, right? Wrong. There's only no reason for her to dream about me, the pudgy middle-aged man interrupted. It isn't strange at all for a handsome guy like you to appear in a female high school student's dream, Harano-kun. It would only be strange for her to dream about a middle-aged guy like me. Seiji and Miyabi were both rendered speechless. They felt that it was difficult to counter what he just said. Senpai, are you acquainted with Matsutani-senpai? Seiji changed the topic. I don't know him. Miyabi glanced over at Matsutani. See, there you go. You shouldn't be dreaming about someone you don't know at all, which is the evidence that you're not currently dreaming. Seiji went back to the original topic of conversation. Miyabi remained silent. It's not that easy to leave this dreamlike realm, but it's still possible, Seiji told her sincerely. We can definitely break free as long as we all work hard together, Miyabi felt more reassured upon hearing this, and a warm feeling entered her heart. Don't be too full of yourself. Be careful that you don't raise a death flag, Matsutani interrupted once more. Senpai, could you please refrain from retorting at such a time? Sorry for getting in the way of your flirting. But, that was my objective to begin with. If you don't like it, hit me. I wasn't flirting. I was merely encouraging her. Seiji felt helpless about the situation. But in truth, you were flirting with her as well. How about asking her if she felt like you were flirting with her? Matsutani gave Seiji a sidelong glance. Miyabi averted her gaze and her face flushed red once again. I won't ask something like that. Let's save our breath, since we're currently running upstairs. Seiji put an end to this topic of conversation. Ishihara-senpai, just remember to tell me if you get tired. I'll carry you again. How about getting on my back this time? See? You're flirting with her again. Matsutani-senpai, please shut up and run. This is discrimination. I want to file a complaint. Go ahead and complain. See if there's anyone who will listen to you. You have such a terrible attitude. You finally revealed your true self. You deserve what you're getting. The two of them kept arguing, but this actually helped to decrease the tension as they ran upstairs. The cat-eared girl ran in silence next to them. If this was reality, she should have long since gotten fatigued from running up so many stairs. However, she wasn't wheezing even in the slightest. Was it because she was in a strange place? Or was it because her body had changed? She didn't know. She decided to treat this as an adventure of sorts. She hoped that she would be able to return safely with her two companions. Just as she was thinking this, Miyabi suddenly saw the end of the stairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Moonlight Eatery in Another World. Chapter 489, Moonlight Eatery in Another World. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I can see the end of the stairs, Miyabi remarked. Seiji and Matsutani noticed that the stairs were ending as well, so they stopped arguing. The three of them thus reached the end of the stairs and discovered that there weren't any more stairs leading upward. Their only choice was to get off at this hotel floor. Seiji was the first to enter. Miyabi followed second, while Matsutani entered last and sealed off the fire door with a spell. This hotel floor was completely pitch black, a darkness that Seiji was unable to see though even with his astral vision. The only lighting came from the cluster amaryllis flowers that illuminated the ground. Walk towards wherever there's the most flowers, Seiji told Miyabi. Why's that? Miyabi looked at Seiji. Because they will definitely lead to something. Matsutani-senpai and I found you using this method as well. Why are cluster amaryllis flowers the guides in here? I don't know the answer to that. Seiji shook his head. Miyabi decided not to pursue the issue after seeing that he didn't know. The three of them followed the path of brilliantly blooming red flowers. Seiji introduced Matsutani to Miyabi as they proceeded. The female high school student didn't have any particular reaction to Matsutani's identity as Sharphorn Ironcliff or his light novel I Can't Sleep When I'm Sleeping Together with My Younger Sister. She merely greeted him normally. As the three of them walked onwards, they saw more and more cluster amaryllis flowers. Something's up ahead. I don't know what it will be. Be careful, Seiji reminded everyone. Miyabi became nervous, which caused the cat ears on her head to twitch. When they passed through a large patch of cluster amaryllis flowers, they saw Moon Bunny Eatery. Miyabi, Seiji, and Matsutani were all rendered speechless. They all remained silent while standing in front of the dark brown wooden door with the exquisite welcome sign for several seconds. Apart from the name, the welcome sign also had a cute image of a bunny sitting on a crescent moon. For such a wooden door to appear by itself in the middle of all these red cluster amaryllis flowers seemed like quite an abnormal sight. This is the restaurant that's the setting for Yuko Hashimoto-san's Excellence Award light novel Moonlight Eatery in Another World, Miyabi told Seiji and Matsutani. So, just like Senpai's light novel, her story has appeared in this realm as well. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. Hashimoto-san is highly likely to be here, behind this door. Go ahead, Harano-kun, Matsutani gave his encouragement. Matsutani-senpai, how about you be the vanguard this time? I'll be in charge of rear support. The vanguard can only be someone as strong and handsome and young as you. A middle-aged man like me is more suited to be a nondescript rear guard. And the honest truth in your heart, Those who go first will often die, while those who go last will escape the easiest. Matsutani stated seriously. I knew that was what you were thinking, Seiji retorted. And so, he made his preparations and opened the door. After opening the door, he saw a restaurant that had an elegantly decorated, brightly lit, and clean interior. He also saw Welcome, Yuko Hashimoto, who was wearing black and white miniskirt-made attire. Moonlight Eatery in Another World was a story about a boy who loved cooking. His dream in life was to inherit and take over his father's restaurant. Although this boy always wanted to help out in his father's restaurant, he was never permitted to do so until he finally reached high school. Only when he started working at his father's restaurant did he learn that the restaurant was actually connected to another world on moonlit nights. He also met a princess from this other world who just happened to be visiting his restaurant for the first time. They liked each other at first sight, and thus began the development of a seemingly unrealistic youthful love story. This was a rather fresh story that combined the genres of food, another world, and youthful romance. The judges' overall reviews were that it's overall a good novel, but still lacking in some places and needs more details. Yuko Hashimoto was quite pleased with this result already. After all, she had already failed to garner interest for all her previous draft submission attempts. Finally receiving an Excellence Award gave her the motivation and interest to continue writing. She was really delighted to have won her prize. However, she didn't know what happened after that. When she opened her eyes again after receiving the prize, she found herself in a restaurant that was identical to the Moon Bunny Eatery in her light novel. Not only that, she was wearing a server's uniform. Then, Yuko met the restaurant's owner, one of the main characters of her own novel. After all, he was the main character's father. She learned from him that she was the only server working at the restaurant. Just what exactly was going on here? Yuko really wanted to understand what was happening. However, she was unsure how to ask. At this moment, a customer arrived, a red-haired warrior wearing a complete suit of armor. This was also an exact match for one of the characters in her novel. The restaurant owner had her go over to serve this customer. Yuko felt quite anxious and wanted to leave here immediately. So, she ignored the warrior and went over to open the restaurant's front door instead. However, she couldn't see anything outside at all other than a black mist. This obviously abnormal black mist frightened her. Yuko no longer dared to step out of the restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant owner scolded her for ignoring the customer and reminded her to do a good job at serving the customers. Yuko, who was afraid of what was going on, could only comply and obediently started working as a server in her own novel's restaurant. Hashimoto-san, you're working as a server here? I suppose so. I don't know what exactly is going on here. Seiji looked directly at her. Allow me to confirm something first. Hashimoto-san, you remember who I am, right? Yes, I remember. You're Seigo Harano, the special award winner I met at Thunderbolt Literature's award ceremony, Yuko responded. It's a good thing that you can remember. Seiji walked into the restaurant and glanced around at the surroundings. Can you tell me about what exactly has happened to you, Adot? I don't know. I somehow found myself here mysteriously while wearing this server's uniform, and I was told that I was a server here. Just what is this place? Why is it the exact same as in my light novel? How did I get here? I don't know the answer to anything. Yuko was beginning to get somewhat frantic. Please calm down, Hashimoto-san, Seiji told her gently. I'll explain things to you, although I don't know entirely what's going on here, either. I can at least help clear away some confusion. At this moment, Matsutani and Miyabi followed after Seiji and entered the restaurant. Yuko instantly widened her eyes upon seeing Miyabi. Ishihara-san? Yes, that's me. The cat-eared girl nodded. Hashimoto-san, it's great to see that you're alright. Ishihara-san, why do you look like this? Yuko looked at Miyabi's cat-like appearance in astonishment. I don't know, either. Miyabi smiled wryly. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a bell ringing. Seiji and the others turned to see a handsome middle-aged man who had a small mustache and was wearing a white chef's uniform. This man was evidently the restaurant's chef. He was indicating to Yuko that she should hurry up and have the newly arrived customers take a seat and order some food. Why don't you all take a seat first and rest a little? Yuko indicated to them. Can we actually order food here? Matsutani asked. Yes. Then I would like to order some food. The pudgy middle-aged man immediately sat down at a nearby table. I came to visit the award ceremony originally because I was really looking forward to the banquet's free food after the award ceremony, but now I got myself involved in such a strange situation. I've been so busy that I feel like I'm starving to death. Senpai, you're quite direct when it comes to these things. Seiji looked at him. Aren't you worried about the food here having problems? If I feel that anything's wrong, I know a spell that can help me hurl up all the contents of my stomach. Matsutani remained fearless. Miyabi and Yuko were rendered speechless. That sounds disgusting. If you really have to do that, please do it away from our sight in a restroom somewhere. Seiji's cheek twitched at hearing this. Then, he and Miyabi sat down at the table as well. Just looking at the environment, this place seemed like a completely ordinary restaurant with nothing abnormal about it at all. I don't know what secrets may be hidden here, but at least I think we can rest here for a moment, Seiji thought to himself. Matsutani really did order some food. After Yuko Hashimoto brought over the curry rice that he ordered, Matsutani grabbed a spoon and shoved a large mouthful of curry rice into his mouth and chewed. The next moment, his expression froze over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, I could get addicted to this. Chapter 490, I could get addicted to this. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji was paying close attention to Matsutani and was just about to ask what happened when he saw Matsutani's face completely relax as Matsutani closed his eyes and revealed an utterly blissful expression. Incredibly delicious. Matsutani muttered to himself in a tone that sounded like he was a child. Matsutani-senpai, what's the matter? Seiji was curious what was going on. However, the pudgy middle-aged man didn't respond as he maintained his expression and continued shoving curry rice into his mouth. Seiji felt that something was off, so he patted Matsutani on the shoulder. Only then did Matsutani open his eyes, which were sparkling like the stars. This is super spectacularly delicious. Matsutani indicated the curry rice before him. It's amazingly delectable. It's just like something directly out of a cooking manga. So, it's delicious, and there's no problems with it? The problem is that it's too delicious. I could get addicted to this. Matsutani shoved another spoonful of curry rice into his mouth and closed his eyes again. I'm already addicted to this. No need to worry about me, just allow me to fall into depravity with this beautiful taste that words cannot do justice. Matsutani then proceeded to devour the plate of curry rice before him. It was obvious that he was lost in the bliss of enjoying his wonderful food. I suppose it seems fine. Seiji returned to his own seat. Would you like to try eating something, Ishihara-senpai? I'd like to try something. Miyabi's cat ears quivered. I'd like to as well, so let's order together. Seiji picked up the menu that was on the table. Both of them ordered some food and waited for it to be cooked. When Seiji's pork chop rice arrived, he tried having a bite. An instant sensation of delicious food filled his entire mouth and head. The flavor was so wondrous that Seiji was completely unable to describe the sensation. The only word he could even think of was delicious. It felt like his entire brain was trembling. Apart from being addicted to the taste, he was no longer able to think of anything else. After gulping down this bite of food, he couldn't control himself anymore and scarfed down another spoonful. His expression also became uncontrollably blissful. When Seiji returned to his senses, he discovered that the large bowl before him had been emptied out completely with not even a single speck of rice remaining. The delicious taste was incredibly fearsome. Meanwhile, Miyabi across from him had a blissful expression as well as she ate her fried fish. The cat ears on her head were now soft and laying flat on her head. Next to them, Matsutani was already on his second serving of curry rice. Seiji wanted some more food as well. But he forced himself to withstand the desire. After all, he still needed to explain the situation to Yuko Hashimoto. He couldn't allow himself to get lost in only enjoying the food. After Yuko heard Seigo Hirano's explanation, it took her a while until she could barely manage to bring herself to accept what was going on. She then explained what had happened to her. What should we do now? Yuko looked at Seiji after finishing her explanation. What do we need to do in order to return to reality? Right now. I don't know what we need to do either. Seiji looked around the restaurant. We arrived here by following the cluster amaryllis flowers. Normally speaking, based on experience by how they led us to Ishihara-senpai, we should need to do something here in order to go to the next location. However, nothing seems abnormal here at all, apart from the fact that the food seems ridiculously delicious, but perhaps we need to cook some food that tastes even better than the food here? Miyabi hazarded a guess. I think that's pretty much impossible to pull off. Hashimoto-san, are you skilled at cooking? Yuko shook her head. Although I'm interested in cooking, I can't say that I'm very skilled at it. Ishihara-senpai, how about you? Miyabi shook her head as well. I can't call myself skilled at cooking either. As for Matsutani-senpai, Seiji glanced over at the pudgy middle-aged man who was now in the middle of devouring his third plate of curry rice. It doesn't seem like he would be an expert in this field. Everyone fell silent for a moment. A cooking contest sounds impossible. The only conflict I can think of that we would need to overcome here is one of might. Seiji looked towards the direction of the restaurant's kitchen. About this restaurant's owner. Hashimoto-san, did you make him into a particularly powerful character? In my mind, he was going to be someone who had visited the other world and became a hero there, a top-level warrior who had defeated the Demon King, Yuko said. However, I still haven't written his character background into the story. So, this is still only in your head, but not in the actual story that's been published so far, correct? Yes. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. We currently still don't know just how this realm was formed. It's possible that even your future plans for your story have taken form here. In that case, it might be quite difficult to suppress the restaurant owner by force. I don't know what will happen if we fight. Nor do I know what will happen even if we fight and win. Seiji sighed. Everyone fell momentarily silent. Why don't we just simply wait here? Matsutani spoke up. Seiji and the others looked at him. Everything here is so delicious. I could eat the stuff here forever. The pudgy middle-aged man stated. Rather than trying things which may or may not work, why don't we just stay here where it's safe and enjoyable, and wait for people back in reality to save us? Will someone save us? Something flashed in Yuko's eyes. Yep. The handsome guy sitting across from you is no ordinary spiritual ability user. Soon, someone will be coming to save him, which means all of us get to be saved along with him as well, but... Yuko and Miyabi both glanced toward Seiji. Judging from the current environment, perhaps it'll be fine to wait here for someone to save us. But, there's problem with that as well. Seiji paused for a moment. First, we don't know specifically just how long we'll have to wait here. Yes, people I know will notice that something has happened to me after some time passes, and they'll come to save me. However, time may pass at a different rate in this realm compared to reality. If time indeed passes at a different rate here, it might be that time is passing at a far slower rate in real life than in here. That would mean that we'd have to wait an incredibly long time in here. Second, it's also possible that the situation may worsen before any help arrives for us. We have no idea just how this incident occurred in the first place, or what else could be going on around us. We have no way to obtain information on anything that may be happening elsewhere in this realm. Is it really alright to simply stay here just because this place seems really nice and safe? But, we don't know what else to do. Even if we don't know, that doesn't mean we should give up. Seiji's eyes brimmed with the light of confidence. We can try talking to the restaurant owner, or we can try talking to the customers in order to obtain some more information. Perhaps we can learn from them just what it is that we're supposed to do. Then go ahead and talk to them. Tell me if you learn anything. Matsutani continued to do nothing but eat. Senpai, have you already become enslaved by gourmet food? Yes, I have. As long as I have this godly curry rice, I can live on in here for several tens of years with no problem. Live on only curry rice for several tens of years, are you someone trapped on a deserted island? Seiji couldn't help but comment in his mind. I can try talking to the restaurant owner, Yuko offered in a soft voice. Although I'm still a bit scared, Hirano-san, you'll help me out if anything happens, right? Of course. Seiji nodded. I'll try talking with the customers here. Miyabi looked around the store and tried to identify any customers that might be relatively easier to approach. Thank you both for the trouble. Please be careful, Seiji told them. Right after he said this, the restaurant's door was forcefully opened as someone rushed inside. Seiji and the others reflexively looked in this direction. They saw a silver-haired boy who wore a mystical-appearing uniform. He was panting heavily. They all paused in surprise to see that this person was Kosher Nomura. Nomura-san. Seiji was the first to regain his senses. What happened? Hirano-san. Kosher Nomura's expression flickered upon seeing a face he recognized. Where is this? Nomura collapsed on the floor before he even finished speaking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, The Weakest Undefeated Magic Mecha God. Chapter 491, The Weakest Undefeated Magic Mecha God. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. What would you do if you became the main character of a story that you wrote? Kosher Nomura would unhesitatingly answer this question with, "This is a pointless question. I don't want to answer it." He really loved to read light novels when he was young. Later in life, he felt that he could try his hand at writing one as well. The story he wrote received an excellent review from his relative in Thunderbolt Literature, who was an editor. Thus, he had the idea of becoming a light novel author. This idea of his slowly developed into his dream. Even though he understood the real situation of light novel authors from his editor relative and knew that this career wasn't one that was particularly glorious, he still didn't want to give up on his dream. Instead, he swore that he would become a master in this line of work. While in the course of writing, Nomura naturally thought about his characters' feelings and the actions they would take in various situations. However, he'd never considered what he himself would think or do in the same situation as his story's characters. Before, when he was reading other people's stories, he had indeed imagined himself in the main character's shoes. However, that stage was now past him. He was now currently an author, so he looked at things differently. He no longer thought about something so meaningless to him like what he would do if he was theoretically thrust into the same situation. The story was a stage for the characters, not the author. The author would be the main force behind the scenes, but that was all. That was what Koshiro Nomura believed. Of course, Nomura froze in astonishment when he mysteriously found himself in his own novel, The Weakest Undefeated Magic Mecha God, in the story's opening scene at a frontline military base. The Weakest Undefeated Magic Mecha God was a story set in another world with highly developed magic and technology. The main character was a teenage boy who was an engineer for the strongest military weapon in the story, magic mechas, who had the goal of becoming the best mecha engineer in the world. He had excellent grades, so he received an opportunity to become an intern and study at a military base regarding the final first-generation magic mecha still in service in his country's military. He became a repairman soldier for this Magic Mecha's maintenance team, and met the Magic Mecha's teenage girl pilot. War unexpectedly broke out at their frontline base, and the main character was able to help the girl pilot and her outdated first-generation Magic Mecha defeat a powerful enemy, who possessed the newest second-generation Magic Mecha, using his excellent creativity and knowledge. Nomura had spent much effort on polishing his light novel before he finally submitted it to Thunderbolt Literature. The judge's review was that his light novel was excellent, but parts of the novel are overly complex and may be difficult for an average reader to understand. Hence, his light novel barely missed out on the Gold Award and lost to The Undying Indestructible Avenger, obtaining only a Silver Award instead. Nomura had told the truth in his prize acceptance speech. He was quite vexed about only having received silver, but there was nothing he could do other than accept the results. However, something that he couldn't comprehend happened right after he received the Silver Award. Nomura discovered that he was suddenly transported to a frontline military base and had now taken on the identity of his own story's main character, a maintenance repair soldier. He knew that according to his own storyline, this base was right about to be ambushed by an enemy country's military forces. The entire base would be instantly eradicated, and the enemy's second-generation magic mechas would descend upon them just like evil demons. Although Nomura was still confused about what was going on, he decided to take action for his own personal safety and tried to warn the other soldiers at the base. But before he could do so, the ambush already commenced. Just like what Nomura wrote in his own story, the military base was destroyed by terrifyingly powerful combat magic spells. The military base's outdated first-generation magic mecha hurriedly rushed into battle, but was at a severe disadvantage. At this point in time, the main character found a critical flaw in the enemy's second-generation magic mecha, and adamantly refused to leave the military base together with the other lucky soldiers that survived. He stayed behind all by himself in the military base that had been reduced to rubble to search for a communication device to contact the teenage female pilot of the magic mecha. However, as for Koshiro Nomura, he went along and escaped together with the surviving soldiers. That was because this scene was just too frightening, but a tremendous military base was instantly vaporized before him, with so many living people dying in front of his eyes. There were so many corpses and people struggling on the verge of death. This incredibly cruel scene gave him an incredibly deep impact, and made Nomura lose the ability to think normally. All he had left was confusion and fear. Although he had seen similar scenes before in disaster or war movies, witnessing death and destruction on a screen was something absolutely incomparable to seeing such things in person. The next person to die might be me. Nomura was overwhelmed by the terror of dying. He chose to escape due to his own fear. Nomura got on the car which was evacuating the surviving soldiers. Nomura watched the two gigantic magic mechas battle each other as he sat on the car which speedily left the demolished military base. While still being astonished, he was able to somewhat regain his senses and start thinking again. What will happen if I escape like this? The female lead will probably die in combat, and what will happen to me? While Nomura was struggling with his internal conflict, his vision was suddenly enveloped in a black mist. He was confused as to what was going on yet again. However, when he looked at the other soldiers, he saw that their expressions were now wooden and their eyes hollow. Nomura tried talking to them but received no response. The car they were in slowly came to a stop. Nomura felt that things were really becoming abnormal. Is this black mist some sort of magic spell? Just as he was thinking this, he saw a brilliantly red flower begin to grow out of the car. Nomura recognized this flower as a cluster amaryllis flower. Numerous cluster amaryllis flowers began growing everywhere and giving off a faint red glow. The soldiers with wooden expressions suddenly began to rot as their flesh decayed, clothes corroded, hair fell out, and eyeballs melted. They soon became white skeletons bathed in the flower's red light. Nomura felt that things were getting dangerous again as he jumped out of the car and started running away from this place. The skeletons started chasing after him. Nomura used the magical weapon he was equipped with as a soldier to shoot at the skeletons. He kept shooting as he continued running. As he ran, the black mist became thicker and thicker. Nomura couldn't see anything at all in the pitch-black darkness anymore. He could only barely make out the ground before him due to the cluster amaryllis flower's glow. Am I on the verge of death? Nomura couldn't help but think this as he looked at the cluster amaryllis flowers which were a symbol of death. Did I suddenly fall deathly ill at the award ceremony for some reason, and now I'm in the midst of dying? Everything I'm experiencing right now is a dream I'm having on my deathbed. If I'm dying, can't I at least end my life with a more pleasant dream? Countless skeletons were now chasing after him. He figured that no matter what, allowing them to catch him couldn't possibly be a good thing. Nomura kept endlessly running for his life in a last-ditch effort struggle to remain alive. He didn't dare to run into the darkness. He instinctively ran in a direction that had more light, which just happened to be the direction where the cluster amaryllis flowers were growing more thickly. Perhaps I'll be able to run all the way to the path to the netherworld, Nomura thought as he reached a location where the cluster amaryllis flowers were incredibly dense. In this brilliantly red and beautiful flower garden, there was actually a wooden door standing in the midst with an exquisite welcoming sign on it, "Ut." Nomura was already at the end of his line and didn't have the energy to even stop or look closely at what was written on the door. He immediately rushed over and opened the door, running into the space behind it. That was when he saw someone he recognized. Harano-san. Where am I? He intended to ask such a question. However, he had completely run out of energy. Not having managed to catch his breath, Nomura saw the world around him go black as he collapsed. Seiji immediately went up to check on Kosher Nomura's condition when he saw him collapsing. "Allow me to see to this customer," a low and steady male voice spoke up. It was the restaurant owner. The handsome middle-aged restaurant owner inspected the silver-haired boy that had collapsed on the ground. The restaurant owner lifted his hand and his palm glowed with a gentle white light. After Nomura was bathed in this white light for several seconds, he started moving as he opened his eyes again. The restaurant owner helped support Nomura in standing up again. He had Nomura rest on a nearby chair. Then, he went back into the restaurant's kitchen. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he watched the restaurant owner go back into the kitchen. Something that Hashimoto-san didn't write in her story has appeared here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, This restaurant owner is so cool. Chapter 492, This restaurant owner is so cool. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Then, Seiji looked towards Kosher Nomura. Nomura-san, how are you currently feeling? I'm alright now, Nomura responded tiredly. Where is this place? Harano-san. Hashimoto-san, what exactly happened? None of us really know. Seiji checked Nomura's condition. At any rate, it's good that you're alright. Take a rest here and catch your breath. I'll explain what's going on to you after you rest up. No, please tell me right now. Nomura sat up straighter in the chair. I would like to know immediately. Seeing that he insisted, Seiji sat down across Nomura and explained what was going on. Nomura accepted Seiji's explanation and told Seiji and the others about what he'd experienced in his own novel storyline setting as well. I feel better now, knowing that none of it was real. But I still feel like I did something wrong. Nomura sighed as he leaned back against his chair. You didn't do anything wrong. Any normal person would choose to escape from such a scene, Miyabi consoled him. Nomura fell silent for a few seconds. I know the plot of my own light novel, and I know exactly what the main character was going to do in that situation. However, I was unable to become the main character, he stated softly. I'm only the author, not the main character. Although I was clear on this already, I still feel like that shouldn't have been a reason for me to abandon someone that I should have been able to help. I'm relieved that what I went through wasn't real, and that nobody actually died there. But that doesn't change the nature of my actions. I am a coward. The silver-haired boy lowered his head. Seiji and the others didn't know what to say. Let him calm down by himself, Matsutani spoke up. Loser dogs should lick their own wounds. Senpai, I feel that there's a problem with how you're wording things. What problem? That's just the simple truth. He abandoned his own story's female lead. What else could he be other than a loser dog? Seiji wanted to comment on this somehow but didn't know how to do so. He decided to forget about this topic. I'm a bit interested in what the restaurant owner just did. Seiji turned around as he talked to everyone else. The power he just used was one that Hashimoto-san never wrote about in her light novel. And, since he used his power to help Nomura-san without us even asking him to do so, that gave me an idea. Perhaps we can request this restaurant owner who used to be a hero in another world to assist us. Hashimoto-san, could you please try telling him that we're all people from another world that have accidentally arrived in this world, and that we want to return to our original world? Tell him that we would like his assistance. Yuko nodded upon hearing Seiji's words. Got it. I'll go try talking to him right now. Yuko headed towards the restaurant's kitchen. Seiji and Miyabi watched her leave. Will it really work? The cat-eared girl asked him in a soft voice. I hope so. If something goes wrong, will we have to fight? Most likely, Seiji told her. If that's what ends up happening, Matsutani-senpai and I shall do battle. Ishihara-senpai, you and the others should do your best to avoid the fighting. Miyabi fell silent for a moment. Be honest with me. Aren't you afraid at all? Harano-san. Although you've been acting quite calmly, this should be a mysterious incident for you as well, filled with unknowns. Aren't you even scared in the slightest? The cat-eared girl looked at Seiji. Seiji blinked upon hearing this. Although many things are unknown, I've experienced something similar, which is why I'm not really afraid. Are all spiritual ability users' lives so filled with danger? No, but things do sometimes involve danger. How scary, ... That's not something that an author who writes about mystical, scary events should say, is it? Seiji chuckled. I think it's fine for me to say it. Real life and fiction are different, after all. The cat ears on Miyabi's head twitched. Although my story is about the mystical, I don't want my real life to become that way as well. I think that senpai is quite cute with cat ears and a cat tail, Seiji teased her. Don't say that. Miyabi glared at him before averting her gaze as her cheeks flushed red. She really is cute, Seiji said in his mind. A few minutes later, Yuko Hashimoto returned to the dining area with the restaurant owner following her. I can send you all back to your original world, the handsome middle-aged restaurant owner told them. However, I can only open the portal to your world once. So, if you have any other companions that have gotten trapped here as well, you should find them first. As easy as that? Seiji looked at the restaurant owner. There's no additional conditions, he asked cautiously. What? Since you're helping us out so greatly, there's no conditions that you're going to require, or payment that you're going to request? It's my job to help my customers return to where they belong. I shall help with anything that's within my abilities to do so. I don't have any conditions, nor do I need any payment, the restaurant owner stated lightly. Wow, this middle-aged character is so cool. Seiji was truly impressed with the restaurant owner. Miyabi, Yuko, and even Nomura and Matsutani were all impressed as well. We're truly grateful for your assistance, Owner-sama. Seiji expressed his gratitude. Don't add sama. Do you have any other companions? Or is this all of you? Other companions, we're not really sure, Seiji explained. We don't know exactly how we arrived in this world, nor do we know how many people are trapped here like us. Nor do we know just how we should find anyone else like us. In that case, I can help you locate them, the restaurant owner continued in his light tone. As long as you help me with the spell, I can locate all of your companions. You can then go to find them and bring them back here. Wow, this restaurant owner was truly amazing. Seiji and the others were impressed once again. That's truly so much trouble you're going to. Thank you so much, Owner Dano. Don't address with Dano either. Can we start immediately on the spell? The handsome middle-aged restaurant owner had a casual look on his face as if he was doing something incredibly ordinary. Seiji looked at the others to see if they were ready. Miyabi, Yuko, and Nomura all nodded in agreement. I think that this is a bit suspicious, Matsutani grumbled. The restaurant owner is just too handsome, which is too much of a stark contrast with you, as you're both middle-aged men. That's probably why you can't accept him, isn't it, senpai? Seiji revealed the truth. You brat, could you not say it so directly? The pudgy middle-aged man received a critical hit of 10,000 true damage. Seiji didn't feel like the restaurant owner was lying, as he was unable to detect any of the telltale signs. Besides, there seemed to be no reason for the restaurant owner to lie to them. Another reason was that the gentle white healing magic that the restaurant owner used to heal Nomura seemed rather familiar to Seiji. Seeing that Matsutani didn't adamantly refuse, Seiji looked towards the restaurant owner once more and indicated that he could begin the locator spell. In that case, follow me. The restaurant owner walked back towards the kitchen. Everyone followed him into the kitchen, then to a storage room. They then entered a basement and saw that many magical-seeming objects were placed here in the wide basement. Seiji looked towards Hashimoto-san. Not only have I not written such a setting, I've never even imagined such a setting, Yuko whispered to him. So, not only has it exceeded the published story's setting, it's even exceeded the author's imagination. Seiji felt that his inference about what was going on was more and more likely to be on the mark. Everyone, please stand together in a circle around this. The restaurant owner retrieved a device and placed it on the ground. The lower half of this object seemed like a three-legged round stand of some sort that had many mystical markings etched into it. The upper half was a globe-shaped object with highly complex circuitry-like patterns etched into it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Are you joking with me? Chapter 493, Are you joking with me? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji and the others did as the restaurant owner instructed. Then, the handsome middle-aged restaurant owner lifted his hands, clasped his palms together, and created a white ball of light that he inserted into the globe. The markings on the globe lit up as light flashed all over its circuitry-like patterns. Now, everyone, reach out with your hands. No need to touch it, just get closer to it. Hearing this, Seiji was the first to reach out his hand. When his hand neared the globe, a dark red mist appeared from his hand, then was sucked into the globe. It's all right. Seiji indicated that to the others with his expression. Miyabi was the second to reach out her hand. Following after her, Nomura and the others reached out with their hands as well. After the globe absorbed some mist from all of them, it began to buzz. On the lower half of the device, the three-legged stand, many mystical runes started to glow red. The restaurant owner inspected the runes for several seconds. You still have 3 companions located in different places, he explained. I can currently locate 2 of them. There's one more person that I won't be able to locate until you find the other 2. Then, I'll be able to repeat this spell and locate the last person. Why is that? Seiji inquired. Because that person is located in a deeper level of this world, this spell's power is limited and requires more people to power it up before I'll be able to locate the last person. Although I still don't really understand, I think I understand the gist of it. The 2 people he was able to locate are probably the last 2 award-winning authors, Shousai Meisher and Imai Yoshida. The person that's in a deeper level that he can't locate is probably Shoutaro Rinura, Seiji thought to himself. I need you all to choose one person as the guide. This person shall be responsible for leading you all to find your companions, the restaurant owner continued explaining. Upon hearing this, Miyabi and everyone else all looked at Seiji. Allow me. Seiji accepted the role. The restaurant owner then asked everyone else to put their hands on Seiji's body. After everyone did so, the restaurant owner then asked Seiji to place his hand on the globe. You need to place your hand on it for several seconds. The process may be somewhat dizzying. Please bear with it. Seiji nodded in understanding. Although he felt that the restaurant owner wasn't leading them into a trap, he still decided to make a save file at this point in time just in case. He slowly put his hand on the globe. His hand was instantly enveloped in a white light, many scattered fragments of scenes flashed through his mind, He saw 2 children playing together in the countryside, a female server greeting customers in a restaurant, a young maintenance repair soldier running through a demolished military base. All these scenes flashed through his mind in just an instant, giving him deep and lasting impressions. Were these fantasies? Or memories? Seiji couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, he was unable to differentiate between illusion and reality. His head started feeling dizzy. His consciousness and vision both became hazy. Everything seemed to become hazy. Seiji faintly felt as if he realized something while in this condition. He then felt a mysterious power enter his body and gather on his right hand. The sensation of dizziness left him. His consciousness and vision both returned to normal. Seiji saw that the restaurant owner had also placed his hand on the globe. It really is you again, right? Seiji couldn't help but ask. The handsome middle-aged restaurant owner looked at Seiji and didn't reply. However, his mouth faintly arced upwards. The restaurant owner's faint smile vanished instantly as if it had never been there. I have finished locating them. The seal on your hand will help you to find your companions. Seiji saw that there was now a small, white spell formation on the back of his right hand. The locator spell is only effective for a limited amount of time. I would advise you to hurry. The restaurant owner paused for a moment. The locator spell will only work if all of you are together. So, it's no good if some of you go and some of you stay behind in the restaurant. Seiji watched the restaurant owner leave the basement and go back to the restaurant's kitchen. He was almost 100% certain that this restaurant owner was actually the same mysterious existence that was possessing the angel Seiji in Ryo's soul realm. But it was just at the degree of almost. There was no way for him to be completely certain. He asked but didn't receive an answer. He indicated that he wanted to know, but there was no response. It seemed that this existence didn't wish to tell him more. It merely provided its assistance, just like last time. Was it that this existence was unable to tell him? It didn't want to tell him? Or it wasn't supposed to tell him, Seiji didn't know, but felt that he shouldn't think about this issue anymore. What he needed to do now was to rescue the other trapped authors and return to reality. Before we go, let me say a few thoughts of mine. Seiji stopped looking in the direction where the restaurant owner left and glanced over at everyone else. My guess is that the other two people that we need to find are Shousai Meisher and Imai Yoshida. Also, they're probably inside their own light novel settings as well. I don't know what either of their light novels are about, but I'm more concerned about the skeletons. I'm suspecting that those skeletons are a product from Shotaro Rinura's light novel. The Gold Award author is the main person who's responsible for the creation of this realm we're in. His novel has taken form and has great power in here. It's also invaded the settings of the other authors' novels. Matsutani Senpai and I were able to find Ishihara Senpai before her novel was invaded. Hashimoto-san has been staying here all this time, and was safe due to the restaurant owner's protection. Meanwhile, Nomura-san escaped from his own story's setting while it was being invaded by skeletons. As for Meisher-san and Yoshida-san's settings, my guess is that they're currently being invaded or perhaps even completely invaded. It's highly likely that we'll meet with danger when going to look for them. Just Matsutani Senpai and I alone might not be enough to deal with the dangerous situations we may face. Everyone here needs to fight with whatever strength you have. Seiji glanced at everyone. Everyone remained silent for several seconds. If what you say is real, how are we supposed to fight? The cat ears on Miyabi's head twitched. I don't know how to fight. Although I have a weapon from my story's setting, this weapon is now out of its magical energy. Nomura indicated the magic weapon he was still carrying. His weapon was a small magical crossbow, similar to a handgun. He had used up all its reserves of power while shooting at the skeletons chasing after him. However, he hadn't thrown his weapon away. I said before that this is a dreamlike realm that isn't a dream. Also, this realm is partially created by all of you as well. Seiji looked at everyone. In other words, all of you are just like creators here. All of you actually have the power of creation. You should be able to create, or perhaps I should say summon, things from your own stories. Miyabi and Nomura were both rendered speechless. I know that this sounds rather chinibu, but I'm being serious, Seiji told them all. As long as you concentrate and do your best to imagine it, you should be able to do it. The female high school student Miyabi Ishihara and the college student Kosher Nomura both revealed rather subtle expressions. They had to act like chinibius at their age? That was their reaction, while the relatively older Yuko Hashimoto, who was already a part of adult society, was even more speechless. Everyone fell silent yet again for a while. Although this is difficult for me to accept, I might as well try it out since Hirano-san says so, Nomura said as he lifted the magic crossbow in his hand. I shall try imagining that my magic weapon here is filled with energy again. After saying so, he stared at his magic crossbow and did his best to concentrate. Come. He even muttered this as he concentrated. Nothing happened. You need to be more spirited about it. How about trying to exaggerate in your actions? Seiji recommended. For example, saying a cool phrase or making a cool pose, something like that. Are you joking with me? Nomura stared at Seiji with such an expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, Sengoku Girls Middle School. Chapter 494, Sengoku Girls Middle School. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji remained unruffled and appeared to be quite serious. Nomura retracted his gaze and resolved himself to do something he considered quite silly. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. He forced himself to think this way. Nomura recalled how pathetic he felt when he escaped from his own story's setting, and transformed the unwillingness and regret he felt in his heart into a powerful emotion as he lifted his magic crossbow high into the air and shouted, "In the name of the Creator, I command that this weapon shall be filled with magic energy again." His magic crossbow instantly started glowing. It really worked? All the other authors were astonished to see such a sight. Nomura's expression was one of stunned astonishment as well. After the weapon in his hand stopped glowing, he slowly put his hand down and tested his magic crossbow. He discovered that it was indeed fully charged again and usable. It succeeded. Nomura looked towards Seiji again. Seiji smiled as he gave Nomura a huge thumbs up. Nomura's expression became much happier than before. I really do have the power here, the power of creation. Harano-san was right. At the very least, I was partially right so far. Seiji looked towards Miyabi and Yuko. Both of you should have this power as well. Try it out. Miyabi and Yuko exchanged glances. I don't know what to imagine. Me neither. Anything you want. But if you would like my recommendations. Ishihara-senpai, why don't you try summoning the ghost Yuchan from your story? Hashimoto-san, you could try summoning a plate of food, Seiji advised. Yuchan. Something flashed in Miyabi's eyes. I'll try it. Then, she shut her eyes and concentrated on imagining Yuchan. Yuko also glanced at a nearby table and imagined a plate of food appearing on the tabletop. Yuko pointed at the table and spoke in a nervous tone, "In the name of the Creator, I command you to appear." Omelette rice. Nothing appeared at all. Author Yuko Hashimoto's face began to slightly redden. You don't need to use the exact same words as me. Just follow your heart, Hashimoto-san. Follow my heart? What exactly is that supposed to be, anyways? I don't understand. Yuko had a perplexed expression. At this moment, Miyabi opened her eyes and slowly extended her palms. Come, Yuchan. A black and white mist instantly appeared from her hands. The two colors of mist intertwined with each other and gradually formed something more solid. Yoo-hoo, I'm here. The ghost child appeared in front of everyone with an appearance of black hair and white eyes this time. It was incredibly spirited. Nomura and Yuko both widened their eyes. Yuchan. Something flashed in Yuko's eyes as she looked at one of the main characters from her story. I need your help. Sure thing. I'll do anything that Kato Nizan wants me to do. Yuchan flashed a brilliant smile. Amazing. Nomura couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. The ghost child Yuchan's arrival truly shocked him and Yuko. There was a far greater impact from being able to summon an actual character from their novel that one could talk to and interact with when compared to simply recharging a magical weapon's ammunition. Seiji knew that Miyabi would definitely succeed. After all, even before this incident, she had already unconsciously been summoning Yuchan, the ghost child from her story. Afterwards, Nomura and Yuko tried experimenting many times as well. As a result, Nomura was able to summon some magical weapons and equipment for everyone. As for Yuko, she was only able to summon a plate of omelette rice. The omelette rice was delicious and would make for an excellent meal. Seiji gave it such a review after having a taste. Miyabi tried summoning other characters from her story as well but failed. Did this power have some type of summoning capacity? Or some other limiting factors that prevented her from doing so? Nobody knew. But anyways, it was time to finally go. Everyone finished their preparations. Seiji went to the restaurant's front door and prepared to open it. The moment that he put his right hand on the door handle, the seal on his right hand started glowing red. The seal spell formation copied itself onto the door and mystical runes appeared as well. Upon opening the door, Seiji saw nothing but a black mist outside. Seiji stepped forth into the black mist. Miyabi and everyone else followed after him. In the black mist, the seal on Seiji's right hand continued glowing red and formed a red light that kept pointing in a certain direction. Everyone proceeded in the direction that the light pointed at. Soon, they were no longer able to see the restaurant door. There were also fewer and fewer cluster amaryllis flowers as they progressed. "Everyone, follow me and make absolutely sure to stay together," Seiji cautioned everyone. After walking like this for a while, everything around them became completely pitch black as there were no more cluster amaryllis flowers. The only light that anyone could see was the red light on Seiji's hand that pointed them in the next person's direction. At this moment, a ghostly voice started singing. It was Yuchan. Yuchan's singing was quite pleasing to the ears. Its singing helped to calm down everyone's anxiety. Seiji started singing along with Yuchan. Miyabi began to sing as well. Nomura and Yuko also started singing. Matsutani sang as well, however, he only sang a few of the most basic words such as ah and oh. Still, it did add a sense of festivity to the already upbeat song. Everyone sang together under the ghost child's lead as they proceeded onward through the darkness. A while later, they saw cluster amaryllis flowers blooming again. As the cluster amaryllis flowers continuously increased in number, the red glow on Seiji's hand gradually began to dim. Everyone followed the cluster amaryllis flowers and gradually walked out of the black mist. They saw a school right in front of them. The school's name was Sengoku Girls' Middle School. This was the middle school from Shousai Meisher's light novel, Legend of the Sengoku Girls. This was a story about how a boy who was a trap was forced by his mother into an incredibly strange girls' middle school. All the girls in this school had the names of various warriors from the Sengoku period. He got involved in the girls' fierce battles for control over the school. The judges' reviews for this light novel was that it was a nice light-hearted romantic comedy story, but that the title, Legend of the Sengoku Girls, didn't really fit the content. However, the current scene that Seiji and the others witnessed was completely unrelated to the word lighthearted. The middle school was filled with black and red mist. Bright red cluster amaryllis flowers grew everywhere. This entire place seemed eerily quiet, as if demons could appear here at any moment. It seems that this place has already been corroded by Rinura's story. It's highly likely that we'll be attacked by something after we enter this school. Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. The moment that he finished speaking, familiar white skeletons appeared in his vision. "Allow me to correct myself. Even if we don't enter, we're going to be attacked anyways." The next instant, numerous skeletons that were wearing tattered girls' school uniforms lunged towards Seiji's group. Seiji unsheathed a magical longsword that Nomura had provided him with, and acted as the vanguard. His sword glinted as it slashed through the air. Several skeletons were instantly diced to tiny pieces. Behind Seiji, Matsutani also battled while wielding a magical sword. Nomura, Miyabi, and Yuko all fought from the back by wielding magic crossbows. Yuchan waved its hand and summoned white demons that slapped away the nearby skeletons. Although the skeletons were incredibly numerous, Seiji and Matsutani now had weapons. When combined with the ghost child Yuchan that had the ability to summon demons, their combat strength was overwhelming. Seiji, Matsutani, and the ghost child took care of the large majority of the skeletons. Meanwhile, Nomura, Miyabi, and Yuko missed most of their shots. The three of them combined defeated less than 10 skeletons. Now that we've cleared out the skeletons here, do you all think that it would be better to go all in together, or that it would be better for only me and Matsutani-senpai to go in by yourselves while everyone else waits here? Seiji asked the others. "I think that neither of those is a good idea," the pudgy middle-aged man stated seriously. I think that Hirano-kun should go in together with this powerful ghost-kun while I wait here with the others. Seiji and everyone else were all rendered speechless. I think that we should all move around together, Nomura spoke up. Splitting up sounds too risky. I agree as well. It's better for everyone to be together, Miyabi indicated her opinion. Yuko agreed with both of them as well. Then let's all go in together. Everyone, please be careful. Seiji cautioned them all before they entered the school. Miyabi and the others all felt extremely reassured to see the tall teenage boy holding his long sword and steadily walking at the forefront. Hirano-san is really handsome. I'd definitely attempt to woo him if only I was still a high school student, Yuko whispered softly to the female high school student next to her. Ishihara-san, you're at the same high school as him, make sure to grab your chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, this is a sword drawing technique. Chapter 495, this is a sword drawing technique. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I'm not a good match for him, Miyabi stated softly. He's incredibly handsome and excellent. He's not someone an ordinary girl like me can hope for. Don't say that, Yuko chuckled. You're quite beautiful, and the light novel you wrote received the Silver Award. Since you're both beautiful and talented, I don't think you can call yourself an ordinary girl anymore. Besides, it doesn't matter if you're ordinary or not when it comes to love. I'm not very interested in romance. Miyabi averted her gaze. That's such a commonly used way to avoid the subject. Your time in high school is quite precious. As a member of adult society who isn't as young as she used to be, I recommend that you should be more proactive while you're still young. Otherwise, you'll be likely to regret things in the future. Yuko paused for a moment. For example, I've regretted multiple times about how I never confessed my love to the boy I secretly fell in love with in high school. Miyabi remained silent. It's not because I still want to become his girlfriend even today. I just can't help but think that if only I worked up my courage to confess, what would have happened in the end? Even if my romance failed in the end, which would probably have been the most likely conclusion, and I now had some bittersweet memories, that would probably still feel better than bottling my emotions up and never saying anything in the end, Yuko continued. Miyabi still remained silent. I apologize if I'm interfering with your affairs too much. At any rate, don't let yourself regret how things turned out. That's all I wanted to say. Yuko ended the topic. I won't regret things, Miyabi muttered in a low voice only she could hear. After everyone followed the cluster amaryllis flowers for a while, a second wave of skeletons attacked them. This time, there was more than twice as many skeletons compared to the first wave. Not only that, the skeletons were also receiving endless reinforcements. At this rate, we'll be completely encircled. Everyone, hurry and keep moving forward. Don't stop. Seiji commanded their small group. Seiji had Matsutani lead the way as the vanguard while he himself acted as the rear guard. Everyone speedily progressed forward and soon reached a castle. That's right, a castle. This was an extravagant Sakura Island-style castle with white walls and many layers of black roofs, or more accurately speaking, it was a tenchuokaku, a type of castle. Well, this type of structure would only appear in a fictional girls' school. Yuchan controlled one of its demons to slam through the castle door. Matsutani entered first, while Miyabi and the others followed after. Seiji entered last. Then, Yuchan had the demon close the castle door again while Matsutani cast another sealing spell on the door to block off the skeleton army. Is anyone injured? Seiji inquired. Everyone said that they were fine and asked about him as well. I'm also all right. It's great that none of us were injured, but it seemed quite fortunate to him that nobody had been injured despite all that just happened. He hoped that this would continue to be the case, Their little team continued proceeding forward. Both Seiji and Matsutani paused in their footsteps when everyone arrived at a long corridor filled with faint red mist. Everyone else stopped as well upon seeing that they had stopped. "What's the matter?" Nomura asked. "I sense danger. Everyone, remain here," Seiji said in a low voice as he withdrew his longsword and cautiously proceeded forward. When he reached the middle of the long corridor, a sharp blade suddenly thrust towards him from a paper door in the side of the corridor. This blade was extremely swift. It was quick to the degree that Nomura and the others couldn't even see it clearly. If any of them other than Matsutani had been ambushed by this blade, it was highly likely that they would have been sliced in half without even realizing what happened. However, this blade attacked Seiji, who had been on guard. Clang! He was able to block this powerful ambush with his own sword. The enemy immediately changed tactics, pulling the sword back, then slicing again from the opposite direction. Seiji dodged this attack as well and rushed through the paper door, which allowed him to see who his enemy was. The person attacking him was a zombie girl wearing a cape and a girl's school uniform with a warrior's helmet on her head. Her face was pale white, her skin was decaying, her mouth was cracked wide open and revealed blood-red teeth. Her eyes no longer possessed eyelids, what should have been the white part of her eyes was black instead, and her pupils were gray. It gave her a frightening appearance. Seiji figured that she was probably originally a beautiful girl character in Shousai Meisher's story. However, she must have become this way after this environment was corroded by Rinura's skeletons. Shing! The zombie girl once again sliced with her sword at him. Seiji blocked this attack with his sword and was about to counterattack when he saw this zombie girl move using flash steps which caused her to instantly disappear from his vision. What? He felt a chill behind his back before he even had the time to be surprised. Thud, Seiji's mana barrier that he cast before the fight blocked this surprise attack for him. However, his opponent speedily wielded her sword and sliced through his barrier in just 2 or 3 slices. Seiji turned around and brandished his sword, which caused the zombie girl to back up. She sheathed her long sword back into the scabbard at her waist and made a pose that obviously seemed like she was preparing for another powerful attack. Was this the sword drawing technique? The sword drawing technique was incredibly famous in the realm of swordplay. Seiji instantly recognized it and sensed danger, so he hurriedly put some distance between them. Hell's transient dream sword. The zombie girl actually began to mutter in a low voice. Snow slice. The next instant, her figure vanished as she drew her sword and attacked. Seiji saw a clear white line. At this moment, he felt as if he was stuck in a land of ice and snow, with a sharp white light slicing through the snowflakes and approaching him, threatening to slice off his head. Fortunately, he still possessed. Bullet time. Clang. After his life-saving ability activated itself, Seiji was then able to clearly see his enemy's sword, which he was then able to block. However, the power behind her sword drawing technique was immense. Seiji was unable to block it completely. He could only mitigate the force the best he could while simultaneously backing up and dodging. Seiji then immediately cast Evolved Body Strengthening Technique on himself, transforming into his golden form. The zombie girl chased after him. Seiji blocked the quick succession of her sword attacks with his own sword and managed to land a kick on her shin. He took advantage of her momentary lapse of balance to slice at her neck. The zombie girl rolled on the floor using her momentum to dodge the slice which could have beheaded her. She backflipped and stood up again. Seiji didn't chase after her. Instead, he cast Evolved Mana Barrier on himself and activated his magic longsword's defense piercing mode, causing his longsword to glow silver. Once again, the zombie girl sheathed her sword and posed for another powerful attack. Both of them stood still for several seconds. Then, both instantly rushed at each other simultaneously. The battle was decided in just an instant. Seiji's Evolved Mana Barrier was shattered, and a sword slice injury appeared on his arm. A faint red mist started spewing from the zombie girl's waist as her upper body slowly slid off and smashed against the floor. Wonderful! She spoke again in the same low voice. Seiji turned around and spoke sincerely, "You were amazing as well." He had only one due to his magic spells. He knew that he wasn't even slightly close to being an opponent for her if he relied on sword techniques alone. The zombie girl chuckled upon hearing his praise. Then, she stopped moving or making any more sounds. Seiji took a good glance at her. Things will be quite difficult if all the monsters in this castle are on her level. I was only barely able to deal with her after using my evolved form and barrier. If I met a group of opponents just as strong as she was. Just thinking about it seemed like a bad situation to him. Aren't these characters far too powerful for a romantic comedy story? Meisher-san, just what type of story did you write? Matsutani appeared and asked him, "Hirano-kun, are you alright?" "I'm fine. I was just lightly injured." Seiji cast healing magic upon himself. "I shouldn't fight by myself. I need to rely on my companions as well," he thought to himself as he cancelled his golden form and went back to where the others were waiting for him outside the long corridor. "Everyone, I'd like to tell you about what just happened." Seiji explained the fight that just occurred to Miyabi and the others. If that zombie girl was one of the main female characters in Legend of the Sengoku Girls, then I figured that there's probably at most 5 or 6 more characters with her power level. But if she was only a side character, there might possibly even be a mob. Seiji sighed. "We need to prepare a plan for combat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 496, I transformed into a smartphone in another world. Chapter 496, I transformed into a smartphone in another world. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Everyone continued deeper into the castle. As expected, they met zombie girls again, 5 of them. Seiji gripped his magic longsword tightly and activated its defense-piercing mode, preparing for combat. He wasn't going to fight all 5 of the zombie girls alone. He would do this together with his companions. 3, 2, 1. Rip! Seiji and Matsutani simultaneously broke through the paper door and into the wide room. The pudgy middle-aged man tossed out 5 magic grenades that he earlier prepared. The zombie girls instantly reacted and blocked the grenades with their weapons. Boom boom boom, there was the sound of simultaneous explosions. 3 of the magic grenades had been successfully deflected, while 2 successfully exploded on the zombie girls. The 2 zombie girls that took the magic grenade attacks started glowing yellow, and their movements were temporarily sealed. Seiji speedily rushed towards one of them and sliced the zombie girl in half. Whoosh! The chill of steel thrust towards Seiji. It was the spearhead of a long spear. The zombie girl standing next to the sliced-in-half zombie girl was wielding a long spear. She immediately started attacking Seiji after successfully deflecting the magic grenade. Her attacks made her seem like a flowing dragon, and she aimed directly for Seiji's head. Thud! Her spear was blocked by Seiji's evolved mana barrier. The zombie girl withdrew her spear and began a new barrage of attacks. Seiji blocked the attacks with his sword and retreated. At the same time, the other 2 zombie girls that were still capable of movement started attacking Matsutani. Their weapons were dual swords and a naginata. Both zombie girls were extremely fast. The moment they rushed at him, Matsutani activated another spell that he had previously prepared. A large diamond-shaped spell formation instantly appeared on the ground. The dual sword-wielding and naginata-wielding zombie girls instantly stopped in their attacks and changed to rolling on the ground in an effort to dodge the spell. The next instant, a white demon materialized and transformed itself into a giant hammer that viciously pulverized both zombie girls into flattened pancakes. This scene was quite violent to behold. If living people were flattened like this instead of zombies, this definitely would have been a censored scene. Miyabi and Yuko used their magical crossbows to shoot at the other zombie girl who had her movements sealed. Although most of their attacks missed, they indeed successfully caused some damage. The magic grenade sealing effect faded and this zombie girl lifted her longbow and shot a swift arrow towards Miyabi and Yuko. Clang! A magical shield sent a blue shielding light around them and blocked the arrow. This shield wielder was Nomura. Nomura, who was still only a college student, had a rather pale face. However, his expression was resolute and he showed no signs of fear. The longbow-wielding zombie girl shot out several arrows in succession, but Nomura continued lifting his shield to block the arrows while he did his best to conquer the fear in his heart and solidly stand in front of his two female companions, Miyabi and Yuko. He didn't budge a step. Boom! One magical crossbolt fired by Miyabi managed to successfully hit the longbow-wielding zombie girl's head. She was now in a state of enhanced concentration, and the cat ears on her head were stiff and vertical. Her cat eyes shone with a fierce glint that helped her to clearly see her target. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, star. The second, third, and fourth shots landed. Miyabi was able to successfully land 4 consecutive crossbolts on the zombie girl's head. The longbow-wielding zombie girl collapsed on the ground. Immediately thereafter, Matsutani's demon hammer smashed down on the zombie girl. Yuchan also added in a final attack for its cat Wani-san. Asterisk crack. Star. Seiji forcefully withstood the spear-wielding zombie girl's attacks, losing his barrier in the process as he slew her. All 5 zombie girls had now perished. His entire team had won unscathed. Beautiful. Everyone did a great job, Seiji gave his sincere praise. The plan they'd come up with was more successful than they had anticipated when they finally put it to use. Nomura and everyone else smiled in delight at their first successful victory as a team. Ishihara-san was so amazing. Her accuracy suddenly went up by so much, Yuko praised Miyabi. It was just a coincidence. We should be thanking Nomura-san for protecting us, Miyabi said. I merely held up a shield and stood still, Nomura stated. The truly amazing ones are the 3 on the front lines. Yeah, Harano-kun was mega cool, and Matsutani-senpai and Yuchan were cool as well. Yuko paused for a moment. I feel like the most useless one here is me. That's right, Hashimoto-san, which is why you should work hard and serve everyone here as a maid. Matsutani acted all seriously about it. Right now, I'd like a massage. Pound, Seiji elbowed the pudgy middle-aged man in the stomach to have him shut up. You're going a bit overboard with the jokes. Please don't mind him, Hashimoto-san. Yuko blinked cutely at this. It's okay if he wants a massage from me. However, I'm not very skilled at giving massages, so it's quite possible I might accidentally use too much force and injure him. The author Yuko chuckled. Seiji and everyone else were all temporarily rendered speechless. Cough, or, let's stop joking around and continue progressing. Seiji changed the topic. We did a great job just now. But, that doesn't mean that all the upcoming battles will be so easy. Let's all remain on guard. Although those 5 zombie girls were powerful as well, they weren't on the level of the zombie girl that Seiji previously faced by himself. Nor did they have a cape and helmet like she did. Seiji figured that the first one must have been one of the main characters, so there shouldn't be many zombie girls on her level. That helped to reassure him, but he knew that he still needed to remain vigilant. Ima Yoshida's story, I Transformed into a Smartphone in Another World, was a story about how an otaku mysteriously transformed into a smartphone and arrived in another world, just like the title stated. A beautiful teenaged female domain lord who was in dire straits happened to pick him up. This otaku then supported her as her smartphone in expanding her domain and managed to enjoy many gentlemanly benefits. The judge's overall review of this story was that there are many problems, but it's still overall a fun read. With some careful polishing, it has potential to become quite popular. Natsuya Yorihana knew absolutely nothing about the novels that had won Thunderbolt Literature's Newcomer Author Awards. She knew that Seiji was currently participating in Thunderbolt Literature's Newcomer Author Awards ceremony tonight. She finally had some free time and was reading online about the light novels that won the awards when she received a call from Shika Kagura requesting her assistance. Natsuya, Hitaka, and Rana immediately went over to the hotel's banquet hall that Shika sent them the address of. However, right when they met up with Shika and began trying to cast a spell to save Seiji, a black mist enveloped them. Natsuya then discovered that she was now trapped within a soul realm that had a fantasy world style to it. No, she should say that it seemed like a soul realm, but she was unsure what it really was. This is a mystical realm where cluster amaryllis flowers are growing everywhere. This is the place where the awakened enter when they awaken to their powers. Perhaps someone at the award ceremony awakened, which got Seiji and everyone else at the award ceremony involved, and now we were dragged into this place as well. Hitaka, Rana, stay on guard. I'm going to cast a spell to investigate this place. While Natsuya was in the process of casting her spell, numerous skeletons suddenly appeared and attacked. Don't you dare to touch milady. Meow. The red-haired spirit-branded retainer and the catgirl spirit-branded retainer fought against the skeletons together. They shattered all the skeletons in less than 1 minute. Shika simply watched them silently. There was no need for her to even unsheath her demon blade Muramasa. When Natsuya finished casting her spell, she glanced over at the Domain Lord's castle in the distance. Some existence within that castle is interfering with my spell, so I'm currently unable to contact Seiji. We need to get rid of whatever's causing the interference first. The 4 girls immediately set out after confirming their target. A large amount of skeletons appeared from all directions and began attacking them. However, the 4 girls were just like the main characters of a Dynasty Warriors video game. No matter how many low-level mobs attacked them, they were all destroyed instantly. A gray-clothed individual silently stood on the roof of the Domain Lord's castle and observed the 4 beautiful girls slicing through the skeletons. It's time for me to leave. Still, even though this experiment wasn't a particularly important one, it still makes me displeased to be interrupted like this. Before I leave, why don't I make things a bit more difficult for them? The gray-clothed individual had such thoughts as they walked off and disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Moon Bunny Eatery, the restaurant owner who was currently chopping some vegetables in the kitchen suddenly stopped in his movements. He turned around to look at something. His eyes were also flashing with a sharp glint. The next second, a long sword pierced through his chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Leave your cute younger sister to me. Chapter 497, Leave your cute younger sister to me. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After experiencing many battles, Seiji and his companions were still completely unscathed. Apart from their combat tactics, careful way of fighting, and luck, there was one other factor: Miyabi Ishihara had indeed become much stronger. Her skill with the magic crossbow, her aiming had become incredibly accurate at an unbelievable rate. By the 4th battle, she managed to accurately shoot down a zombie girl that was moving at high speed. By the 7th battle, she was able to make a headshot with every single bolt fired. By the 9th battle, she even became capable of wielding a magic crossbow in each hand, scoring 2 headshots at once. Nomura did his best and created some magical bolt quivers so that Miyabi could have a continuous supply of bolts for her magical crossbows. This helped to improve Miyabi's overall sustained damage and suppression, helping to make this speedily improving magic archer even more powerful than before. Miyabi even successfully headshot many zombie girls that were charging at high speed. With such a powerful archer supporting them from the rear, Seiji, who was fighting as the vanguard on the front lines, felt that the battles had gotten noticeably easier. To use a game comparison, it was as if the DPS in the back had gotten a wonderful boost. He could now focus more on tanking and protecting everyone. As for why Miyabi suddenly became this powerful, she herself didn't know. She could only tell everyone that when she was firing the bolts that she was able to keep up an excellent state of concentration that somehow managed to help her accomplish such a feat. Everyone could only interpret it as part of the author's power of creation in this realm. However, Seiji personally believed that this was Miyabi Ishihara's true potential. This seemingly ordinary student librarian had been able to summon Yuchan unknowingly even before this incident that reunited them. He considered Miyabi Ishihara to be an awakened, one of the neo-humans. Seiji's team entered deep into the castle. When they reached a place that was filled with blooming cluster amaryllis flowers, they managed to scout out a huge number of enemies waiting for them. I detected more than 10 zombie girls, including 3 that are wearing helmets. Matsutani had a very serious expression as he informed everyone. The helmet-wearing zombie girls were the main characters. They only met one other zombie girl with a helmet on their way here. With everyone's help, Seiji sprung an ambush and managed to surprise and slay it before it had been able to fight at its full power. However, just Matsutani's scouting alone revealed 3 main character-level zombie girls waiting for them. It was also possible that there were more that Matsutani was unable to detect, and even if there were only 3, that would still be a tough enemy to deal with. Everyone fell silent and glanced in Seiji's direction. With so many strong enemies waiting for them, Seiji decided upon using a common game tactic, to attract the attention and aggro of only one or a few enemies at a time. Of course, Seiji himself would undertake the most dangerous job here, the person designated as the one who would attract the enemy's attention. Seiji smiled to reassure everyone who faced him with worried expressions. I think that we'll probably be able to find Meisher-san after winning this battle that seems like a final battle. Well, since I feel that anything I say might accidentally raise a flag of some sort, I'll avoid saying anything at all. Everyone, let's do this. Not saying anything at all might be even worse than raising flags. Why don't you just say something? Matsutani acted all serious. For example, that you're leaving your cute younger sister to me. I'll make sure to take good care of her. Seiji's smile instantly became much darker. His expression didn't noticeably change. However, everyone felt a sudden chill. Matsutani-senpai, I realize that you intentionally said this for me to retort to. However, pound, Seiji delivered his iron fist of justice to the top of the pudgy middle-aged man's head. I won't respond only with a verbal retort for anything that goes too overboard. Please understand. I apologize, Ribbit. Matsutani collapsed on the ground and stuck out all his limbs in midair, seeming like an upside-down frog. Miyabi and everyone else were all rendered speechless by the scene. But right as everyone was still in a speechless state, Matsutani suddenly jumped back up to his feet and looked to the side. Be careful. A sharp arrow had already arrived before Matsutani even finished speaking. Bullet time, activate. Thanks to bullet time, Seiji saw an arrow approaching his face. He hurried, ducked, and dodged this arrow. Shtick, the arrow landed in the wall and lodged deeply with an incredible amount of force. Everyone looked in the direction the arrow came from to see a zombie girl who was wearing a black feathered helmet and holding a longbow. This zombie girl retreated into the shadows in a black mist, and completely disappeared. This zombie girl must be a main character type. She's a powerful archer that has the ability to go invisible. Seiji sensed danger. We've already been discovered. Hurry and retreat. He instantly commanded his small team. Seiji's team immediately assembled into their retreating formation. Seiji was the last to retreat and acted as the rear guard to cover everyone else's retreat. Before long, more sharp arrows arrived for them. This time, there were 3 arrows that shot towards Miyabi, Yuko, and Yuchan. Nomura. Seiji blocked the arrow that shot towards Yuko. Upon hearing Seiji's reminder, Nomura activated his magical shield's barrier and successfully blocked the arrow aimed at Miyabi. Yuchan summoned a demon to use as fodder to block the arrow. The demon which received the arrow was heavily injured and greatly weakened. Miyabi counterattacked with her magical crossbow. However, she missed as the longbow-wielding zombie girl once again went invisible. They also saw numerous zombie girls arriving and chasing after them. Increase our speed. Everyone began running at top speed. However, the zombie girls chasing after them were even faster than they were. The distance between them was gradually shortening. More sharp arrows arrived. This time, all 3 arrows were fired directly at Seiji. Not only that, Seiji also saw a zombie girl who had ring accessories on her helmet rushing towards him while wielding dual swords. Right after Seiji managed to dodge and block the 3 arrows, the ring's helmet zombie girl arrived right in front of him. Heaven-sealing dual sword technique, the 10th seal, the zombie girl muttered her attack's name in a low voice as 2 intersecting blades slashed towards Seiji. Seiji was already prepared for this as he jumped backwards and cast a spell while dodging the attack, Ice Prison. The zombie girl's body instantly froze in her movements. Seiji then stepped forth again and counterattacked, easily slicing the frozen zombie girl in half at the waist. You have to be resolved to be sliced up yourself if you dare to come attack me by alone. The dual sword-wielding zombie girl collapsed on the ground and perished. Seiji continued retreating. The rainstorm of arrows continued, threatening every member of Seiji's team. Matsutani-senpai, support Ishihara-senpai and deal with that archer zombie girl. Seiji gave his command in a low voice when they almost reached the location where they would counterattack. Seiji had prepared beforehand for a situation in which they would be chased by enemies too numerous or powerful to handle. Matsutani had set a fixed location magical trap at a certain location. Once they arrived there, they would be able to counterattack. That invisible archer was far too large of a threat. They had to deal with her during this counterattacking opportunity. Everyone soon reached the location where Matsutani's trap was placed. The zombie girls chasing them entered the effective area of the trap. The hidden magical trap activated. It cast a strong slowing spell on the zombie girls. Seiji, who was already in his golden form with evolved mana barrier, cast on himself, took this chance to suddenly attack the zombie girls. He took out 1 zombie girl with each swing of his sword and began a slaughter. Miyabi prepared both her magical crossbows and Matsutani prepared a spell. Both of them were waiting for the invisible archer zombie girl to show her face. They would immediately attack her once she popped up. Shadow archery technique, May Rain, a low voice uttered the attack's name. A large wave of arrows followed right after. It was incredibly difficult to comprehend how so many arrows were fired from a single bow. Not to mention, each arrow was still aimed so accurately at her targets, that Nomura defended against the arrow storm with his shield, Yuchan summoned numerous demons as cannon fodder, and Seiji focused fully on defense. Miyabi and Matsutani were simultaneously able to locate the archer zombie girl in the midst of the arrow storm. Over there! Matsutani cast his spell as Miyabi shot her crossbow bolts. Boom 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 boom. Matsutani's spell sealed the archer zombie girl's movements. Miyabi's crossbolts successfully landed as direct headshots, exploding the archer zombie girl's face and knocking away her helmet. The archer zombie girl finally collapsed. Nomura successfully blocked all the arrows aimed at Miyabi and Matsutani. All 3 were uninjured. However, Yuko screamed out in pain. 1 arrow just happened to make it through in between Nomura's shielding barrier and Yuchan's demons, piercing through Yuko. Yuko was now bleeding bright red blood that dripped on the ground. It hurt so much. The author looked at her own blood as her consciousness became hazy due to the extreme pain. Am I going to die? She collapsed there on the spot. Hashimoto-san. Miyabi clutched Yuko tightly. Nomura was shocked by this scene and his face turned incredibly pale. Matsutani went over to inspect her condition. Yuchan and Seiji were still in the midst of battling. Get her out of here. Seiji shouted when he saw that Yuko was injured. "Matsutani-senpai, hurry and take her somewhere safer in the back to give her medical treatment. Nomura-san and Ishihara-senpai, go together with them as well and try thinking of anything that you can create with your author powers in this world that will cure Hashimoto-san. Yu-chan and I will stop the remaining zombie girls here. We'll meet up with you later, hurry and get out of here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 498, Demon Fox? Chapter 498, Demon Fox? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It was possible to receive actual damage to their physical bodies in this dreamlike realm that wasn't a dream. Miyabi hadn't concretely understood what Seigo Harano meant earlier with those words. She finally truly understood what this meant for the first time when she saw Yuko Hashimoto being seriously injured. This place was like a dream world, but it wasn't a dream. People could get injured, could feel pain, and could possibly even die. Miyabi couldn't help but turn and take a final look as they left the area of battle. She saw that Seigo Harano and the ghost child Yu-chan were still resolutely battling against the remaining zombie girls. "I hope that they'll be alright." She prayed so in her heart before retracting her gaze and following after Matsutani, who was carrying Yuko. They speedily left this area. After putting some distance between them and the battle, Matsutani put Yuko down on the ground and pulled out the sharp arrow lodged within her body. He used a spell to stop the bleeding. "Try using your powers to do something for her," he told Nomura and Miyabi. Nomura tried imagining and creating some magic healing medicine, but failed. Miyabi took a good glance at Yuko's face, which was now a ghastly pale white. Miyabi then slowly shut her eyes. She concentrated, then concentrated some more, to feel her own powers. Earlier, when Miyabi was asked how she became more powerful, she had actually lied. She didn't accomplish it unknowingly as she told everyone. Instead, she was able to feel a power within her as she concentrated. As long as she continued to sense and accept this power, she could become even stronger. She had such a feeling within her. However, Miyabi had been against becoming stronger. She felt that she would no longer be just an ordinary girl. She was someone who didn't want to become out of the ordinary. She only wanted to be an ordinary girl and have a peaceful life. Yet, she finally truly realized that this way of thinking was too selfish of her. If she wanted to safely return home, she would have to show a sufficient amount of strength first. This was no mystical and fun adventure, this was a real battle for survival. "I'm sorry, Hashimoto-san. I'm sorry, everyone. I won't avoid facing myself anymore, but..." Miyabi was apologetic and resolute as she fully concentrated on accepting the full potential within herself. Matsutani and Nomura saw the cat-eared girl begin to glow white. Her skin became incredibly white, and red spiral-shaped seals appeared on her forehead. Her lips and fingernails became brilliantly red, while her cat ears became white instead of black, as well as longer and pointier. Miyabi's black cat tail also lengthened, then became white and much furrier. Her entire person now gave off a strong demonic aura. "This is a demon fox?" Matsutani muttered to himself. After the white glow faded and the transformation stopped, Miyabi opened her eyes, which were now glowing red. She then reached out and gently placed her palm on Yuko's wound. A white glow enveloped her palm. MRGH. Yuko began moaning. Moments later, Miyabi retracted her hand. Yuko's injury had completely vanished. It's healed." Nomura was astonished. The author Yuko slowly opened her eyes. What happened? Hashimoto-san, do you still feel pain anywhere?" Miyabi asked her. "I don't." "Ishihara-san?" Yuko blinked several times rapidly in surprise at Miyabi's new appearance. "What happened to you? You changed in appearance again?" Miyabi smiled in response. Her smile was so alluringly beautiful that even the author Yuko, who is also female, lost herself for a moment. She changed from a cat girl into a fox girl. Does this count as some kind of evolution? Matsutani was watching this scene. I think that it's more like a second transformation, Nomura added with his opinion. No matter what, it was a good thing that their companion became stronger. Yuko was truly grateful after she learned that Miyabi transformed herself and saved her. Where are Hirano-san and Yu-chan? Yuko then noticed that there were 2 members of their team not present. They're still fighting where we were. We need to quickly go back and join them again, Miyabi told her. Hashimoto-san, are you still able to face the idea of fighting? Yuko paused for a moment. I'm scared, but it's fine. Let's hurry and return. Her hand was trembling at the prospect, but her expression was resolute. Nomura-san, please focus mostly on protecting Hashimoto-san, Miyabi told him. Nomura nodded and accepted. Then, without saying anything else, everyone immediately returned to where Seiji and Yu-chan were currently battling. Clang, Seiji received another direct attack that destroyed yet another one of his mana barriers. He forced himself to receive this attack in order to slay his opponent. Seiji then immediately retreated in order to dodge the other zombie girls' attacks. There were only a few zombie girls remaining. I'll take care of these mobs and then retreat and meet up with everyone else. Just as he was thinking so, a new group of zombie girls appeared. 3 of the zombie girls in the new group were wearing helmets. The 2 walking in front were both wielding sickles with a ball and chain attached at the end. These were unique weapons called Kusarigamas 1. The helmeted zombie girl in the back was not only wearing a helmet, she even wore a majestic armor. Her weapon was a huge horse-slaying sword. No, the proper term was odachi too. Seiji instantly had an ominous premonition when he saw these 3 zombie girls. The next moment, the chained balls on both Kusarigamas came flying at him. Seiji blocked one Kusarigama with his longsword. However, he failed to dodge the second, which struck him in the shoulder. It hurt, but he was able to bear the pain. The other zombie girls took this opportunity to rush him as well. Seiji could only retreat. The odachi-wielding armored zombie girl speedily rushed towards Yu-chan, who was still locked in combat with other zombie girls. Yu-chan, Seiji wanted to warn the ghost child, but the 2 Kusarigama-wielding zombie girls started attacking him again. This time, they sent their sickle halves of the Kusarigamas flying at him. Seiji speedily swung his sword and forcefully knocked away the 2 sickles, blocking the attack successfully. Dodge! He finally finished the warning that he had tried to say before. However, he was too late. Shing, one sweep of the odachi seemed just like a brilliantly shining crescent moon. The demon protecting Yu-chan was sliced in half. Whoa! So scary! The ghost child rolled on the floor and barely managed to dodge this attack. It then used its hands and feet to speedily scamper away. The odachi-wielding zombie girl chased after Yu-chan. Seiji wanted to go and help out the ghost child, but he himself was currently under attack by numerous zombie girls as well. Just as the odachi-wielding zombie girl reached the ghost child again, a crossbow bolt landed on the masked part of her helmet. Miyabi had arrived. She ran over towards them while shooting at high speed with one magical crossbow in each hand. The odachi-wielding girl used her tremendous sword to block the bolts. She gave up on chasing Yu-chan and instead turned to rush at the person shooting at her. Matsutani, who was running right behind Miyabi, cast a sealing magic that successfully hit and stopped the odachi-wielding zombie girl's movements. However, the odachi-wielding zombie girl roared and instantly dispelled the sealing spell on herself. Not only that, her armor began glowing red, automatically blocking all the magical crossbow bolts. This zombie girl had a personal barrier magic. Hurry and dodge! Matsutani shouted to Miyabi when he saw that the odachi-wielding zombie girl had a personal barrier magic and was approaching them at high speed. However, Miyabi didn't dodge or run away. Instead, she ran up to the odachi-wielding zombie girl. Shing! There was another crescent moon that appeared with one swing of the odachi's blade. The fox-eared girl was sliced in two. No, that was only her afterimage. Miyabi flashed right next to the odachi-wielding zombie girl and performed a whirlwind kick that viciously landed a direct blow right on the odachi-wielding zombie girl's head. The beautiful fox girl jumped in midair, causing her white hair and white tail to flow in the wind. It was quite a beautiful scene which was etched itself deeply into Matsutani's, as well as the slightly farther away Nomura and Yuko's, minds. Boom! The armored zombie girl collapsed on the ground with a deafening noise. The next moment, she backflipped and jumped back onto her feet again. She swept upwards with her odachi at an incredibly high speed. However, once again, she sliced through nothing but an afterimage. Miyabi had ducked and used a low horizontal kick that once again knocked the armored zombie girl onto the ground. The odachi-wielding zombie girl got back up again and used an upward slash followed by a diagonal slash. She still only hit afterimages. The fox-eared girl kicked the zombie girl into the ground for the third time in a row. It was clear that she had the solid advantage in melee combat even against such a powerful opponent. Wow, Cat Wani-san is amazing, the ghost child Yu-chan shouted out joyously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Amazing. Chapter 499, Amazing. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Everyone apart from Seiji was astonished by Miyabi's combat strength. After all, he didn't have the free time to spare even a single look in her direction. He was currently locked in fierce combat with the two Kuzurigama-wielding zombie girls as well as numerous weaker zombie girls. Matsutani entered the battle as well after he recovered from his astonishment, wielding a magic sword. Yu-chan also summoned new demons to continue fighting. At this time, many zombie girls arrived to support the odachi-wielding zombie girl. This battle instantly became chaotic. Matsutani activated the defense-piercing mode of his magic sword and took an opportunity to attack with full force. He broke through the odachi girl's protective red barrier and cut off her arm. Miyabi grabbed the odachi that fell on the ground. Her hands glowed white, with the light enveloping the odachi. The weapon turned white as well as if it had been cleansed. The armored girl angrily roared, gathering the red light on her body to her missing arm and forming it into the shape of an arm. Right after that, some black mist appeared and formed a black ethereal odachi. Heaven's Heart Odachi Ultimate Technique, Thunder's Descent. The armored girl jumped up with her odachi and began whirlwinding the large odachi in wide circles. She sliced towards the fox-eared Miyabi with immense might. Whoosh, she sliced through only an afterimage yet again. The odachi slammed into the ground with a deafening boom. It truly sounded like a thunderbolt. An explosive blast of wind shot out odachi's impact area. Matsutani was forced 2 steps backward by the powerful gust of wind. Yu-chan, who was in the midst of battling some zombie girls, was almost blown over by the gust of wind. However, Miyabi was completely unaffected. She stepped forward while wielding the white odachi and swung down in a flash. The armored zombie girl's movements completely stopped. The next second, her armor and body fell apart in 2 clean pieces. She collapsed on the ground. Before Matsutani and the others even had time to be astonished, Miyabi lifted up the odachi again and continued her flash steps and odachi swings. The next moment, 3 zombie girls collapsed on the ground, sliced in half. 2 of them even had their weapons sliced up together with them. Ishihara-san. Nomura widened his eyes in surprise at the sight. Amazing. Yuko widened her eyes as well. The ghost child Yu-chan was impressed and whistled. Miyabi's mouth arced upward slightly upon hearing Yu-chan's whistle. She lifted up the odachi once again. If only someone could currently take a picture of her current appearance, she would definitely become an instant hit on the internet. Meanwhile, Seiji used evolved telekinesis to lock down one Kusarigama-wielding zombie girl's movements. He used this opportunity to quickly slay the other one. He was then about to retreat to avoid the remaining zombie girls' group attacks against him. That was when he saw the white-haired fox girl rushing over, slaying 4 zombie girls in one fell sweep. This scene gave him a large impact as well. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. Miyabi smiled at him as her eyes glowed. Shing. The other Kusarigama-wielding zombie girl broke through Seiji's golden telekinetic hand. She swung her weapon sickle half at Seiji yet again. Seiji managed to regain his senses in time to block this blow. Miyabi jumped into the air and brought the Odachi down with a tremendous slash that started from her head. This slash cut the other Kusarigama-wielding zombie girl cleanly in 2 straight from the head to the feet. Amazing! Seiji reflexively praised her. Then, the golden boy and the white fox girl fought together as allies. It was as if a tornado had started brewing in the enemy's ranks. The zombie girls were all speedily sliced up. Matsutani and the others all felt as if they were watching an action movie or anime scene. The scene was brilliant and wonderful. Not long after, one of Yuchan's demons used a spiritual hammer to flatten the final remaining zombie girl. The battle finally came to a conclusion. Harano-san, are you alright? Miyabi was concerned about his condition. I'm alright, thanks to your assistance, senpai, Seiji responded with a smile. He finally had the time to take a closer look at Miyabi's transformation. You transformed from a cat into a fox. That's quite cute as well. No, I should say that you're even more beautiful now. It's fine either way. Miyabi averted her gaze. I'm merely using whatever power I'm capable of. Something like physical appearance isn't important. Although that's true, beauty is still beauty. I truly believe that Ishihara-san is quite beautiful. Seiji smiled. Can we stop talking about this topic? Let's hurry and go look for Meisher-san. Miyabi forced herself to withstand her embarrassment as she forcefully ended this topic of conversation and began walking. Their team continued onwards without meeting any more zombies or other enemy monsters. After they performed a detailed search of the castle, they found a girl lying in a patch of cluster amaryllis flowers in one of the castle rooms. She was wearing the Sengoku girl's middle school uniform. She had long brown hair, bangs held in a hair clip, a nice face, a rather flat chest, and black lace stockings. Seiji revealed a rather subtle expression upon seeing this rather cute girl. He checked her condition and then tried to wake her up. The girl slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze stopped on Seiji. Harano-san. Even her voice was cute as well. Seiji's expression became even more subtle when he heard this voice. Could you be Meisher-san? That's me. The girl nodded and admitted it. Shousai Meisher had transformed into a trap. Apart from Miyabi and Yuchan, everyone else revealed a subtle expression upon learning that Meisher had undergone such a transformation. Meisher smiled wryly as he explained what happened to him. Just like Nomura and the other authors, he mysteriously found himself in the setting of his own story. He had now become the main character of his own light novel, with his main character's identity of a trap. He met various characters from his story and experienced some storyline events as well. In the midst of his confusion at what was going on, black mist and cluster amaryllis flowers started appearing. The beautiful schoolgirls in his story all became zombies, and then he lost consciousness and knew nothing more about anything else that happened. Meisher really wanted to know what was going on. Seiji started explaining the situation to him. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly spoke in his mind. Seiji, can you hear me? This voice belonged to Natsuya. I can hear you, he immediately responded. Seiji indicated with a hand gesture to Matsutani and the others to wait a moment for him as he walked off a few steps away. I've finally gotten into contact with you. Are you all right? Natsuya asked concernedly. I'm fine. I'm currently acting together with the others that have gotten involved in this incident, Seiji answered. What's currently going on in the real world? When we arrived, the entire banquet hall was filled with a mysterious black mist. Before we were able to even do anything, the black mist suddenly expanded and dragged us inside as well, Natsuya told him. What? Seiji was quite surprised to hear this. The student council president had gotten dragged into this realm as well. Not only that, she just said so? You and Shoho-san were both dragged into this realm? Not only Hitaka, Rana and Kagura-san are also with me as well. Seiji's expression froze over upon hearing this. Even Kirin-san and Shika-chan. We're currently fine. We're located in some sort of castle, Natsuya continued. It's a castle that one would find in a fantasy-style anime. A fantasy-style castle? Seiji immediately figured out that this was likely the setting of Ima Yoshida's story, I transformed into a smartphone in another world. Were you attacked? Yeah. Natsuya gave a summary of what happened to her and the other girls with her. They broke through a sea of skeletons and entered the castle. After easily defeating all the monsters in their way, they finally met with a gigantic bone dragon. This bone dragon was the existence that was interfering with Natsuya's communication spell. It was far more powerful than all the cannon fodder monsters added together. It took an incredible effort for the four girls to finally defeat the bone dragon. After that, Natsuya was finally able to communicate successfully with Seiji after making many attempts. Seiji was delighted to hear that Natsuya and the other girls were all uninjured. The next step was for all of them to meet up. But before that, you and the others should try to look in the castle for a middle-aged man named Ima Yoshida. It's highly likely that he's in an unusual form, though. He's most likely turned into a smartphone, or maybe something else entirely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, This is the only request I want fulfilled in my entire life. Chapter 500, This is the only request I want fulfilled in my entire life. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. After finishing his mental conversation with Natsuya, Seiji returned to his team. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news, he started out with a classical line. The good news is that my adopted younger sister and my friends have come to save me. The bad news is that they all got trapped in this realm as well. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Please allow me to get acquainted with your cute adopted younger sister. Matsutani acted all serious. This is the only request I want fulfilled in my entire life, Hirano-kun. With you saying that, I'd rather do the opposite, Matsutani-senpai. Seiji gave the pudgy middle-aged man a sidelong glance. They're currently inside Yoshida-san's story setting. I already asked them to help locate Yoshida-san. What we're going to do now is go and meet up with them. It was good that someone had come to save them. However, the fact that the one saving them had gotten trapped as well made the situation rather awkward. Shousai Meisher indicated that he would like to finish listening to Seiji's explanation of what was going on after several seconds of silence. I'll explain things to you as we walk, Meisher-san. Hirano-san, your adopted younger sister is a spiritual ability user as well? Nomura asked Seiji a question after they all exited the girls' middle school. Yeah. Seiji nodded. You mentioned before that it's inconvenient for her to appear in public due to certain reasons? What exactly is that about? Nomura indicated his curiosity. Of course, if it's something you can't talk about, forget I asked. Seiji saw that everyone else was now looking at him as well. Due to a reason regarding her spiritual ability, it's not convenient for her to talk or come into contact with others, Seiji explained. That's also why she has a rather cold personality towards others. I hope that you all won't mind when you meet her. Could it be that she bears some type of curse? Nomura hazarded a guess. You can understand it that way. Seiji nodded. At first, all the authors had been under the impression that Seigo Hirano's adopted younger sister was a weak and sickly girl, which was why it was inconvenient for her to go out. However, the image they had suddenly changed into a girl bearing a curse. I'm even more curious about your adopted younger sister now, Hirano-kun. Matsutani continued acting all serious. I have a premonition already. My first time meeting her will surely become an excellent memory. I have a premonition already that Senpai's first meeting with her will become a terrible memory. Please allow her to become a new character in my light novel, Adopted Older Brother Sama. I refuse. Also, don't address me in such a fashion. Seiji retorted. I shall do my very best to eloquently describe her cuteness and sexiness, oh adopted younger brother of mine. I forbid it. Don't just pretend to be my older brother. I shall do my absolute best to make her into the most popular younger sister of all in my Can't Sleep with Younger Sisters series. She shall become the dream lover, fantasy lover, for all my readers. I'll never allow it. I'll kill you if you dare do such a thing, but... Nomura and the others were all rendered speechless. Hirano-san and Matsutani-senpai only got acquainted with each other recently, but they're already squabbling like a pair of old friends, Yuko commented. I think that Matsutani-senpai's words have too many parts people would want to retort to. And as for Hirano-san, he seems like a siscon, Nomura added. I'm getting curious about Hirano-san's adopted younger sister as well. I'm looking forward to see what type of girl she is, Meisher mentioned. Miyabi listened in to their conversation without commenting. However, she was actually quite curious as well. This younger sister of Seigo Hirano's had no relation to him by blood. Just what kind of sister was she to make him into such a siscon? Shika Kagura was waiting quietly. Although she was merely standing, anyone could tell at a glance that she was currently waiting for someone. Not to mention, that someone was incredibly important to her, she was simply giving off such an aura around her. Even Natsuya had to suppress the urge to take out her cell phone and snap a picture of the pure and beautiful girl. The matter between Shika Kagura and Seiji Haruta, or perhaps it would be better termed as connection, was something that Natsuya knew about. Perhaps Natsuya understood the relationship between Shika and Seiji better than anyone else, since Natsuya knew about Shika's Reaper's curse. Precisely because Natsuya knew about Shika, Natsuya was unable to understand what exactly she felt towards Shika. Natsuya was confused about how she should view her. She wanted to say something to Shika but didn't know what to say. Thus, Natsuya ended up merely observing Shika silently. Why are you always looking at me? To Natsuya's surprise, Shika was the first to speak up. Nothing much. Natsuya retracted her gaze. I apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable. Shika looked at Natsuya. Is it because I'm incredibly beautiful? Natsuya was rendered speechless. She felt it was rather subtle how Shika made such a statement in such a light tone. Normally, such a phrase would only be said by a total narcissist. However, when Shika made such a statement, it contained no hints of narcissism whatsoever. Shika was simply calmly stating the pure truth. That's right. You're so beautiful that people can't help but look at you. Natsuya went along with the reason that Shika provided. Many people are like that. They only look at me because of my physical appearance, Shika stated. In the past, I used to think that this was something meaningless. Used to? Yes, I no longer feel this way because of Brother Seiji. The way she called him Brother Seiji contained an easily noticeable gentleness and softness. Natsuya felt indescribable emotions upon hearing this. Why's that? Natsuya asked reflexively. Shika fell silent for a moment. I don't know how to say it, it's just that after he entered my life, I started feeling like there was meaning to my beauty. Once again, Natsuya was rendered speechless. She really regretted asking Shika why. The indescribable emotions within her increased in magnitude. She even felt a slight sense of frustration. What do you think, Yorahana-san? You're quite beautiful as well. Shika took a good glance at Natsuya's face. People must often turn to look at you as well. What do you feel about this? I don't have any particular feelings about it. Natsuya paused for a moment. But I don't quite feel that it's meaningless either. What's the meaning to it, then? It's a good thing for one to be beautiful and appreciated by others, that's what I believe. Shika blinked upon hearing this. Then, will you have different feelings if Brother Seiji looks at you compared to when others look at you? Natsuya's heart instantly started beating at a repeater pace. I will feel a little different. Just a little. Natsuya found this question difficult to answer and averted her gaze. Why are you asking about this? She countered with a question of her own. Something flashed in Shika's eyes as she looked directly at the Yorahana family daughter. Because I want to know. This sentence sounded quite simple, but also not so simple. Just what exactly do you want to know? Natsuya wanted to ask this out loud, but found herself unable to do so. The two beautiful girls silently looked at each other as the atmosphere around them turned strange. Hitaka Shuho, who was watching them, didn't understand what exactly happened. However, she was able to sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Rana Kirin, who was also watching them, didn't understand what happened either. She merely stretched lazily and shook her cat ears while making a mewling sound. The cell phone in the catgirl's hands, Ima Yoshida, also witnessed this scene. He reflexively controlled the camera in his body that was now a smartphone to take a picture of this scene. As expected of someone as handsome as Seigo Harano. He has such beautiful female friends around him. The middle-aged man couldn't help but inwardly sigh. That was when he suddenly realized, was what he'd just witnessed a legendary scene known as a charaba? Should I delete this picture, or show it to Harano-san? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6. Chapter 501, This World is Truly Unfair. Chapter 501, This World is Truly Unfair. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji guided his companions through the darkness with the seal on his right hand. They eventually arrived at their destination. Just like after they cleared out the Sengoku Girls' Middle School, no more skeletons, zombies, nor anything else attacked them as they walked directly to the Domain Lord's castle, and that I transformed into a smartphone in another world setting. That was where Matsutani and the others saw several unimaginably beautiful girls. Natsuya Yorahana? Miyabi recognized her as they were all from the same school. Also Hitaka Shuho as well? Also, that's... While Miyabi was busy being astounded, these girls walked up to Seiji and his companions. One of these girls walked up to him and hugged him. Seiji also hugged Shika and gently patted her head. The scene fell silent for a moment. This must be your adopted younger sister, Harano-kun. Please introduce her to me. Matsutani spoke up first. Also, please introduce these others to me as well. They'll make for excellent light novel characters. Nobody knew quite how they were supposed to respond to Matsutani's statement. However, Nomura and all the other light novel authors silently agreed with Matsutani's last statement. A heroic-seeming red-haired girl, a cute heterochromia cat girl, a beautiful girl with sleek long black hair. All these beautiful girls seemed to be quite different, and would make for amazing character templates. They never expected that apart from Seigo Harano's adopted younger sister, all the other people coming to save him would also be incredibly beautiful girls. Although they were surprised, they all felt like they understood it was all because Seigo Harano himself was incredibly handsome. Those that were incredibly handsome were on a different level of existence from ordinary people. Kosher Nomura and Shaosai Meisher deeply understood this as they were ordinary males. These sisters are all so beautiful. However, the most beautiful one is still my Katwani-san, Yuchan spoke up. No, I can't compare at all, Miyabi thought to herself. Not even mentioning Genhana High School's student council president, Natsuya Yorihana, even the student council vice president Hitaka Shuho was someone who far surpassed most other girls in physical appearance. Also, Miyabi recognized that cat girl next to them as matching the description of the legendary mysterious middle school student from their combined middle and high school. The cat girl had a cute beauty to her that definitely did the rumors justice. The girl tightly hugging Seigo Harano was obviously his adopted younger sister. Miyabi felt that this girl appeared familiar to her as well. Allow me to introduce everyone. Seiji let go of Shika and did some simple introductions for everyone present. When Miyabi got a closer look at Shika Kagura's appearance after the latter stopped hugging Seigo Harano, Miyabi finally recalled that she had indeed seen this girl before in the school library. Shika's incredible beauty and cold aura around her had given Miyabi a deep impression. Kagura-san, please become a character model for my story. I would like to write a new character in Can't Sleep with My Younger Sister based on you. Matsutani energetically spoke up right after Seiji introduced him. Shika looked towards Seiji for an explanation. Seiji had an expression of "you can just ignore this person." I refuse, Shika stated those two words calmly before hiding behind her adopted older brother's back. Please reconsider. I heard from Hirano-kun that you're also a fan of my light novel, I Can't Sleep When I'm Sleeping with My Younger Sister. In order to make my story even better, I sincerely request as the author that you contribute your precious part to improve my story. There was a sharp glint in Matsutani's eyes. And the truth in your heart? Seiji looked at him. I want to use the excuse of character modeling to make this incredibly cute model make all sorts of various poses, hee. Pound, another iron fist of justice smashed upon the pudgy middle-aged man's head. I've already warned you about this, senpai. Ribbit. Everyone was rendered speechless to see Matsutani once again with his back on the ground, imitating a frog. After Seiji finished introducing both sides to each other, he asked Natsuya if they found the author Ima Yoshida. Natsuya indicated towards a blue cell phone that Rana held out. I'm Ima Yoshida. The cell phone started talking. Yoshida really did become a cell phone. Nomura and the others had rather subtle expressions upon learning this fact. Please remain calm, Yoshida-san. You should be able to return to your real body after we go back to reality. Seiji took the cell phone and told this to Yoshida. I shall do so, Hirano-san. Yoshida sighed. There's no use even if I don't remain calm, after all. Nothing I can do about having changed into such a form. Yoshida mysteriously transformed into a smartphone just like the main character in his award-winning light novel. He also went through his own story's events, which made him feel like he was dreaming. Later, the black mist appeared and he lost consciousness all the way until Natsuya and the others found him. After listening to Yoshida's experiences, Seiji explained what happened to himself and his companions to Yoshida, Natsuya, and the other girls. The next step was for us to return to the Moon Bunny Eatery and have the restaurant owner cast a spell to locate the final person here, Shotaro Rinura. Then, we need to go look for him. After we find him, we are going to have the restaurant owner cast a spell to return us to our original world. Well, that was our original plan. Natsuya, now that you all have entered this realm as well, things have changed. Seiji looked at Natsuya. What's your thoughts on all this? Natsuya fell silent for a moment. Since that restaurant owner's spell successfully located two people already, that proves that his spell is indeed effective. Something flashed in her eyes. Let's just go with your original plan and go locate the final person. Seiji nodded in agreement. And so, everyone started walking towards the Moon Bunny Eatery. On the way, Shika walked right next to Seiji and held on to his large hand.
I must have made you worry about me.
Seiji smiled at her.
Shika didn't say anything in response.
She merely gripped his hand even tighter. Seiji then felt that something landed on his back. This familiar sensation was Rana. The cat girl pounced on his back and hugged him tightly. I must have made you worry about me as well, Kirin-san.
Meow.
The cat girl rubbed his neck with her face. There was a sharp glint in Shika's eyes when she witnessed this. She edged herself even closer to Seiji's body. Meanwhile, Natsuya was walking on Seiji's other side. She walked at a distance by which she would be able to easily touch him if she just slightly moved her arm.
I'm so envious of Harano-kun.
No, I'm jealous, Matsutani, who was walking behind them, spoke in a low voice. This world is truly unfair, don't you agree, Nomura-kun?
Why are you asking me?
Because of your jealous expression. I showed no such thing.
Nomura denied it.
Don't deny it. I can smell the scent of jealousy from all over your body.
Is there even such a thing, Dot?
You're very jealous of how the handsome guy gets to have so many girls clinging onto him. You have an ordinary appearance and are just a coward inside. You know that you'll never be able to become like him, which is why you began to despair and rage, gradually beginning to loathe this cruel world.
Don't say it like I'm turning into some villain's backstory. Just admit it, Nomura-kun.
You're just like me, an ugly existence that nobody accepts and who loathes the world.
Matsutani acted all serious.
Ugly existence, the hell? I don't loathe the world, nor am I someone that nobody accepts.
Nomura retorted forcefully. Nomura now understood what it felt like for Seigo Harano to constantly deal with this strange senpai's antics.
To be honest, I am a little jealous, Maisher, who was walking next to them, interjected. Facing a guy like Harano-san who's so handsome, nice, surrounded by beautiful girls, and seems more like a main character than most light novel main characters, I think that any male would more or less become slightly jealous.
I have to admit that he's right. Nomura couldn't help but silently agree.
The first time that Nomura saw Seigo Harano, he was astonished at the latter's incredibly handsome appearance as well as impressed with Seigo's writing ability. He felt that Seigo was an excellent high school author. After getting involved in this incident and interacting with Seigo here, seeing his strength and learning about his personality, not to mention also seeing so many beautiful girls willing to risk their lives to come save him from this strange realm,
Nomura couldn't help but feel a slightly strange feeling.
While Nomura did admire Seigo, and was perhaps slightly jealous as well, more than anything else, he felt that Seigo was simply far too blindingly brilliant. The person known as Seigo Harano seemed just too cool and handsome to him.
Nomura took a look at the tall figure walking in front of him.
Although we're experiencing such a mystical adventure together, it's difficult for someone as ordinary as me to become friends with someone as blindingly brilliant as him. At most, we'll probably just be fellow authors that might see each other on occasion for a few chats, Nomura thought to himself.
I wonder what the women think of him. Nomura glanced over at Miyabi and Yuko.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 502, The Prince is Waiting for You. Chapter 502, The Prince is Waiting for You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Miyabi didn't have any particular thoughts about Seigo Harano.
Before, she might have imperceptibly been thinking a few things about him. However, after she saw Natsuya Yorihana and the other girls that came to save him, she really stopped having any such ideas at all. Miyabi felt that only girls like the student council president and the others with her were the appropriate ones to be by his side. However, even though she no longer had any thoughts about being together with him, that didn't mean that she didn't feel anything. As for what exactly it was that she felt, Miyabi didn't know. Nor did she want to think too deeply about it. Yuko originally wanted to say something to Miyabi.
However, Yuko felt like she shouldn't say anything after seeing Miyabi's expression. Some romances were destined to end before they even had a chance to begin. Everyone walked through the darkness and reached the Moon Bunny Eatery. Seiji opened the door and entered to discover that the store was filled with red mist. Not only that, there wasn't a single customer to be seen. Seiji instantly had an ominous premonition. Everyone, watch out. Things could be dangerous in here. Seiji unsheathed his magical sword. Everyone became vigilant upon hearing him say this. Seiji cautiously walked into the restaurant. He then headed for the kitchen. He saw that the restaurant owner was collapsed on the ground with a long sword stabbed straight through his chest into the ground. Oh no. Seiji walked up to inspect the situation. The handsome middle-aged restaurant owner had a blank expression and wasn't breathing. He had also stopped moving. It was quite obvious that he had died. Who did such a thing? Seiji looked towards the longsword that pierced through the restaurant owner. This longsword had a golden hilt that was etched with beautiful carvings. A red gem was also embedded on the hilt, making it seem rather extravagant. Seiji called Yuko over and asked her to take a look at this sword. Yuko looked it over carefully before shaking her head. I've never written about or imagined such a sword. I don't think that it's something from my story.
Then it must be from Shotaro Rinura's story. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes. Perhaps it was a character from Rinura's story, or Rinura himself that came here. Or, perhaps it was the true perpetrator. Seiji felt that this incident likely had a hidden perpetrator behind it all. From the very start, Seiji didn't feel like Shotaro Rinura was the cause of this entire incident. Seiji felt more like the middle school student author Rinura was just another victim that someone else took advantage of. As for who would take advantage of Rinura, and what their objective was, Seiji didn't know. Seiji simply felt that it seemed far more likely that there was a hidden perpetrator rather than Shotaro Rinura being the one who intentionally caused all this. Well, the truth of the incident wasn't so immediately important right now. Of immediate importance was, Hashimoto-san, please try using your author powers of creation and try reviving the restaurant owner, but the restaurant owner wasn't a real person. He was simply a character from a light novel. Yuko Hashimoto, who was the author of that light novel, might be able to revive the restaurant owner. That was what Seiji was thinking when he reached to pull out the sword piercing through the restaurant owner. Just as his hand touched the sword's hilt, the sword suddenly began glowing a blinding white. The seal on Seiji's right hand also began to glow as well. The same dizzy feeling from the earlier locator spell came upon him. Seiji's consciousness became hazy as he sank into a mysterious realm and felt even more like he was imperceptibly learning something. What's the matter, Hirano-san? Yuko noticed that something seemed off about the situation and asked him. Seiji didn't reply. Shika and Natsuya, who both noticed this situation as well, became tense. However, before they could do anything, Seiji's expression returned to normal. It's nothing. I'm fine, Seiji told them. At this moment, a black mist was emitted from the restaurant owner's body before it quickly evaporated. Thank you. Seiji was truly grateful to that mysterious existence. That existence had helped him yet again before it departed from this place. The restaurant owner is no longer with us. However, there's no need to worry. I already know how to locate Shotaro Rinura as well as how to escape this realm, Seiji told everyone who was assembled in the restaurant. He then indicated towards the golden longsword in his hand. This was the weapon that murdered the restaurant owner. The murderer was unable to take it away because the restaurant owner forcefully kept it here by casting a spell upon it. This sword in tandem with the seal on my hand is capable of locating Shotaro Rinura. After we find Rinura, I can use this sword to cast a spell that will open up a portal back to our original world. Basically, we can all return to reality that way. Who or what exactly was this restaurant owner? Natsuya inquired. I only know that he's a powerful and friendly existence, but I'm unsure as to the specifics.
Seiji slightly shook his head. The restaurant owner was actually possessed by this existence that gave us its assistance. This existence has left this place now. Even if Hashimoto-san can resurrect the restaurant owner, it won't be the same one.
The murderer most likely attacked him in order to prevent us from locating Shoutaru Rinura. Yet despite the fact that he was ambushed, he still left his spells behind for us. He deserves our sincere gratitude.
Seiji looked in the kitchen's direction. It's highly likely that things will be quite dangerous in Rinura's story setting.
Everyone, we need to make our final preparations.
The restaurant was still safe for the time being.
They didn't need to worry about skeletons or any other enemies popping up, so they could rest and prepare here. Miyabi tried to power up her summoned ghost child, Yuchan.
Nomura tried his hand at creating stronger magical weapons and equipment for everyone.
Yuko did her best to create anything at all apart from omelette rice. Maisher, who was currently stuck as a trap character, as well as Yoshida, who was currently a smartphone, both tried their best to use the author's power of creation in this realm. However, they both failed. Matsutani wanted some more curry rice and went to make it for himself in the kitchen.
Natsuya inspected the golden longsword. Can you tell anything about it?
Nothing.
I can't discern anything about it at all.
Natsuya shook her head and returned the longsword to Seiji.
Seiji gripped the longsword and looked it over. He was able to faintly detect the power within it.
It felt like a hero's holy sword to him. To receive a hero's sword from this restaurant owner who used to be a hero in another world, yep, it seemed like such a classic scene to him. When he thought this, some passionate game music began playing in Seiji's mind. He impulsively wanted to lift the longsword high up in the sky. However, he managed to restrain himself.
Natsuya and the others were looking at him.
They were all under the impression that he was trying to sense something from within the sword.
None of them realized that Seiji was actually currently thinking just like a Chinibu.
Let's go fight the Demon King all together. Although such a scenario was incredibly cliché, a classic was still a classic.
Classics had their own charisma.
After everyone rested and finished their preparations, the hero Seiji led their expedition yet again. Once again, they passed through the darkness to find a palace. This palace was gold and white. It had extravagant carvings and was brightly lit by torches despite the dark surroundings.
It was an incredibly opulent sight.
The palace guards standing out front noticed Seiji and the others and immediately ran over. There were 2 palace guards who wore light armor and held long spears. They both appeared like normal humans rather than skeletons or zombies. Seiji reminded his companions to remain vigilant while he silently gripped his weapon tightly. The 2 palace guards ran up to them and stopped a few steps away, looking over Seiji's party.
I recognize them. Matsutani whispered to Seiji. Both of them are people that were attending the award ceremony.
People that were attending the award ceremony? Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise.
You're certain about this, Matsutani-senpai?
I'm 100% certain.
Although I don't know their names, I definitely saw them at the award ceremony.
The pudgy middle-aged man was confident of this. May I ask your names? A palace guard who had short brown hair spoke to them politely. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes.
I'm Seigo Harano.
Seiji chose to answer.
Seigo Harano, correct?
Indeed. The brown-haired guard glanced over at him before looking at everyone else.
Seiji indicated to Nomura and the others that they should give their names.
Nomura, Miyabi, Yuko, and Maisher all gave their names. The brown-haired guard looked at the other palace guard and communicated non-verbally with him. They both nodded at each other before looking at Seiji's party again.
Welcome. His Highness the Prince is currently awaiting your arrival.
The brown-haired guard smiled and welcomed them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 503, The Undying Indestructible Avenger. Chapter 503, The Undying Indestructible Avenger. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. His Highness the Prince, could you be referring to Shoutaru Rinura? Seiji inquired. That's not him.
However, His Highness stated that you were highly likely to mention this name, the brown-haired guard responded. His Highness told us to welcome you into the palace when you arrive.
Please follow me. Seiji looked at the palace guard. I would like to ask your name, as well as the name of the person next to you.
Eh?
Why's that? Because I feel like I've seen you somewhere before.
The brown-haired guard revealed a confused expression.
He exchanged glances with the other guard. Neither of us remember ever meeting you before, sir. You must have mistaken me for another person. You truly don't remember ever seeing me before? Seiji asked another question. Indeed, I've never seen you before. Please don't pay any attention to us.
His Highness is still waiting for us.
Please follow me into the palace. What if we refuse to enter?
Why would you refuse?
Aren't you all here to meet with His Highness? The guard frowned.
We indeed wish to meet with this prince of yours, but we don't want to risk entering a palace filled with unknowns, Seiji told him. That's why, I apologize beforehand, but please tell His Highness that we would prefer to meet with him outside of the palace. I hope that he can acquiesce to this request.
How preposterously impudent.
The brown-haired guard was angered by Seiji's request. The other guard had an expression of obvious displeasure as well.
The atmosphere immediately became tense.
However, the guards merely glared at Seiji and the others for a while before they turned around and left.
They didn't seem like they were going to attack. After the guards left, Seiji discussed what just happened with Matsutani and the others. Matsutani remained adamant that he couldn't possibly have been wrong.
These two guards were exact match for two people that he saw at the award ceremony. In that case, they came up with two theories. Either Rinura created characters that were completely identical to all the award ceremony's attendees, or these two people were real people that completely forgot about their identities in reality due to currently being under Rinura's control.
Seiji felt that the second theory was more likely.
Everyone else agreed with him on this. It seemed highly possible that all the people present at the award ceremony were in that palace in such a condition. If they started fighting with everyone, they would have to hold back. After all, none of them wanted to kill a real person.
As for the most important person of all, just where was Shoutaru Rinura and what condition was he in? Was that prince the guards mentioned really not him?
Confused, everyone decided to wait to see what would happen.
A few minutes later, a procession of people walked out of the palace towards Seiji's party. This time, it wasn't only Matsutani.
Seiji, Nomura, and the other authors all recognized the people that came out as well.
Editor Yoshizawa. Head editor Hattori. The male and female hosts for the award ceremony.
All these people were wearing extravagant clothing. It made them seem like members of the nobility. The most attention-grabbing person of all was a youth with blonde curly hair who walked in the middle. He wore the most extravagant red and gold clothing of all. He had a dark red cape and a silver longsword attached to his waist in a white scabbard. He appeared incredibly handsome, and his dark blue eyes seemed fierce and spirited. This was the prince? Seiji and the others watched the blonde curly-haired youth who seemed like the prince approach them together with the award ceremony attendees. The blonde curly-haired youth faced everyone and spoke first. My name is Adnan Andozar Losus, the Losus Kingdom's first prince. According to what you all know, I'm the main character of Shoutaru Rinura's light novel, The Undying Indestructible Avenger.
Seiji and the others were all rendered speechless by this unexpected introduction.
I need to make it quite clear that I'm no fictional character. You can understand me as a human from a parallel world, Adnan told them all. I don't know why I appeared here in this world of illusions. At first, I thought that I was dreaming. However, I later discovered that the existences here were real. At any rate, your group's goal should be to leave this world of illusions and return to your original world, am I correct? Yes. Seiji admitted this. My goal is the same as yours. I wish to return to my world. Adnan looked at Seiji. In order to do this, I require your group's assistance. What assistance could we give? In just a while, this entire world of illusions will begin collapsing. At that time, I need to concentrate on creating a connection to return to my original world. During this process, I need all of you to protect me, Please explain in more detail. Seiji felt that there was far too much he didn't know about what was going on. It's difficult to explain in detail because I don't really know much myself, either. The blonde-haired prince paused for a moment. To roughly explain, this world of illusions was created by Load-Re30-Vol11, who acts as a host for my spirit. He's the foundation for everything that was created here. However, he is unable to bear the burden required for creating this world, so this world won't remain stable for much longer. I expect that all of you have already met undead such as skeletons. Those monsters are the products of this world of illusions becoming unstable and losing its order. The undead are the products of chaos. Currently, if it wasn't for me maintaining the order of this world, it would already be completely filled with those creatures of chaos. In just a short while, Load-Re30-Vol11 will reach his limit and will no longer be able to maintain this world, causing this world of illusions to begin collapsing. That's when I'll finally be able to return to my own world. However, at this time, large amounts of undead creatures of chaos will be produced. I require your protection so that I can safely leave this world. Everyone exchanged awkward glances with each other upon hearing all this. So, if we do as you request, that will put us in danger, wouldn't it? Seiji slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Indeed. However, I helped you all to protect these people. You owe this favor to me for doing such a thing. Adnan indicated towards editor Yoshizawa and the other award ceremony attendees standing around him. Seiji glanced over at Saki to see that the female editor had a blank expression and was merely standing there doing nothing. What happened to all of them? They were already in this condition when I arrived and saw them, Adnan explained. Unless I give them identities and commands in this world of illusions, they won't act at all, just like puppets. If it wasn't for me, they would have been swallowed up by the chaos long ago. Is there any way for you to prove the veracity of your words? I can immediately stop maintaining the order in this world. A large amount of undead will immediately appear here, and even all these people will become undead as well. Is that what you wish to see? Everyone remains silent for a moment. I apologize. I wasn't intending to make it sound like I wanted to use these people as hostages. However, there's not much time left, and I'm unable to give you all an explanation. Adnan sighed. I only want to return to my own world. I still have things I must accomplish there. Could that be revenge? Yes. That's the only meaning left in my life now. Load-Re30-Vol11 from your world was able to witness my experiences. He wrote them into a light novel and won a gold award in your world. That's something I'm furious about. The blonde-haired prince now had a grim and dark expression. Of course, I know that he didn't do it to intentionally enrage me. It's a mysterious power from your world, perhaps a godlike existence, that played such a terrible joke on me. After all of you return, inform Load-Re30-Vol11 for me that he needs to immediately stop writing about my life experiences. My life isn't something that he's allowed to use for the amusement of others. All the light novel authors felt like their ears were about to go deaf from the volume of his angry roar. You said that he is a host for your spirit, isn't there a way for you to tell him this directly? I already gave him my message. However, I think that he won't be able to remember my message to him in his current condition. All right. Seiji nodded in agreement. After we return to our real world, I shall tell him what you said.
You believe in me now? Adnan looked at Seiji. To be honest, it's quite difficult for me to trust you so quickly. However, I believe that the emotions you expressed just now were real. Seiji sighed. He then turned to look at his companions. What are all of your opinions? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, I've already seen so many other worlds. Chapter 504, I've already seen so many other worlds. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. It's a trap. Nobody said such a thing. Everyone found it difficult to come to any immediate conclusions about what the blonde curly-haired prince told them. We should ask about that sword, Natsuya spoke up. Seiji nodded and showed Prince Adnan the golden sword that they retrieved from the restaurant owner's body. Do you recognize this sword? Adnan glanced over at the sword. This is a sword from the armory in the palace. Why is it in your hands? Seiji explained the situation to Adnan. I wasn't the one who did it. I wanted all of you to come as quickly as possible rather than prevent your arrival. I would never do such a thing. Adnan furrowed his eyebrows. Someone must have stolen this sword and used it to attack your companion. Earlier, I had a faint feeling that someone was spying on me. However, I was unable to find anyone, nor did I find any traces of anyone. But now, I'm certain that I wasn't merely hallucinating. There really was a concealed individual around here spying on me. However, I no longer sense that feeling of being spied upon. My guess is that this unknown individual must have been injured by your companion's counterattack. The unknown individual most likely left this world already. Still, it's also possible that they're still around. We must remain vigilant. A powerfully sharp glint appeared in the blonde curly-haired prince's eyes. This unknown individual is most likely the cause behind everything that happened here. I don't know what their goal is, or what else they intend to do. But I swear in the name of the Arlosis family that if this person who dared to make such a fool out of me ever appears before me, I shall exert my full power in killing them. He spoke in an incredibly vicious tone that caused everyone present to feel a tangible chill run down their spines. Right after this, Adnan seemed to suddenly detect something as he looked towards the black mist off in the distance. They're coming. Seiji and the others also looked in the same direction, only to see some white skeletons. The skeletons continuously walked out of the black mist. There were soon too many to even count. This world is almost about to collapse, so the creatures of chaos are appearing. Come into the palace. Adnan indicated for everyone to follow him into the palace. Editor Yoshizawa and the other award ceremony attendees followed after him. Everyone looked at Seiji. Seiji nodded and took the lead in following after Adnan. A large number of skeletons chased after them. Everyone speedily ran into the palace. The blonde curly-haired prince then waved his hand, causing the heavy palace door to automatically close and lock itself. The closer this world gets to completely collapsing, the smaller the radius of the circle of order that I'll be able to maintain. Currently, I can still block them from entering the palace, but that won't last much longer. Adnan faced everyone. As you can see for yourselves, this is how the situation is. Please believe in me. I need all of you to assist me. Once again, everyone looked towards Seiji. Seiji noticed this and knew that he had to make a choice here. Seiji could either agree and promise to help Adnan, which meant braving danger to protect him. Or, Seiji could choose not to believe Adnan, which probably meant fighting Adnan immediately right now. After he carefully considered the two options, Seiji slowly spoke, "All right." Seiji decided to believe in Adnan. Inside the palace's banquet hall. This was an extravagant, golden, and opulent location decorated with exquisite artwork.
The paintings and sculptures hanging on the walls and ceiling were wonderful. It was a pity that nobody currently had the time to enjoy the breathtaking sight. Editor Yoshizawa, head editor Hattori, and all the other award ceremony attendees were gathered here. Seiji had Nomura and the others, as well as Adnan, who represented Shotaro Rinura, placed their hands on himself before Seiji picked up the golden longsword and concentrated. The seal on Seiji's right hand began to glow white. The longsword started glowing as well, growing brighter and brighter. Approximately 10 seconds later, the longsword was now so blinding that it appeared to be a sword completely made out of light. A faintly visible mystical spell formation appeared around the sword. "Open!" Seiji shouted loudly as he forcefully swung the sword, leaving behind a pure white trail in midair, but this white trail gradually expanded and formed a large white void hole. The blonde curly-haired prince commanded the award ceremony attendees to enter this hole, which led them back to the real world. Adnan then cast a spell that erected several solid walls which completely encased the portal back to Seiji's world. After Adnan was able to leave this world safely, the magic spell creating these walls would automatically be cancelled, allowing Seiji and the rest to return to their world. Until then, they had to do a good job protecting the prince from coming to any harm. The first layer of defense consisted of Nomura, Miyabi, Yuko, Meisher, and Yoshida. According to Adnan's explanation, the authors had all acted as support in constructing this world of illusions, which was why they all had the power of order which could defend against the chaos. After this world began collapsing, Adnan gave over all his remaining power over order to Nomura and the other authors, telling them all that they needed to maintain the stability of the banquet hall. Any creatures of chaos that forced themselves into the banquet hall would be dealt with by the second layer of defense, which consisted of Seiji, Natsuya, Shika, Hitaka, Rana, and Matsutani. If everything went smoothly, nobody would be injured. But if things didn't go so smoothly, until the very last moment before the world started completely collapsing, Adnan did his best to teach Nomura and the other authors how to use the power of order in this world. Seiji, Natsuya, and the others quietly observed them. "Do you really believe that he's a human from another world?" Natsuya whispered to Seiji. "I believe him, even though I don't have any concrete evidence," Seiji replied. "How about you?" "It's quite difficult for me to believe. But it doesn't seem to me that he's lying." "It's still very hard for you to accept, right?" "Indeed." Natsuya nodded ever so slightly. Seiji chuckled. "It is indeed inconceivable for there to really be people from another world. It's only normal for it to be difficult to accept. As for me, perhaps I'm the highly open-minded type since I'm an otaku. After all, I've already seen so many other worlds." Seiji flashed a shiny expression. Natsuya didn't know how to respond to this for several seconds. If he truly is a person from another world, then the spell that managed to summon him to this realm is incredibly frightening. Natsuya sighed. A spell that was capable of summoning someone from another world meant that it was capable of affecting multiple dimensions. While the ability to move between dimensions was an incredibly common and cliché event in light novels as well as anime and manga, it was actually quite a serious topic if one seriously thought about it in a real-world situation, just like revival of the dead. "It does have its scary factors," Seiji agreed. "But, if you don't think about the negatives and focus on the positives." Seiji paused for a moment. "I think that this dimensional summoning spell is actually quite romantic." "Romantic?" "Yep. Being able to meet with someone from another world is quite romantic, isn't it?" Natsuya tilted her head slightly as something flashed in her eyes. "For example, if I used such a spell to summon the male or female lead of Brother Monogatari so that I was able to actually meet them and talk to them, I think that would be amazing," Seiji stated. He then turned to look at Shika, who was next to him. "What do you think, Shika-chan?" "I think that would be wonderful as well." Shika nodded in agreement. Seiji smiled. Actually, he really wanted to say something else instead. But, the truth in his heart was just too awkward for him to say. I think that it was quite romantic how I'm actually a person from another world who traveled across dimensions to meet all of you. That was just too difficult for him to say out loud. Natsuya blinked at this. If I only think of the positives. I suppose you're right. If I have the ability to summon someone from another world, I'd summon a female elven beauty who'd fall in love with me at first sight, a serious-sounding voice spoke up behind them. This voice belonged to Matsutani. I don't believe that there's any elven beauties out there that will fall in love with you at first sight, senpai, Seiji retorted. Shush. That's my romantic dream. The pudgy middle-aged man waved his hand. Even if it's not an elven beauty, any beautiful woman from any species will do as well. My only requirement is that she falls in love with me at first sight. I think that being able to summon with such strangely specific requirements will be incredibly difficult. Besides, if falling in love with you at first sight is the only requirement, won't beautiful women from our world work for you as well? Seiji continued commenting about Matsutani's statements. There's no such thing as a beautiful woman in our world who will fall in love with someone like me at first sight. I've long since realized this. The pudgy middle-aged man averted his gaze. Seiji fell silent for a moment. Senpai. I apologize. He sincerely expressed his apology. Why are you apologizing? Can't you comment on this sentence of mine somehow, you bastard? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, with this team, I can. Chapter 505, with this team, I can. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Thanks to Adnan's teachings about how to use the power of order, Shaosai Meisher successfully used the power of order to cancel his transformation as a trap character and return to his original form, an office worker wearing a suit. Imai Yoshida similarly succeeded in canceling his transformation. He transformed from a blue cell phone into his original self, a middle-aged man wearing a jacket and eyeglasses. Miyabi could have returned to her original form as well. However, Adnan recommended that she maintain her demon fox form until the end, as this would improve her overall power level. Right after that, this world began to completely collapse. Everyone heard a tremendous thunderous explosion at this moment. They saw many dimensional tears appearing in the banquet hall. The blonde curly-haired prince waved his hand and wiped away the dimensional tears. He then lifted his hands and made an action that appeared like he was ripping something in midair. Crack, 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 the center of the banquet hall's extravagant ceiling slowly tore apart to reveal a large black void hole. There were numerous red dots of light swirling around in this hole. Now, I need to completely concentrate on casting the spell that will allow me to return to my original world. I'll be counting on all of you to protect me, he stated sincerely to everyone. He then pointed towards Miyabi and the other authors. Miyabi and the other authors immediately began to glow red as they received the final remnants of the power of order that Adnan possessed in this world. Then, Adnan glanced over at Seiji one final time before he closed his eyes. A black light then began emitting from Adnan's body that formed into a faint line which gradually started reaching for the void hole in the ceiling. Asterisk boom. Star. The banquet hall door was busted open, numerous skeletons rushing in at once. Miyabi was the quickest to react. She waved at the banquet hall door, instantly fixing it with the power of order. Seiji, Natsuya, and the others defended against the onslaught of skeletons. They were soon able to defeat all the skeletons. Nomura and the other authors also began working on maintaining the stability of the banquet hall with the power of order. However, the calmness was only a short respite. Numerous dimensional tears appeared yet again in the banquet hall together with another thunderous explosion. Miyabi and the others were forced to concentrate on fixing the dimensional tears first. This immediately caused a large number of skeletons to break through the banquet hall door as well as the walls. Behind the skeletons were armored zombie knights as well as zombie girls wearing school uniforms. Seiji, Hitaka, and Rana, the three spirit-branded retainers, acted as the vanguard on the front lines.
Shika, Matsutani, and the ghost child Yuchan acted as the midline support for the front line. Natsuya acted in the rear by herself, supporting everyone. With two reliable warriors like Hitaka and Rana supporting him, as well as Shika and Natsuya backing him up, Seiji felt that battling here went incredibly smoothly. First, they focused on decreasing the number of skeleton mobs, which were the weakest and most numerous. Then, they slew the zombie girls, and finally defeated the zombie knights. Seiji's team was as unstoppable as a flowing river. I can reach challenger rank with such a team behind me. I should stop getting sidetracked. This was only the second wave of enemy monsters. The most dangerous stuff would definitely come after. A new enemy troop type appeared in the third wave of enemy monsters, magic crossbow-wielding zombie soldiers. These enemies evidently came from Nomura's story setting. These soldiers posed little threat by themselves. However, they were incredibly numerous and quite dangerous in large numbers when they all focused fire. They became the top priority to eliminate. A battle hammer-wielding minotaur zombie boss monster appeared in the fourth wave of enemy monsters. This was one of the guests in the Moon Bunny Eatery, the strongest beastman in that world. This minotaur zombie wielded its battle hammer with astonishing might and attack power. However, its speed was relatively slow and its movements easily predictable. Seiji and Rana teamed up and managed to defeat it with just the two of them. The fifth wave of enemy monsters contained large amounts of enemy zombie knights that were riding skeleton horses. They posed a threat due to their high-speed charges, but were otherwise actually quite easy to deal with. The sixth wave of enemy monsters contained a small magical mecha as a boss monster. This magic mecha was equipped with all sorts of magic spells and weapons. It possessed both great attack and defense power. Seiji and Hitaka combined to slice off its left and right legs. Natsuya cast a powerful attack spell after it was immobilized to explode the magic mecha apart. The seventh wave contained a zombie elf wielding a longbow, a zombie warrior wielding a greatsword, a zombie samurai wielding a katana, and a zombie mage wielding a mage staff. All of these were characters that appeared as Moon Bunny Eatery's guests. They were all powerful warriors in that story. Seiji faced the zombie warrior, Hitaka faced the samurai, Rana faced the elf archer, while Shika, Matsutani, and Yuchan combined their efforts to kill off the mage first. The three then helped out Rana, Hitaka, and Seiji, speedily defeating these bosses. The eighth wave contained a large magic mecha, a bone dragon, and countless zombie girls. The ninth wave contained 3 bone dragons, a large amount of magic crossbow zombie soldiers, and a large amount of zombie knights. The 10th wave contained 2 large magic mechas, as well as large amounts of magic crossbow soldiers, knights, zombie girls, and 7 or 8 customers from the Moon Bunny Eatery. The 11th wave. Seiji and the others got stuck in endless battles. Meanwhile, Miyabi and the other authors felt that they were about to reach their limit. The world's collapse became more and more severe. The power of order they were using was growing weaker by the second. They were no longer able to take care of all the dimensional tiers, and dangerous dimensional tiers kept accumulating in number. If the number of dimensional tiers surpassed a certain limit, the entire banquet hall would instantly collapse, and everyone here would be swallowed up by chaos. However, Adnan still hadn't successfully left yet. Miyabi looked towards the blonde curly-haired prince to see that he was almost entirely covered in black mist now. The light connecting him to the void hole in the ceiling was so powerful that it even seemed solid. It seemed like he was almost completely ready. But they still might not be able to hold out for long enough. Just as she was worrying so, Miyabi suddenly sensed that the power of order suddenly lost one of its pillars of support. Yuko Hashimoto had collapsed. She had been seriously injured earlier during the search for Shaosai Meisher, so now, she was the first one unable to withstand the mental burden anymore as she spent herself entirely and collapsed. Hashimoto-san! Nomura shouted.
there was no response. Meisher, who was the closest to where Yuko collapsed, reflexively wanted to go and check on her condition.
Don't be distracted by anything. Continue stabilizing this space with the power of order. Miyabi commanded him. The most important thing right now is to protect this space.
Meisher instantly stopped in his movements, nodded, and went back to focusing on using the power of order.
Since Yuko had collapsed, that meant even more pressure on the remaining authors. Miyabi was beginning to feel a headache.
Seiji and the others were too busy dealing with the endless amounts of enemy monsters to come help them.
And even if they did have the free time, they didn't have the ability of the power of order that the authors did in this world, which was the only ability that could fix the dimensional tears. Not long after, Yoshida was no longer able to bear the mental burden and collapsed as well. Following him was Nomura. He said, "I'm sorry," before being the third to collapse.
Miyabi felt her head beginning to pound with intense pain. Her vision became hazy as well. She gritted her teeth and did her best to hang on, fixing the dimensional tears. A moment later, she saw Meisher suddenly kneel on the ground before collapsing as well. Miyabi was now the only author with the power of order still standing. Her headache became even fiercer, and her entire body was now trembling.
"Goodbye, Cat Wani-san." The ghost child Yuchan, who was currently fighting on the front lines, turned around to look back at her and said goodbye with a smile before it transformed into a mist that disappeared. Seiji saw this and hurriedly turned to look behind him. He saw that apart from Miyabi, everyone else from the author's defense line had collapsed. It also seemed evident that Miyabi was at her limits. Is this no good? Am I going to have to load?
Just as he began to think this, he suddenly heard Prince Adnan speak up, "Thank you all, everyone from another world." The black mist enveloping the blonde curly-haired prince suddenly evaporated and revealed a middle school boy instead, Shoutaru Rinura. At the exact same time, the magic walls sealing off the portal back to Seiji's world vanished.
Mission complete.
It was now time to retreat.
Natsuya. Seiji glanced towards the president, who was also looking in his direction.
Both of them nodded at each other.
This was the time to use their ultimate ability,
Mana Exchange, to power both of them up. Their mana became deeply interconnected through this, further increasing both their power levels.
Seiji felt himself heating up inside as if something was boiling.
This burning sensation wiped away all his fatigue, replacing the fatigue with a seemingly endless amount of power, but
the power showed in his physical appearance.
His golden form became even more extravagant, and mystical spell formations appeared all around him that kept glittering. Golden trails followed after him wherever he moved, making it seem like Seiji had grown a pair of golden wings. As for Natsuya, she was enveloped in a dark red light containing all sorts of tiny spell formations and complex runes.
It appeared as if she had put on an extravagant mage robe.
Natsuya speedily uttered an incantation and made a seal to cast a large-scale AoE attack spell.
Spell of Destruction, Infinity Edge. 3 circular spell formations appeared and began shooting large amounts of red mystical blades.
It was as if a red thunderstorm had descended upon all the monsters in the banquet hall. Most monsters were instantly destroyed by this powerful AoE attack spell.
However, a few powerful ones were able to survive.
Seiji attacked the remaining monsters, transforming into a high-speed, high-attack streak of golden light that could barely be seen flashing between the monsters.
He slew all the remaining monsters.
With the mage providing AoE magic and the warrior providing melee finishing blows, just the two of them managed to suppress all the enemy monsters.
Now, take Nomura-san and the others back to reality.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 506, Be careful of handsome guys that make such an offer, but.
Chapter 506, Be careful of handsome guys that make such an offer.
Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Matsutani was the first to retreat.
He carried the unconscious Ima Yoshida and ran into the void portal. Shika carried Yuko, Hitaka managed to carry both Maisher and Nomura by herself, and Rana dragged Rinura through the portal and returned to reality. Finally, Seiji grabbed Miyabi and rushed out of the void portal together with Natsuya, escaping this completely collapsing world in time. Everyone in the awards ceremony banquet hall woke up again. The award ceremony attendees were rather confused at how much time had seemingly elapsed without them realizing it, which caused a commotion. Several hundred people collectively fell unconscious for several hours. However, not a single person among them was injured, poisoned, robbed, or anything like that. How were they supposed to interpret such an event? The host, Thunderbolt Literature, had no experience in dealing with such an abnormal event either. At any rate, it was obvious that it would be necessary to report this to the police. Also, the remaining parts of the award ceremony would still continue. After all, the preparations had all been completed beforehand. However, many people didn't want to stay here at a place where something so strange had occurred. Most of the attendees left. Those that remained included Thunderbolt Literature's employees, people that had especially close relationships with the editing department's employees, people that wanted to wait for the police to arrive, and some rather foolhardy individuals that wanted to enjoy a free meal and participate in the random drawing for prizes at the end of the ceremony. As for those that knew what really happened, Natsuya, Hitaka, Rana, and Shika all left after they confirmed that there were no longer any problems remaining. Seiji, Miyabi, and the other authors remained at the award ceremony. They ate some food and chatted with each other. Shoutaru Rinura was rather fatigued. He was able to mostly recall what happened during the period of time that Prince Adnan took over his body. Rinura also obediently accepted when Seiji told him the message from Adnan to stop writing the prince's story into a light novel. Sometime later, the middle school student Rinura received a phone call from his family and went back together with them. Matsutani grabbed the largest plate he could find and filled it with steak, sushi, liver, barbecued meat, crabs, and all sorts of delicacies. He ate to his fullest. Seiji and the others were rendered somewhat speechless upon seeing how their senpai of an author ate. Seeing Matsutani senpai's appetite makes one wonder if anything just happened at all. Nomura sighed. He must have all sorts of similar experiences since he's a spiritual ability user. Maisher commented. Even if one is a spiritual ability user, such occurrences aren't common. Seiji shrugged. It's as if I had a strange dream, it's truly inconceivable. Yuko sighed. You can treat it all as a dream if you like now that it's all over. But... Seiji paused for a moment. We still don't know what triggered this incident, so it's still possible that another similar incident will occur. It's also possible that all of you may get dragged into this yet again. All I can ask is for all of you to be as careful as possible. If any of you notice anything abnormal around you, please contact me. I'll help as long as it's within my power to do so, Seiji told them all with sincerity. Nomura and the others looked at him. Harano-san is just like a hero. No, you are a hero. Maisher praised him. You saved all of us, no, everyone here at the award ceremony. I wasn't the only one who helped to save everyone, Seiji replied. If you call me a hero, then all of you are heroes as well. Hero. I don't feel like I am one. Nomura shook his head. I was basically forcing myself at the end there, and yet I still couldn't handle the mental strain and ended up collapsing. That's not how it is. If you weren't there, no, if any of us wasn't there, I think that we might have failed in the end. It was thanks to everyone that we all got out of this safely, Seiji told them. It was indeed thanks to everyone, but everyone contributed different amounts. It was obvious who contributed more than others. Even if you say so, Harano-san, I still feel like I was merely a member of those who were saved. Yuko smiled. Thank you to you and your friends for saving me. I agree with her. Thank you to you and your friends, Harano-san, Maisher agreed with Yuko. Me as well. I'm truly grateful, Yoshida stated. Nomura also thanked Seiji as well. Miyabi was the only one who didn't speak. She simply observed Seiji in silence. Everyone, no need to be so polite. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face. I just did what I should. Treating the action of helping and saving others as something that one should do? That's exactly what a hero is, Hirano-san. Miyabi thought that to herself. You're truly cool and handsome. This extends to more than just your physical appearance. That's exactly why so many beautiful girls like you. That's why I'm beginning to like you as well. The award ceremony finally ended and everyone started heading home. Seiji won a robot smart vacuum cleaner during the random draw at the end of the award ceremony. He carried it in his hands as he left the hotel together with all the other authors. Ishihara-senpai, it's getting quite late. Why don't I take you home? He offered to Miyabi. I knew you would say something like that, Matsutani sneered slightly, evidently drunk from imbibing too much alcohol at the award ceremony. Handsome, remember to use a condom. Everyone was rendered speechless. What are you saying? Seiji felt rather helpless. I'm merely taking her home. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Still, my goal was just to remind this girl to be careful of handsome guys that make such an offer. The pudgy middle-aged man reeked of the stench of alcohol. If you don't like what I'm saying, hit me. Smack. Matsutani was indeed hit. However, Yuko was the one who hit him rather than Seiji. The female author made the drunk Matsutani shut up with her fist before she smiled at Seiji and Miyabi. Don't mind this drunkard. The two of you should go home together. Have a good night. Seiji and Miyabi were both rendered speechless. After saying good night to the others, the two of them left together. Senpai, there's something I'd like to say to you, Seiji suddenly spoke up after they walked together for a while. What is it? Miyabi felt her heart skip a beat. When we first met, didn't you ask me about how I knew who you were? Actually, that's because Seiji told her about her incident in the school infirmary. Ishihara-senpai, you have a special ability sleeping within you, unlike Hashimoto-san and the others. My guess is that after experiencing this incident, it's highly likely that you'll awaken to a spiritual ability tonight in your sleep and become what's known as an awakened. If that really does happen, please contact me immediately. I'll meet with you again and explain to you about what awakened need to watch out for. And if no such thing happens, you can just pretend I never said anything about it. Miyabi silently listened to him finish speaking before she looked directly at him. Do you wish for me to become an awakened? Seiji blinked in surprise. This isn't a matter of whether I wish it or not. It's something that only senpai can determine. I know, I'm just asking your opinion. In your opinion, will it be a good thing or a bad thing if I become an awakened? Miyabi asked softly. I don't have any particular opinion. Seiji paused for a moment. But no matter if you become an awakened or not, I believe that senpai will still be senpai. Miyabi fell silent for a moment as something flashed in her eyes. Hirano-san, what type of person do you think I am? Ishihara-senpai, the way I see it is that you are a beautiful and resolute girl. Seiji smiled and spoke with sincerity. I think that if anyone should have been thanked for helping to resolve this incident, it should have been you, senpai. You were the one who did her best to maintain things until the very end and protect everyone. I merely did what I should. Miyabi borrowed Seiji's words from earlier and averted her gaze. Seiji was no longer able to see her current expression. Even Miyabi herself didn't know what expression she had at such a moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, You are a good person. Chapter 507, You are a good person. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji returned back to his apartment after he took Miyabi Ishihara to her home. He took a bath and soaked away all his fatigue in the hot water, breathing a huge sigh of relief. He then opened up his system and inspected his rewards. You have been successfully taught the spells Soul World, Interdimensional Locator Spell, and Soul World, Portal to Reality. You have received Adnan the Avenger's sincere gratitude, and a special reward to go along with it. 2 new Soul World techniques, that was all due to the seal and the sword that the restaurant owner had imbued with information for him. Seiji's system's explanation about Interdimensional Locator Spell was that it could immediately determine the location of a specific person. The person he was attempting to locate would have to have a connectivity rating of over 70 to him. This spell would cost mana, concentration, as well as soul energy. Its success rate depended on the circumstances. Well, this spell was just like its description, a spell that could find someone. It could only be used to locate his close friends as it required a connectivity rating of over 70 to him. Not to mention, the system said that the success rate wasn't even 100%, it seemed like a weak spell, but if any similar incident to the previous one ever occurred, it could be really useful in locating a missing friend. Portal to Reality was another spell that was exactly like the name. This was a spell that would be able to open a portal back to the real world, no matter where he currently was. Some conditions needed to be met for this spell beforehand, and this spell also cost mana, concentration, as well as soul energy. Its success rate also depended on the circumstances. Both of these spells were obviously limited in use to extremely specific circumstances. However, they could be incredibly useful in those exact circumstances. Seiji was truly grateful to the restaurant owner that taught these spells to him. He then checked to see what reward he obtained due to Adnan's gratitude. He saw in his system that he now had 7 spirit form summoning cards. Seiji widened his eyes in surprise. That's right, 7, an astonishing 7 in total. These 7 cards could respectively summon an ice dragon, a magic mecha, a Sengoku warrior girl, an armored knight, a beastman warrior, an elven archer, and a magic crossbow-wielding soldier, all characters from what Seiji faced in Rinura's World of Illusions. If Seiji used all 7 cards at once, it would basically create a multi-species mini-army. Should he say that it was to be expected of a prince? Having such munificent rewards. Would this allied army be capable of defeating Akatsuki Matarai? Seiji mulled it over, but figured that it was probably still insufficient. After all, these were still merely only spirit forms. Still, he figured that they would be able to give Akatsuki a huge amount of trouble. Perhaps they could be highly effective if he used his opportunity well. The next morning saw a light blanket of snow outside. Seiji received a phone call from Miyabi and learned that she had indeed awakened. He ate some breakfast before leaving his apartment to head for a place that they agreed to meet at. He arrived to see that his senpai was holding an umbrella to block the snow while standing at the roadside, silently observing the falling snow. She wasn't wearing her eyeglasses. Her long hair was in a braid, and she was wearing a scarf. Her bangs were held up by a hairclip, and her beautiful expression had a slightly melancholic expression. It really made her seem like a literary girl. Could it be that she awakened to an ability that allows her to eat books? Seiji couldn't help but have such a thought. However, he immediately buried it in the back of his mind. "Good morning, Ishihara-senpai," he greeted her. "Good morning, Harano-san." Miyabi stopped watching the falling snow and greeted him back. She saw that Seiji didn't have an umbrella with him, so Miyabi raised her umbrella higher to block the snow for him as well. "Thank you. How about letting me hold the umbrella?" Seiji reached out his hand. Something flashed in Miyabi's eyes as she silently gave him the umbrella without saying anything. Seiji held the umbrella for her as they walked towards Genhana High School together. He asked her in a whisper what ability she awakened to. Miyabi didn't reply. However, a pair of fox ears suddenly grew on the top of her head, which immediately disappeared again once she saw that Seiji had noticed. You can change into the same form as what you used last night? Seiji inquired. Miyabi nodded. What about your power? Is it also similar to last night? Miyabi shook her head. The form was the same, but the power level was somewhat lower. Seiji had a rough understanding now. He didn't ask anything else. Instead, he began telling her about what the awakened needed to watch out for. Miyabi silently listened to his explanation. The tall and handsome muscular youth walking together down the snowy street with a beautiful and quiet literary girl, sharing the same umbrella, with him whispering to her and her attentively listening, seemed like a beautiful and poetic scene that attracted many bystanders' attention. Will you come save me if I'm ever in danger? Miyabi asked this question after she finished listening to his explanation. Of course I will, as long as I know you're in danger, Seiji replied. Miyabi looked at his face as something flashed in her eyes. Then, she reached out her hand, indicating that he should give the umbrella back to her. Seiji returned the umbrella. Miyabi lowered the umbrella after she took it back. The umbrella's top brushed against Seiji's head, causing him to reflexively duck. At this moment, Miyabi stood up on tiptoe and pressed her lips against his cheek. Seiji was astonished at this sudden action. His astonishment caused him to freeze solid in his movements. This sudden kiss lasted for only 1 second. Miyabi backed away 2 steps and retracted her umbrella, blocking her face with the umbrella and not allowing Seiji to see her current expression. You are a good person, Hirano-san. She walked off after lightly saying such a sentence. Seiji was quite mystified at suddenly being kissed and then being told that he was a good person, which he knew was the most common way that girls would reject a boy politely. He stood still in a daze as he watched her walk off into the distance. Miyabi suddenly stopped in her footsteps after walking off more than 10 meters and turned around slightly. Please, take good care of me in the future. She covered her reddening face with her scarf after whispering this and continued walking off. What exactly just happened? Seiji's expression changed from confusion to dazedness. Can anyone tell me what just happened? I'm so lost. He felt like everything inside him was pure chaos as he watched her figure fade into the distance in the snow. A while later, Seiji arrived at the student council president's residence, rubbed his temple, and put the issue of the literary girl that he didn't understand, the issue of Miyabi Ishihara, behind him. He entered Natsuya's residence and began discussing last night's incident with her. That mysterious realm we were in with cluster amaryllis flowers growing everywhere should be very similar to the realm that awaken enter when they first obtain their powers, the student council president told him. After I returned, I tried asking my family for any relevant information they possessed on this area of research. However, they rejected my request for information. I don't know what exactly that was. My best guess is that it was created by a top-level soul spell. So, basically, the true perpetrator is on the level of a master soul spell user? Seiji asked. Yes, even if it's a group and not an individual that caused all this, there absolutely has to be a master soul spell user among them, Natsuya added. Both of them then fell silent. No matter what the situation was, it would be quite difficult to deal with, or perhaps even impossible. I feel it was quite fortunate that the soul spell user didn't appear before us. Natsuya sighed. It was also quite fortunate that we obtained that restaurant owner's assistance, along with that prince from another world being someone reasonable to deal with. Seiji nodded in agreement. This incident had actually been quite dangerous. It was almost a miracle that everyone managed to return safely. If possible, of course he wanted to investigate the truth. However, he still didn't have the power to do so. Having Natsuya report this incident to the Yorihana family might be able to help uncover the truth using the power of her family's resources. But that would mean that Shoutaro Rinura would definitely become a target for their research, and Miyabi Ishihara and the others might be confined by them as well. Since everybody was safe in the end, just letting this incident pass behind them would be the wise choice. Still, letting the incident pass behind them didn't equal forgetting about it.
In the future, if Seiji and Natsuya ever found out who was behind it, they would definitely take action. Seiji and Natsuya came to such an agreement. Let's forget about this topic for the time being and continue focusing on cultivation. Yep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, It Might Be Better to Be More Black-Bellied. Chapter 508, It Might Be Better to Be More Black-Bellied. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji spent the entire day practicing cultivation at the student council president's residence. Later that night, Seiji headed for Peach Sensei's apartment. Good evening, Harano. Good evening, Editor Yoshizawa. Saki was the one who opened the door and greeted him. Seiji followed Saki inside and saw that Mayuzumi was sitting down in the living room. The mangaka smiled and greeted him. She then handed him several drawings. These are some new characters that I've designed for Honey Candy Girl based on you and Hoju-san as the character models. I'd like for you to look at these and give me your opinion. New characters for Honey Candy Girl? Seiji's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He took the drawings and sat down to have a closer look. The first drawing was of a beautiful girl who seemed to possess a heroic aura about her. She had short black hair, and white angelic wings grew out of her back. She wore light armor, had a resolute expression, and seemed overall rather like a boy. Well, a more direct way of putting it was that she seemed like a cool tomboy. The second drawing was of the same black-haired girl and all her various expressions, along with some drawings of her wielding possible weapons. There were 3 weapon types Mayuzumi had tried for her, including sword and shield, gauntlets for fisticuffs, and a greatsword. The third drawing was of a silver-haired beautiful girl wearing extravagant maid attire. She wore a monocle and had a gentle expression and a slight smile. She gave off an impression of being gentle yet mysterious. The fourth drawing was of the same silver-haired girl and her various expressions, along with some drawings of her wielding possible weapons. There were 4 weapon types Mayuzumi had tried for her, including dual guns, sword and gun, a sniper rifle, and a heavy assault rifle. All these drawings are excellent, Seiji gave his sincere praise. Both of these characters seem so charismatic. Seiji felt a rather subtle feeling inside when he thought about how he and Mai were the character models for these 2 new Honey Candy Girl characters. It was all the subtler due to the fact that the character based on him was female. Although he understood, it still felt rather subtle to him. The quality is passable, but I still think I could do better, Mayuzumi stated seriously. How do you think it can be improved so that these characters have excellent charisma, just like you and Hoju-san? Seiji didn't know what to say at this. Sensei, I can say a few things about Hoju-senpai's charisma, but as for myself. He felt this was rather awkward. Then let's just talk about Hoju-san first. What do you think needs to be added in order for this character to be just as charismatic as she is? Mayuzumi pointed at the silver-haired girl. I think that this is drawn excellently already. Seiji looked at the drawing and rubbed his chin in contemplation. But if I forced myself to find something, it might be better to make her more black-bellied. Black-bellied? Mayuzumi blinked upon hearing this. Yeah. Maybe I should describe it as more evil, give her a feeling of iciness. Seiji was unsure how to accurately verbalize what his image was. Hoju-senpai, no, make this character's personality as someone who's quite gentle to people important to her, but she'll be terribly cold towards her enemies or those she loathes. And she should be able to maintain her smile while executing someone. That might help to improve this character's charisma. At this moment, my Hoju, who was currently performing household tasks in the student council president's residence, sneezed. The mangaka took out a notebook and wrote down Seiji's suggestions. Anything else? I don't have anything else. Seiji shook his head. What about this character, then? Mayuzumi pointed at the black-haired girl. This. I don't know what to say, Seiji could only smile wryly. At most, I could recommend making a longsword into one of her possible weapon choices as well.
A long sword, Itachi. Mayuzumi's eyes lit up as she thought of something and scribbled something down in her notebook. Thank you for your suggestions. I shall make good use of them.
She closed her notebook and smiled at Seiji.
It's my honor to have been of assistance as one of your fans. Seiji smiled as well.
About when will these two characters officially enter the story? If I'm pleased with how I draw them, they'll be able to be published 2 weeks from now at the quickest.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Seiji imagined the character based on himself appearing in one of the currently most popular ongoing mangas and felt that it was quite interesting. Now then, it was time for the main topic at hand.
He was here to explain last night's incident to Saki and Mayuzumi.
The editor had asked him last night just what had happened at the award ceremony, but it hadn't been convenient to explain it to her there.
He promised to tell her the following day.
Today during lunchtime, Seiji called Mayuzumi and roughly explained the situation. He then arranged a time with her and Saki to come visit them and give them an explanation. As for why he included Mayuzumi in this as well, that was because he felt that Mayuzumi should learn about this incident together with Saki.
Seiji took a sip of some hot tea before he began the explanation.
He began with how they were all dragged into Rinura's realm. Saki's eyebrows arced upwards in surprise when she heard that Tsuyoshi Matsutani, the author of I Can't Sleep When I'm Sleeping Together with My Younger Sister, was a spiritual ability user.
Mayuzumi's expression noticeably changed when she heard how this realm had each author's setting within it.
Her expression was quite subtle upon hearing how the authors met the characters from their own stories.
Seiji knew what she was thinking of. It's quite similar to the situation with Ryo-chan.
That's what I was thinking at the time, Seiji mentioned.
Could it be related? Mayuzumi was wondering about this. Let's finish listening to my story first. Seiji continued his explanation.
He paused for a moment after he started talking about the Moon Bunny Eatery and how Seiji and the others received assistance from the restaurant owner. I believe that this restaurant owner character was the same as the angelic Seiji character from when we were dealing with Ryo-chan. A friendly, mysterious existence was possessing this character.
It's highly possible that it's the same one that helped me in Sensei. Something flashed softly in Mayuzumi's eyes. Seiji continued with his story.
The editor and mangaka were both obviously astonished to hear about how the restaurant owner had been attacked and murdered. The restaurant owner character died, and the mysterious existence left.
But it still gave us a direction to go in. Seiji continued telling the story.
He told them about how he and his companions were guided by the restaurant owner's seal and golden longsword in locating the final author, and how the palace guards were actually the awards ceremony's attendees.
After that, we saw you, Editor Yoshizawa.
At the time, you were standing next to a youth that was dressed regally like a prince. You were wearing clothes like a noble would, Seiji told Saki.
I don't have any memories of this at all. The female editor frowned.
You were in a puppet-like state at the time, just like all the other awards ceremony attendees. I don't know why that was the case.
Seiji sighed.
Then, he began telling them about the prince.
He was actually someone from another world? Both Mayuzumi and Saki widened their eyes in surprise.
Yes, that's how he described himself. There's no way to truly ascertain whether he was telling the truth, but I chose to believe him, just like how I chose to believe the Hinako Tachibana with Ryo-chan at that time.
Seiji looked at Mayuzumi.
The mangaka gripped her hands tightly.
Seiji then finally finished the last part of his story and then sipped on some more tea. Everyone was silent for a moment. It's wonderful that everyone was all right in the end, Mayuzumi exclaimed sincerely.
Yeah.
Something flashed in Saki's eyes. This is indeed the best possible result. Seiji put down his teacup. It's truly fortunate that this incident could be resolved in such a manner. We still don't know who the true perpetrator that caused this incident is, but even if we knew, it's highly likely that the perpetrator is too powerful for us to handle. Natsuya and I both agree on this. That's why we don't intend to investigate it and intend to simply let this incident pass us by. I hope that nothing similar occurs in the future. If an incident like this occurs again, we'll just have to act based on the situation at that time. Everyone fell silent once again. Although I don't want to say what I'm about to say next, but Seiji revealed a serious expression. Sensei, my guess is that if this perpetrator finds out about your and Ryo-chan's existence, then it's highly likely that he'll take advantage of you and try something similar. That's because both of you possess a mysterious power that's powerful enough to even summon the dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, You Can Do Anything You Want. Chapter 509, You Can Do Anything You Want. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. This sounded rather like an exaggeration just to scare them, but it was impossible to ignore the possibility. Apart from this possibility, there's also the fact that ever since the New Year's, the Night of 100 Demons and all the related mystical incidents haven't stopped occurring at all. They even seem to be increasing in magnitude, which is why I've been thinking, Sensei, rather than just leaving your mysterious power as is, how about trying to use it? This way, you'll have the power to fight back if you're ever in danger. Seiji looked at Mayuzumi. I recommend that you should try to summon something suitable with your mysterious power, such as a honey candy girl character who's on the side of good. Try to have your summoned characters fight for you and protect you, just like that time in Ryo-chan's Soul Realm. While it may be risky to try summoning like this, it's even riskier to sit around and do nothing. Becoming stronger is the only correct course of action. At least, that's my personal opinion. Seiji honestly told her what he was thinking. Mayuzumi remained silent upon hearing this. Saki looked at her silent friend and wanted to say something. However, the moment that she was about to speak, Mayuzumi spoke up first. I might have already summoned a character from Honey Candy Girl, the mangaka spoke in a soft voice. Saki and Seiji were both astonished to hear this. You've already done such a summoning? Seiji was quite surprised. Yeah, not long ago, I seem to have seen Idelia when I woke up in the middle of the night, Mayuzumi stated. Idelia was one of the main characters of Honey Candy Girl. She was a highly popular half-demon girl who had the powers of snow and ice. At the time, I only saw her standing at the window and looking at me. She smiled before disappearing. Since I only saw her for a short instant, I wasn't quite certain. Still, I did keep thinking about it from time to time. I really felt like it wasn't a mistaken impression. Seiji and Saki both didn't know how to respond to this. Sensei, in that case, why don't you seriously try summoning her now? Seiji asked. Mayuzumi nodded in agreement. She then closed her eyes and slowly opened them again several seconds later. There was now a sharp glint in her eyes as she acted as if she was holding a pen and speedily began drawing in midair. She was concentrating on drawing her character as she envisioned. Seiji felt as if he was watching her cast a spell when seeing Peach-sensei like this. After the mangaka finished drawing her character on the pretend paper in midair, she slowly took the character drawing and imagined it coming to life. Come, Lia. There was a sudden flash of light. A blue mist suddenly appeared with a faint figure inside it. The mist then transformed into a starry burst of light that illuminated a silver-haired beautiful girl who wore a blue-white ancient-style dress, white silk stockings, and a blue butterfly hair accessory. She really appeared. Both Seiji and Saki widened their eyes in surprise. Idelia, an exact same version of one of the main characters from Honey Candy Girl, appeared right before them. Even Mayuzumi herself was astonished. She didn't expect to succeed on the first try. The silver-haired girl opened her sky-blue eyes and smiled at the three of them. Hello. Her sonorous voice sounded almost ethereal.
Seiji and Mayuzumi managed to confirm that this Idalia was simply an NPC spirit without her own intelligence or will, just like the Honey Candy Girl characters that they saw back in Ryo's Soul Realm. It seems that Sensei unknowingly became an awakened with the power to bring your characters to life, Seiji exclaimed.
With this, Mayuzumi counted as an awakened as well.
Seiji explained what the awakened were as well as what she needed to watch out for.
At any rate, it's good that you now have this power.
Please try practicing your power appropriately in moderation, so that you can use this power to protect yourself when you need to, Seiji told her.
The mangaka nodded.
Meanwhile, the editor was still busy being astonished.
Saki was completely unable to take her eyes off of Idalia, who had now become an actual physical existence.
I want to try touching her.
Is that okay?
Saki asked.
Sure, Mayuzumi responded.
And so, Saki slowly reached out and lightly touched Idalia on the shoulder.
She feels so real.
Saki couldn't help but let out a soft sigh as she felt the soft sensation of flesh.
Any normal person who sees Idalia would likely think that she's just an incredibly high-level cosplayer, Seiji thought to himself.
He figured that she could become an internet sensation if anyone took a few pictures of her and placed them online.
Sensei, it wouldn't happen that you'd want to take some pictures and put them on the internet, would it? He decided to be nosy and ask about it.
Eh?
The mangaka blinked in surprise. Is that a bad idea?
Of course it's a bad idea. I just told you that the awakened need to keep a low profile.
Hee, I know.
I was just joking.
Mayuzumi smiled. Please try not to attract any attention.
Seiji then took another look at Idalia. Do you want a personal picture for yourself?
Mayuzumi asked him.
Yes. Seiji admitted the honest truth. After all, this was a popular character from Honey Candy Girl who had been given life by the creator herself. Since he was a fan, of course he would want several dozen pictures, but... At this moment, the silver-haired girl turned towards him, smiled sweetly, and spoke in a cute manner, "You can do anything you want." The otaku Seiji received a heavy cannon attack from this. At this moment, various desires welled up within him. He almost lost himself to his instinctive desires, but barely managed to restrain himself.
Sensei, you must have controlled her into saying that, didn't you? Mayuzumi covered her mouth and giggled without saying anything.
I knew it. Seiji's cheeks twitched at this. And then, he took out his cell phone and took all the pictures he wanted. Mayuzumi then attempted to summon other characters from Honey Candy Girl. However, all her attempts at summoning ended up failing. It appeared that she was currently only able to summon Idalia. After staying over for a while, Seiji felt that it was time to leave. He reminded Mayuzumi and Saki to contact him if anything at all happened. Saki was quite interested in Idalia and said that she would stay the night at Mayuzumi's apartment, to all she wanted, to observe the situation. What exactly would happen when an editor, mangaka, and their own created character spent a night together? Seiji imagined various things as he returned home.
What did you talk about with Yui-ne-san?
Seiji was immediately asked such a question by Hana when she contacted him and told him to have a video chat with her. Seiji explained the contents of his conversation with Yui. The cat-eared hat girl fell silent upon hearing this.
I intend to do as Yui said.
I shall gather spirit-branded retainers, create my own team, and become a faction of my own that has the capability of fighting against her, Seiji told Hana.
I shall work on this immediately after the duel against Akatsuki Matarai.
So, in a roundabout way, aren't you still doing exactly what I suggested before?
Hana pouted.
I suppose, but now that I had such a discussion with Yui, it's become easier to do so.
Seiji smiled.
Humph. The cat-eared hat girl snorted in a classical tsundere fashion. At any rate, please take good care of me in the future, my dear Vice Commander.
What did you just call me? Vice Commander. Seiji chuckled. Although I now have the goal of creating my own team of spirit-branded retainers, I still don't exactly know how to go about doing it. I can only count on you, my dear younger sister. Hannah didn't respond to this for quite a while. I can see things clearly now. Even if you now have a title such as Awakened or Neo-Human or whatever, you're still foundationally a scumbag. You're just different from before in the type of scumbag that you are. Hannah spoke as if she was a sage that could see through everything. Eh? Why are you suddenly saying something like this? Think about it yourself. I don't understand. Is there a problem with asking you to be my vice commander? I need your teachings, and I need your support. This is a position that can only be left to you, Seiji stated sincerely. When Hannah heard him saying can only be left to you with such incredible sincerity, she felt a strange sensation welling up with her chest. She was filled with frustration for reasons unbeknownst to herself. Damn it! This wretched harem protagonist bastard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Anna. Chapter 510, Anna. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. I'll talk to you again once you finish your duel against Akatsuki Matarai. Hannah said before she abruptly stopped the video chat. She seemed to be somewhat angry. Seiji was quite mystified at her apparent anger. Was it that she would feel too much pressure from being his vice commander? But this was truly a position that could only be left for her. He decided to talk about it with her later. Since Mayuzumi had awakened now, perhaps Ryo would soon awaken as well. No, more accurately speaking, since Seiji was currently being pulled into Ryo's soul realm every night when sleeping together with her, perhaps this counted as her awakened ability already. Currently, her ability seemed to remain as was. Just like always, Seiji continued cultivating in Ryo's soul realm while he was asleep. By the time that it was almost morning, he successfully learned the defensive technique, Sitagarba technique. He then checked Dragon Counterattack in his system and saw that the first two prerequisites were now fulfilled. The new conditions that the system required of him were: read information regarding mana usage. Learn and understand current progress of 0%. Improve your experience in practical combat, current progress of 100%. 99 points required to exchange. Improving his practical combat experience, the seemingly most difficult requirement of all, was already completed. Seiji felt that it must have been last night's experience in Rinura's realm that helped him to fill this bar completely. After all, those battles were quite fierce, especially the final battle to protect Prince Adnan as he returned to his original world. As for information on mana usage, he figured that the cell phone filled with secret technique manuals which Yui gave him before would have such information. And the 99 points required for the skill? Seiji had plenty of points, so that was no problem. Still, he wanted to comment about how his system seemed to be making things more and more difficult for him. System's retort, as imagined by Seiji: I'm only charging you 99 points for such a pretentiously grand ultimate ability. You dare to have objections? The next morning, Seiji woke up and then proceeded to cook breakfast. He based today's breakfast menu on the information that Maihoju sent him. He cooked more dishes than usual, which took him a while. Still, it would cause the maid to become angry at him unless he did so. He decided to obediently cook a well-balanced, nutritious breakfast for the sake of Shika and Ryo's healthy development as well as his own puny life. Seiji hummed a song as he cooked, enjoying the process. When Shika woke up and saw how her adopted older brother was busy cooking, she smiled alluringly. She'd witnessed this scene endless times already. However, she never got tired of seeing it no matter how many times she saw it. She silently observed him for a while before she walked over and began helping him quite naturally. After they finished cooking breakfast, they had a joyous meal together with Ryo, who had just woken up. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Seiji went to open the door and saw Mika, who seemed rather tense, as well as a yawning Chiaki. "Good morning." "Good morning to the both of you." Seiji smiled in greeting. "Would you like to eat breakfast together?" The double pigtailed girl's expression eased up slightly to see that he was behaving just as normal. "No need, we ate breakfast already," Mika replied. "Come in and have a seat," Seiji invited both of them in. Chiaki went to the living room and sat down by the kotatsu, laying her head down on the table and immediately going back to sleep. Mika's eyes flashed as she looked at Seiji, who returned to the dining table. The last time after they spoke, she hadn't seen him for 2 days already. She was feeling quite nervous. However, the fact that Seiji still acted just like normal helped to reassure her, along with giving her other complex emotions. Mika felt as if all her worries and thoughts over the past 2 days had been unnecessary. Suddenly, there was a clear ding sound that resounded in the room. Chiaki lifted her head in a zombie-like fashion and dug out her cell phone from her pocket. She turned it on and began poking at it, smiling in a foolish fashion. Mika sighed upon witnessing this scene. "Chiaki, it really seems like you've gotten addicted to gaming." "Addicted to gaming, that sounds good. I should just take a break from school and play all I want." "Stop being so foolish. Why are you so addicted to it? While this game is indeed quite interesting, it's not necessary to go to such a degree for it, is it?" "It's because I'm in love with Anna, Chiaki, who had obvious dark circles around her eyes, was now giggling foolishly at her cell phone screen. She definitely seemed like a complete NET who was addicted to gaming. Mika was rendered speechless by this scene. She then took out her cell phone and loaded the same game as Chiaki. "Welcome back, Mika." A beautiful girl who had long black hair and bright red eyes greeted her. This girl was wearing a white lace one-piece dress, and she closed the book she was reading and revealed a gentle smile. "I've been waiting for you." Mika felt as if a real person was actually speaking to her through her cell phone, not a character from a cell phone game. "Anna." She reflexively called out this character's name. "What would you like to do?" The character named Anna lightly waved her hand, causing various options to appear on Mika's cell phone screen. Mika chose Explore the Garden. The camera instantly zoomed out as the girl in the white dress stood up from the vine chair she was sitting on. She walked through a fantasy-style living room, exited the house, and entered a garden. There were no cutscenes during this entire process as it was all rendered smoothly. The character's realistic movements and the exquisitely detailed background made this all seem so real. The garden was incredibly beautiful with all sorts of pretty flowers growing inside. However, some strange black bugs kept appearing. "Mika, my power still hasn't recovered yet. I can only rely on you this time," Anna spoke to Mika while looking at the black bugs. Then, a mini-game of bug squashing began. The player needed to accurately judge the black bug's movements and tap on them. Accurately tapping on a bug would squish it, while missing the bug would cause Anna to lose HP. Once her HP fell to 0, the black bugs would suddenly turn large and attack Anna directly, causing her to escape the garden and end the mini-game. This mini-game's difficulty level was quite low. Mika successfully got rid of all the bugs and was able to continue exploring the garden with her. During this process, Anna kept interacting with Mika. Anna's words didn't sound like they were pre-programmed lines at all. Even her expressions seemed so real, and her lips matched the words she said exactly. Before long, Mika lost herself in playing as well. Seiji finished eating his breakfast and walked up to the kotatsu, only to see that both girls were too busy playing with their cell phones to even notice his arrival. Out of curiosity, he took a look at what they were doing. He found that both of them seemed to be playing the same cell phone game. "What's this game called?" Mika suddenly regained her senses when Seiji spoke to her. "Anna," Mika responded. "I started playing this game 2 days ago. Chiaki started playing it on Monday, and she's really addicted." "I can see that."
Seiji's cheek twitched as he looked at Chiaki's foolish appearance. This game must have been quite something to make the tomboy addicted to such a degree in just a few short days. Seiji asked Mika what precisely was so interesting about this Anna game. The main interesting feature is Anna herself, Mika indicated the beautiful girl on her cell phone screen. Her behavior is quite realistic. It's almost as if a real person is acting as her. Seiji looked towards Anna. Anna also looked at him and smiled. Nice to meet you. Are you Mika's boyfriend? She asked gently. Anna's question sounded quite natural, and she even displayed a curious expression. She didn't seem like a pre-programmed NPC at all. Seiji paused in astonishment at this. This Anna character was able to recognize different people's faces, greet them, and also. She said your name. Seiji looked at Mika. You used your real-life name as your in-game name? This game requires its players to identify themselves using real-world ID, and the in-game name isn't changeable, Mika explained. There was even such a thing? Seiji didn't find it strange that a cell phone game would require signing up with one's real name. The strange part was that this game even required players to use their real-life names as the in-game name, and that they weren't even allowed to change it. This was something never seen before. At least, Seiji had never seen such a game before. He felt that something was off about this game. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, I detect the scent of something improper. Chapter 511, I detect the scent of something improper. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yeah, I agree that something seems off. Mika nodded in agreement after Seiji told her his opinion. Not only does this game require one's real name, it can't even be directly downloaded. Only by a player's recommendation and obtaining a recommendation code can this game be downloaded. Not only that, each player is limited to recommending this game only once. Not only that, it's also possible to fail when trying to apply for an account. If you fail, you must wait 3 days in order to try applying again. But that sounds even stranger. Could the company be intentionally using these strange sign-up methods in order to draw attention? Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. That would be for the best. Seiji was worried about whether something mystical was behind this game, such as this game actually being a dangerous invention that some crazed professor made in order to attempt at bringing his already dead daughter back to life. Chiaki thinks that's what it is, but I still think it's rather strange, which is why I don't dare to play it too much. It's normal to be on guard against unfamiliar things. That's how it should be. Yeah, but even though that's what I think, Anna is truly charismatic. Whenever I play with her, I'll unknowingly lose track of the time. Mika looked at her cell phone again. Have you recommended anyone else already? Seiji inquired. He now wanted to download this game and take a closer look. I already recommended someone else. Same with Chiaki. Mika told him that their classmates had given her and Chiaki the recommendation code for downloading this game. Then, both her and Chiaki gave a recommendation code to other classmates that also got interested in this game. Seiji now understood the situation as he looked towards Chiaki. Chiaki was still addicted to the game and had that same foolish expression on her face. Seiji took out his cell phone and took a picture of her foolish manner to commemorate this rare sight before he called out to her. No matter how fun the game is, don't get too addicted to it, he warned her seriously. I know, big bro, Seiji. Chiaki pouted. I just started playing, and I think it's quite interesting, which is why I'm having too much fun to stop for now. I won't truly become a NET or anything like that. Seiji felt as if Chiaki was planting a flag for herself here. It's fine as long as you can control yourself. If you really get too addicted, I'm going to have to educate you. How are you intending to train me? First, I'll tie you up, and then, no wait, that's not it. I said educate, not train.
Seiji almost fell for her wordplay trap. I shall give you the iron fist of justice, and then delete your game account, but... That's terrible. You'd actually dare to kill my wife? That's so cruel.
Chiaki clutched her cell phone and shivered.
Stop saying something like an otaku would. I'm the otaku here. Seiji told her in a serious manner. Mika was rendered speechless.
The Ana in Mika's cell phone smiled and spoke up. Things sound quite lively out there.
The double pigtailed girl looked at her and tapped on the temporarily leave option.
You must be about to go to school with your friends, the white lace dress girl said goodbye gently as the screen turned dark.
Be careful on your way, Mika. Seiji, Mika, Chiaki, and Keed, whom they met along the way, all went to Genhana High School together.
2 nights ago, I participated in Thunderbolt Literature's Newcomer Author Awards ceremony.
Seiji told them about the incident that occurred there.
Mika and the others were astonished to learn that he had experienced yet another mystical adventure.
Several hundred people got involved this time.
This might have ended up really badly.
Seiji sighed. Everyone fell silent for a moment.
Mystical incidents might end up becoming incredible disasters or tragedies, which is why you all need to pay attention to anything that seems off around you, such as that cell phone game that the two of you are playing, Seiji told Mika and Chiaki.
If that Ana is just a cell phone game, that's fine, but what if there's actually something hidden within it?
If something happens later, perhaps both of you will be dragged into it.
That's no laughing matter. Mika and Chiaki exchanged awkward glances with each other. So, your opinion is that we should give up on playing this game?
I think it'll be best if you stop playing it until we find out exactly what it is. Still, both of you have played it for several days already with no apparent negative consequences.
Perhaps I'm just thinking too much into it. Seiji looked at them.
I'll speak to Natsuya about this game, and if possible, have her look into it.
If you want to play it and have fun, that's fine.
Just make sure to not get too addicted. He then looked towards Keed.
Jumanji-sensei, you should pay attention as well.
Please tell me if any students come to you because they feel unwell after playing this Ana cell phone game for too much.
Sure thing, Seiji. Keed smiled and nodded. Both Mika and Chiaki's expressions froze over slightly to hear Keed addressing Seiji in such an intimate fashion.
They both turned their heads to look at the blonde health teacher/infirmary nurse before both turning to look at the handsome youth. I detect the scent of something improper. Chiaki started acting like a famous detective.
Inspector Mika, what do you make of this?
I believe that a crime has occurred, Detective Chiaki.
Mika began narrowing her eyes. Crime, the hell? Seiji felt rather awkward about this.
She merely called me by name, ... That's not something to be described with the word merely. The fact that she's changed the way she addresses you means that something special happened between you. My deduction is that something improper between teacher and student must have occurred.
Chiaki adjusted some imaginary eyeglasses. Not at all. Nothing improper occurred whatsoever. I'm innocent.
Seiji averted his gaze. Your guilty expression has already betrayed you.
You must have done something.
Jumanji-sensei, please give us a victim's statement.
Chiaki turned towards Keed. I wasn't a victim, but I can give you a statement if you like. Keed had a wide grin. That was an unforgettable night. Sensei.
Seiji had an expression of, please don't mess around with me like that.
Inspector Mika was now giving off an aura as if she was transforming into her evil side. I really didn't do anything.
It was just that something happened at the Jumanji family's residence, so I helped out a little, causing my relationship to become closer to Sensei, Seiji explained.
I don't think that's all that occurred. The prime suspect is withholding many important details.
Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes.
The details aren't important. Please don't mind. They're quite important to me. After all, that was my first time. Sensei. The commotion caused by this lasted for quite a while. Keed finally chuckled and stopped intentionally fooling around. It's just as Seiji said. He helped my family, which helped to improve our relationship. Keed smiled as she explained. Nothing improper happened, even though I wanted something like that to happen. He simply refused to cooperate. As for the specifics of what happened, please leave that to your imagination. Chiaki didn't pursue the matter anymore after hearing this. After all, with her intelligence that was on the level of a famous detective's, she already guessed the general situation that must have occurred. Mika had a complex expression as she glared at Seiji for a while before averting her gaze. Seiji could only smile wryly. When Seiji arrived at the president's residence, he mentioned the suspicious cell phone game named Anna to Natsuya. Natsuya agreed to investigate it later when she had the spare time. The dual equipment that Haruta-san, your younger sister is providing for you has arrived. I had it placed in your room, Natsuya told Seiji. His dueling equipment. Seiji was rather curious just what equipment Hana would provide to him. He immediately went to his room in Natsuya's residence and found a silver briefcase inside. The briefcase was sealed. There appeared to be no physical way to open it up. Seiji sent a message to Hana, and she responded almost instantly. She told him the magical way to open it along with the corresponding password. He then put the briefcase on the floor and injected mana into the handle. A black spell formation instantly appeared on the briefcase, showing a number pad. Seiji entered the correct password into the numpad with his other hand. The spell formation faded and the silver briefcase automatically opened. A large humanoid model slowly rose up from the black spell formation inside the briefcase. This model was wearing an entire set of equipment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, I'm not such a kind girl. Chapter 512, I'm not such a kind girl. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The entire equipment set was black and silver. It seemed rather subtly mystical, seeming like something out of the Matrix. There were faint white runes inlaid on the jacket that seemed chaotic yet were somehow orderly. The long sleeves felt rather sturdy and had silver runes with scaly shapes. Taking a closer look revealed that each scale was actually a miniature spell formation. The pants also had silver runes in the same style. Apart from the clothes, there was also a pair of shoes and a pair of gloves. They all seemed quite high level. Seiji tried putting on all the equipment. Apart from the jacket being slightly too small and the shoes being a mismatch by one shoe size, everything else was fine. Someone knocked on his door. Seiji opened the door to see that it was Natsuya. How is it? It mostly fits. He explained what it felt like to wear this equipment set. Let's try testing it out in the practice field, Natsuya told him. Seiji was truly able to feel how high quality the equipment set truly was after testing out its strength. It was far better than the combat equipment he had during his previous duel. In comparison, this equipment set had much better defensive capabilities, mainly because of that jacket. This jacket is called the Scale Rune Armor Jacket. It's the work of the Haruta family's secret spiritual artifact crafting techniques, and is considered first-rate. This is the highest defense armor jacket available for its price range, Natsuya explained. The equipment set also came with 2 spiritual weapons, a long sword and a handgun, as well as a shield. All of these were top-notch spiritual artifacts. Natsuya recorded all the data from the tests they did in the practice field as well as what Seiji thought of the equipment. Seiji then removed his equipment and gave it over to Natsuya so that she could make appropriate modifications. After that, he went back to his room to take a rest. Seiji took out his black cell phone filled with the Haruta family's secret technique manuals, found the information regarding mana usage, and began reading. He read, learned, practiced, and understood.
It was already midnight by the time that Seiji finished practicing and regained his senses. He wanted to work his hardest and learn Dragon Counterattack by the end of today. So, he called Shika and told her that he wouldn't be returning home tonight. Instead, he would practice cultivation here at the student council president's residence. After eating dinner and resting for a while, Seiji was about to continue practicing when his cell phone rang.
The call was from Mika. "Seiji, are you busy right now? I'm currently cultivating my spiritual abilities." "What's the matter?" Mika fell silent for a moment. "It's nothing. I just wanted to see you. Since you're busy, just forget it," Mika whispered in a soft voice. 3 conversation options in front of Seiji. A. I'm not that busy. It's alright to meet up. B. Have a good night, then. C. I'm really busy. Don't call me unless it's important.
Conversation options appearing meant that this was quite an important decision. Seiji could guess at what Mika probably wanted him to say to her. He considered for only 1 second before choosing option A. I'm not that busy. It's alright to meet up. Really? Of course. Wait for me at your place. I'll come over right away. No, I'll go over to find you instead, Mika hurriedly offered. I'll wait for you near the president's residence. No need, I'll return instead. All you have to do is wait for me at home, Seiji told her. He then hung up on her before giving her a chance to respond. He then put on his jacket and walked back to the Uehara apartments from the president's residence. Meanwhile, Mika stared at her cell phone, feeling guilty. Honestly, even though I know that his time is precious right now. The double pigtailed girl lay on her bed and muttered to herself, feeling guilty. Although she felt guilty, she also felt happy as well, since he obviously valued her so much. Mika hugged her pillow, imagining his gentle and handsome face, which gave her a warm feeling inside. She had something important to discuss with him, but it didn't seem that important anymore as long as she got to see him. Mika thought that to herself, causing her face to flush red. She then buried her face in her pillow. Some minutes later, Seiji arrived in front of the Uehara apartments, so he dialed Mika's number. Mika soon came out to greet him. Seiji smiled in greeting and went for a walk together with her. They walked side by side, with neither saying anything for a while. It was nice to walk like this in silence as well. However, now wasn't the time to be relaxing. What is it that you'd like to talk to me about? Seiji spoke up first. Mika felt that it didn't matter as much anymore. Still, she figured she should say what she wanted to say. After the last time we spoke, I thought about things by myself. I also spoke to Kinsa-sensei about things, Mika spoke up. Sensei told me many things, about what spiritual ability users believe in, about the laws of spiritual ability user society, about the truth of mystical incidents in the world, and so on. After that, I thought about things for a long time by myself, and felt that I didn't understand things completely. Yet, there was one part where I was quite clear on. Something flashed in Mika's eyes as she looked at the boy beside her. What part is that? Seiji looked directly at her. Mika stopped walking. At this moment, a car passed by. Its headlights clearly illuminated the heavy expression on her face. Seiji, you're willing to kill for my sake, is that correct? Mika asked in an abnormally calm manner. Seiji widened his eyes slightly upon hearing this question. Yes. I will if it's necessary, Seiji answered calmly as well after a moment of surprise. Will you do so even if I don't wish it? Mika asked another question. Seiji fell silent. Mika smiled after observing him for a while. It seems that I'm correct. Her smile seemed quite pure yet simultaneously complex. This appeared to enhance the deep meaning of her words. Seiji had never seen Mika with such an expression before. He could only focus his gaze on her. Mika stepped closer to him and reached out to hug him. She placed her face against his sturdy chest. "I like you, Seiji. Even though I'm slightly stupid and can't understand things very quickly, I understand that I have feelings for you. Killing people isn't a good thing. But, you accept having to kill people, and you're willing to kill people for my sake. In that case, I can accept it as well, and do the same for you. I'm not such a kind girl. I'm simply a girl who likes you, that's the conclusion I came to." Seiji could feel Mika's deep feelings and was rather moved. "Mika, you don't actually have to, . I know, but this is just how I am." The double pigtailed girl hugged him tightly as if she was trying to feel his very essence. Seiji fell silent for a moment before he reached out to hug her as well. The two of them hugged each other in silence on the dark night street. Seiji returned to the president's residence and continued to cultivate. However, he couldn't take his mind off of Mika's smile and her love confession towards him filled with her sincere feelings. Seiji was unable to concentrate due to the indescribable feelings within him. So, he decided to stop cultivating and began working on writing the dating sim storyline instead. The fourth female lead would be a seemingly ordinary girl who didn't have any special relationship to the male lead. They would get acquainted with each other due to sitting next to each other in class. She didn't have any particular traits about her personality or any specialties. The male lead coincidentally helped her out when she was in a pinch, causing her to become enamored with the male lead. She slowly approached him. After writing about this for a while, Seiji started getting the feeling of, just what am I writing? He stopped writing and went over what he just wrote. Such a story, seems like it'll be no good. Seiji came to this conclusion as he moved this computer document to the recycle bin. I'll discuss things properly with Mika after the duel against Akatsuki. Then, I'll work on this fourth female lead again. Seiji leaned back against his chair and looked at the ceiling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Let's watch fireworks together. Chapter 513, Let's watch fireworks together. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Saturday night. The fated moment, the moment of the duel was upon Seiji and his friends. Seiji was currently fully equipped and playing shogi against Hitaka in the living room. The red-haired girl wore a dress that was similar to what she wore during the last duel. However, this dress had visible armor pieces, making it more like a piece of light armor. Hitaka quietly observed the situation on the shogi board. After some consideration, she picked up the shogi piece named Kaima with her index and middle fingers and gently moved it. Her elegant action and expression of concentration was movingly beautiful. Seiji enjoyed the beautiful scene while playing shogi against her. Meanwhile, Natsuya was in the same form-fitting attire from the last duel. She was currently sitting on a sofa and gently stroking Rana's head as the latter lay on her lap. Rana was currently in her adult Catwoman form. She was wearing a black dress with dark red armor on top. Her cat ears were drooping down softly, with furry tail wagging back and forth. She kept mewling comfortably. This was an incredibly alluring scene. However, Seiji felt too awkward to stare, so he could only sneak a few looks in secret. Everything seemed incredibly peaceful. They appeared more like people that were preparing for a cosplay event, not a yin-yang master duel. Time ticked by in a seemingly slow fashion. However, it also felt like time passed quite swiftly by the time that it was time to duel. Seiji stood up and spoke, "Let's finish our shogi match later." "Yeah." Hitaka nodded slightly as she stood up as well. Meow Rana got up from Natsuya's lap as well and lazily stretched. Something bright was flashing in her heterochromia eyes. Natsuya stood up as well and spoke calmly, "Let's go." Everyone saw Mai waiting for them at the door before they left Natsuya's residence. "May you be blessed with victory."
The maid bowed to them.
Seiji, Natsuya, and the others smiled in response as they left the student council president's residence and headed for the location of the duel.
The time had finally arrived.
Akatsuki Matarai was currently riding in his car as he looked outside the window. His handsome face had a devilish grin. As long as he won this upcoming duel, he would finally be able to obtain what he had wanted for so long, along with many other tangible benefits.
As for the possibility of losing, Akatsuki didn't even consider such a thing to be possible.
After all, this duel had the condition of only ending if one side surrendered or was completely incapacitated. There were no ridiculous game rules like going out of bounds meant losing, but Akatsuki admitted that he had been overconfident during the Winter Snow Festival's game duel.
He'd underestimated Seiji Haruta and received a humiliating loss.
Apart from making sure that Seiji would no longer be able to take advantage of little rules like that one, he also made sure to greatly increase his assessment of Seiji Haruta's true power level. In fact, he even considered it possible that Seiji was actually stronger than Natsuya. Even though he felt it was quite unlikely, Akatsuki still prepared for this hypothetically worst scenario. That was why he felt absolutely assured of his victory.
"Let me see just how much you struggle."
Akatsuki smiled with a cold look in his eyes.
"Don't surprise me by being boring pushovers, .
It would be quite boring if the prey he'd gone to such painstaking efforts to catch ended up not even giving him meaningful resistance. Only seeing their looks of despair after giving it their utmost was what interested him the most. Seiji saw a black luxury car enter the school grounds and stop. The car's door opened. The first to get off the car was a boy with short purple hair who wore dark purple form-fitting attire.
This was Naruo Yashu.
Next to get off the car was a red-haired girl wearing a white and gold dress.
This was Akasuzume Kogi.
Another silver-haired girl who wore blood-red Sakura Island attire with a short miniskirt got off from the other side of the car.
This was Shinobu Miyake. Finally, a handsome boy wearing blue-on-white hunting clothes exited the car. Of course, this was Akatsuki Matarai.
The four of them walked up to Seiji and his companions and stood before them. The black luxury car turned around and left the school grounds.
"Good evening, Natsuya, as well as everyone else."
Akatsuki smiled in greeting.
"Good evening, Matarai-san." Natsuya responded calmly. "Please don't address me by my first name."
Ha. You won't get to say that anymore after tonight."
"That's right.
I won't have to say it anymore after tonight, but right now, I still wish to express that your attitude disgusts me." While the two of them were seemingly having a casual conversation, Seiji unsheathed his black longsword and brought out his white shield which had a pentagram spell formation etched upon it. Naruo Yashu, who was standing directly across from Seiji, transformed his hands into purple-red sharp claws as a Hanya mask covered his face. Hitaka pulled out her red longsword as well as a magic gun. Akasuzume Kogi, who stood directly across from Hitaka, brought out a pair of golden red guns. Both guns also had sharp blades attached. Rana revealed her sharp cat claws. Shinobu Miyake was across from her and brought out a pair of swords, one long and one short. Right after this, a firework shot up from near the school and let out some bright red light. This was the message from the judge to begin the duel. "Let's go watch fireworks together this summer," Akatsuki spoke softly. "I will go watch fireworks, but never with you," Natsuya replied coldly. Yashu was the first to suddenly rush forward, leaving behind only an afterimage of purple and red. Seiji instantly transformed into his golden form and blocked him with his shield. As the vanguards, Yashu and Seiji fiercely clashed against each other. Their loud impact created a formless wave that created a huge dust plume.
Kogi jumped up in midair and started shooting at Seiji. Hitaka shot back at Kogi and jumped to block her.
Shinobu clutched her uneven twin swords and rushed towards Natsuya.
Rana instantly appeared before Shinobu and attacked with her claws.
Natsuya extended her palms and activated Gen Hana High School's gigantic spell formation.
Akatsuki lifted up his hands and summoned 4 black pillars. Asterisk boom. Star dot. Both sides sent numerous spells against each other which exploded into an even more blinding light than the earlier firework. Oh ho, this is a nice start to the duel. Ayami Himiki, the girl judging this duel, praised what she saw. Just like always, she observed this duel from a distance together with her husky dog spirit branded retainer. The previous duel of the Yorihana family daughter against the Yoshiaki family son gave her an incredibly deep impression. She was more than pleased to take the job to judge this duel as well. In fact, she even gave a small discount on her usual judging fee. Although she knew that it would be foolish to expect another legendary battle like Shitendaji vs Minamoto no Reiku, she felt that she should have some expectations as the judge. After all, perhaps something truly incredible would come out again. The start was incredible already, with a chaotic 4 against 4 team battle. Team battles were completely different from solo duels. The tacit cooperation between companions would be incredibly important. Perhaps one excellent coordinated effort would determine the entire victory, while a single terrible mistake might lead to a pathetic defeat. Ayami had witnessed countless such duels before, and deeply felt that team battles were far more stimulating than one-on-one duels. Victory was commonly decided in just an instant. Those who didn't react fast enough might not even realize just how they lost. Although Ayami was quite young, she was an excellent judge. She still had the ability to clearly see all 8 people's actions, and even had the time to focus her concentration mainly on one person. The red side, Yorihana family daughter, S-jacketed handsome boy. This handsome boy who seemed like only a newcomer during the previous duel no longer retained his noobishness at all. He seemed like a perfectly normal temporary spirit-branded retainer now, not. Ayami was astounded by how much he'd grown in power since last time. It had only been a short few months, right? Wasn't it too ridiculous for his spiritual power to have grown by such a level? Did he go and cultivate in a spirit world? Or did he manage to get his hands on some excellent stat-increasing consumables? No matter what, the increase in his power couldn't be measured by the standards of being only a temporary spirit-branded retainer anymore. He was now on the level of being a trump card. Not to mention that he had the transformation ability from last time that surprised her so much. However, his bonded spirit seems to be someone other than Minamoto no Reiku now. His spells are all golden in color. Who could his spirit be? The girl judge instinctively felt that this handsome boy was highly likely to again become the Yorihana family daughter's trump card. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, I was just warming up. Chapter 514, I was just warming up. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. He really is incredibly strong, Seiji thought as he vigorously fought against Naro Oyashu. Back at the Winter Snow Festival, their duel had only been a game. If Yasha had gone all out against him at that time, Seiji felt that he was highly likely to have lost. Akasuzum Kugi was agilely tumbling through the air, quite incredible as well. Her dual gun shooting and swift gunblade attacks were all quite threatening. Shinobu Miyaki, the human puppet, wasn't nearly as agile. However, her attacks were harder to predict due to the fact that she didn't need to slow down or hesitate at all. One slip of someone's meant that her uneven twin swords would get through. Akatsuki used his 4 summoned black pillars to fight to a draw in spellcasting against Natsuya, who had the home field advantage of the high school spell formation backing her up. It could be seen that he was a highly skilled spellcaster. He was a truly strong opponent as well. However, we're still stronger. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes as he held onto his shield and blocked yet another one of Yasha's attacks. Kugi's twin guns shot streams of light as she jumped in midair, raining down a torrent of spiritual bullets upon Hitaka she was facing. Kugi then uttered an incantation that caused all the spiritual bullets to instantly explode. The explosions also released countless miniature spell formations. Ultimate aerial technique, demolishing blades.
Kugi crossed her guns and continuously shot out red arcs that entered the spell formations and started bouncing around between the spell formations at an incredibly high speed. In just an instant, the red arcs of light sliced through Hitaka's body several thousand times. Hitaka was sliced and diced to tiny little pieces, but there was no blood. The real Hitaka appeared to Kugi's left. A light was gathering upon the blade in Hitaka's right hand as she suddenly sliced out in a powerful attack. Clang! Kugi blocked Hitaka's blade with her gunblade and turned around using the impact's momentum, intending to begin another round of shooting attacks. However, her vision suddenly darkened. Demon illusion technique, Shadow Lantern. This was a spell that Rana cast upon Kugi. This spell had zero attack power, but had the effect of preventing the target's eyes from seeing anything. Kugi instantly started firing her guns in random directions and activated a self-protection spell to dispel the vision-blocking spell. However, she found that nobody was in front of her anymore by the time her vision returned. Hitaka descended from midair at a high speed while an even more blinding blow gathered on her blade. Her sword sharply whistled through the air as it sliced forcefully down towards Yashu. Yashu detected her attack and was about to dodge. Ice Prison. Seiji accurately cast his telekinesis control spell and trapped Yashu where he stood. Hitaka's blade was almost about to arrive. Sharp Fang technique, Vicious Bite. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Yashu was sliced into the ground. His personal protective barrier was heavily damaged. Ice Calamity Blade. Seiji decisively followed up Hitaka's attack with his own as the long sword in his ice hand sliced with the power of ice. Numerous spirit swords materialized in midair and sliced down at Yashu. Yashu's personal barrier was completely demolished as 3 spirit blades pierced into his body, causing him to scream in pain. At this time, Kugi's covering fire finally arrived, but it was too late. Hitaka easily dodged the spiritual bullets. Seiji blocked the spiritual bullets with his shield when he suddenly sensed danger. A dark blood-red figure suddenly appeared to his side. The puppet girl was wielding her uneven twin swords and coming for him. Sitagarba technique, Shield Block. Thud, Seiji solidly blocked Shinobu's sneak attack aimed at him, mitigating the impact by transferring part of the force into the ground. This caused several cracks to appear where he stood. Demon Dance, Feast of Blades. The puppet girl seemed to continually flash as she sliced at an incredibly high speed and attacked from all directions. Bullet Time, Activate. Seiji easily managed to block and dodge all her attacks. From Ayami's point of view, he managed to precisely defend against the furious onslaught. It was as brilliant as if he was dancing together with a maniac demon. Meanwhile, Hitaka and Rana used the advantage of numbers now that it was 4 against 3 and teamed up together against Kugi. Sharp Fang technique, Group Bite. Hitaka released a red light that transformed into 5 red shadows. All 5 red shadows possessed sharp blades and attacked Kugi. Demon Mist, Cat Dance. Rana enveloped herself in a red mist that instantly blurred her figure into numerous cats that all rushed towards Kugi. Aerial defensive technique, Full Moon. Kugi seemingly transformed into white light as she shot both her guns at a high speed, turning and shooting in all directions. She seemed as brilliant as the moon itself. At this moment, light and mist intersected as swords clashed against bullets. This was an incredibly chaotic scene that also had a mysterious beauty that seemed abnormal. Finally, the full moon faded as Kugi collapsed. Hitaka and Rana immediately headed over to support Seiji. A red light flashed in Shinobu's eyes as she received an order to swiftly retreat in order to avoid being surrounded on all sides by Seiji, Hitaka, and Rana. Marvelous, Akatsuki Matarai spoke up. Although he just witnessed 2 of his spirit-branded retainers collapsing, he seemed like he didn't care at all. He was still smiling. No wonder you dared to duel against me, Natsuya, so you all possessed such power. Not bad at all. Especially you, Haruta-san. Your power level forces me to admit that you are no longer a piece of garbage.
You've become really amazing.
The handsome dark blue-haired boy even clapped his hands.
I truly praise you all and apologize for underestimating you. Now then, as long as you can defeat me, it's your victory. Come. Akatsuki extended his palms in a seemingly welcoming manner.
Seiji furrowed his eyebrows upon seeing Akatsuki behaving in such a manner.
Seiji glanced over at Natsuya to see what she thought. Natsuya currently had a serious expression. Two of Akatsuki's spirit-branded retainers had indisputably collapsed, while all four of them were in good condition.
Logically speaking, Seiji and Natsuya's team should have the victory well within their grasp.
However, Natsuya's expression wasn't like they were about to win at all. Just what was the problem?
Those four black pillars are actually an incredibly powerful spiritual artifact, Natsuya suddenly spoke in Seiji's mind.
Don't rush over yet.
The black pillars.
Seiji took another look over in Akatsuki's direction.
What exactly are those?
Seiji mentally inquired.
They should be some type of spirit stakes.
I can't tell the specifics.
I only know that they're incredibly solid and possess an enormous amount of mana within them. From the beginning of the duel to now, I've been competing against him in spellcasting, but I've inflicted 0 damage.
So, you're saying that the power of those 4 pillars is equal to the school's large spell formation?
Seiji raised his eyebrows in surprise.
Pretty much. At any rate, don't be rash in rushing to attack.
Then what should we do?
Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes.
I'm going to cast a powerful spell that's specially designed as an anti-spell formation spell. This will require a period of time when I must maintain a high degree of concentration.
Protect me while I'm doing so.
Understood. Seiji, Hitaka, and Rana all stood close by to Natsuya and used their defensive formation.
You're not coming over?
Heh, a wise decision.
Akatsuki chuckled.
It would appear that you're not so foolish to believe that you've won already.
Akatsuki stopped smiling and his gaze grew icy. That was just a warm-up. I'm going to get serious now.
Right after he finished speaking, 2 of the black pillars issued a blood-red glow as complex runes and spell formations appeared on them. Yashu and Kugi, who were both collapsed on the ground, were suddenly enveloped by a blood-red mist.
I shall allow you all to witness my true power. Akatsuki spoke such a classical villainous line as 2 balls of blood mist slowly rose up with terrifying screams coming from inside. Seiji and his companions all felt an ominous premonition.
Soon, the 2 balls of blood mist exploded, revealing Yashu and Kugi, who had seemingly transformed. Strange black crystals grew all over their bodies, making it seem like they were wearing some strange armor.
A blood-red glow could be faintly seen moving between the crystals.
There was also a sound that resembled someone panting heavily, which sounded quite strange.
Rana's cat ears were stiff and completely vertical. Hitaka had a tense expression, while Seiji furrowed his eyebrows.
Everyone could sense that Yashu and Kugi were now even more dangerous than earlier. It was as if they had just witnessed ordinary boss monsters suddenly evolving into elite tier bosses.
Spell formation piercing technique, inescapable blade. Natsuya finished casting her spell.
A tremendously large dark red spiritual blade materialized in midair.
Numerous smaller spell formations were rotating around it in an orderly fashion, giving it an incredible aura.
The next instant, this gigantic spiritual blade locked onto its target and shot forth.
Akatsuki merely watched the spiritual blade approach and didn't even react. Boom. Star.
A gigantic dark purple claw suddenly reached up in midair and blocked the huge spiritual blade.
What? Natsuya widened her eyes in surprise.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 515, This is just like cheating. Chapter 515, This is just like cheating. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yashu's spiritual claw managed to forcefully reach into the air and block Natsuya's powerful anti-spell formation spell. He then used his giant claw to forcefully squeeze Natsuya's gigantic spiritual blade into tiny little pieces. The spiritual blade broke up into bits of light that ended up fading. Seiji and the others were all rendered speechless. This was just like cheating. That was a huge spell specialized against spell formations. A spirit-branded retainer was actually capable of dealing with it in such a fashion. How were they supposed to fight against this? Akatsuki Matarai's true strength was simply far too astonishing. Was he supposed to be the main character rather than the antagonist? No, wait. Seiji felt that there was some sort of hidden issue. Those abnormal crystals and mysterious black pillars had such power within them. Were there no side effects at all? Zero weaknesses? Seiji refused to believe that a guy like Akatsuki would have the luck and plot armor of story protagonists. There would definitely be some type of hidden weakness that was difficult to spot. The critical part was how to find such a weakness. Seiji looked towards Natsuya. Natsuya was also looking at him. Her face was filled with confusion and blankness. Seiji realized that she had received an impact upon seeing her expression. I don't believe that Akatsuki Matarai would be so strong. There must be some type of weakness. Seiji spoke up. I can't spy any weaknesses. Natsuya replied rather weakly. That's because he disguised them excellently. He understands you and knows how you would try to find out his weaknesses. He must have specifically aimed for a method that would conceal any weaknesses from you. Natsuya felt encouraged after hearing the resolution in Seiji's words. Still, what were they supposed to do? Use cleansing. There was a sharp glint in Seiji's eyes. Those two spirit-branded retainers obviously have something wrong with their transformation. They might be under the influence of some strange forces. I feel that attempting to cleanse them might be the most effective method. Right after he finished speaking, Yashu stepped forth and rushed towards them. With a large booming sound, Yashu caused large cracks to appear in the ground as he pounced. Dodge! All four members of Seiji's team speedily avoided the huge spiritual claw that was swiping towards them with frightening momentum. The next moment, Yashu swiped with yet another gigantic claw, right at Seiji. Bullet time, activate! Seiji simultaneously dodged the huge claw while speedily creating a seal. Evolved cleansing. A golden mystical spell formation instantly appeared on Yashu's body and gave off a blinding light. Asterisk boom. Star dot. There was a loud explosion as if a bomb had gone off. Thick dark red mist exploded from Yashu's body and spread in a wide radius. Seiji saw that Yashu collapsed as if he took a serious blow. There was even a strange, faint sound of creaking. He'd definitely witnessed such phenomena before when facing off against the transformed Zankita Jumanji. Hell's aura. That was the true identity of those black crystals? Or were these crystals merely something similar? No matter what, he had been right on the mark. The cleansing spell was super effective. Seiji's mouth arced upwards ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's expression froze over. How is this possible? Just now, Seiji Haruta's spell caused tremendous damage to Yashu, leaving Akatsuki in disbelief. Indeed, the power he'd bestowed upon Yashu and Kugi had a weakness. However, this weakness was one which wouldn't be so easily discovered. Only extremely specialized cleansing magic would be able to cause any damage. Most ordinary or common cleansing spells would be ineffective. Yet Seiji Haruta had such a precise spell that managed to deal damage on the first try. Just what was going on? While Akatsuki was busy being astonished, he witnessed Seiji cast another cleansing for a second time and bring massive damage to Yashu yet again. No matter what, I have to kill this bastard first. Such a thought popped into Akatsuki's mind. He immediately began preparing a large-scale ultimate spell,
which caused all four black pillars to light up with a dark glow.
Natsuya and the others were heartened upon seeing Seiji's spells being effective. However, they immediately discovered afterwards that their cleansing spells were apparently ineffective.
Only Seiji's spells had any effect.
Why was it that only his spells could cause so much damage?
Natsuya instantly recalled the powerful mysterious spirit that Seiji possessed. What truly countered Akatsuki wasn't the cleansing magic, but that mysterious spirit instead, Yomi's power.
This coincidental situation was similar to what had occurred during the duel against Okubo Yoshiaki. Back at that time, it could still be interpreted as the influence of Shika Kagura's special power negatively influencing Okubo, but what about this time? Was it really pure luck? Even if it was only luck, such powerful luck was already inconceivable.
After all, Seiji was living together with the Reaper's curse.
When taking this into consideration, Seiji's excellent luck seemed like. If Natsuya had been a gamer, she definitely would have labeled Seiji as a cheater.
He learned spells incredibly quickly, his spiritual power improved at a rapid pace, and he became a yin-yang master so swiftly. All of the above could still barely be attributed to extraordinary talent, but this luck. How the hell was his luck explainable?
Luck is a part of strength as well.
Anyone could say such a thing, but only upon truly seeing someone cheat like to the point of defeating his enemies with luck alone would they understand how indescribable the emotion would be.
Natsuya suddenly impulsively wanted to know what Akatsuki was currently feeling like right now.
That was when she noticed that Akatsuki was currently uttering an incantation for an obviously powerful spell.
She instantly realized Akatsuki's intentions and wanted to stop him.
However, the strengthened Kugi was now flying through the air with dark red spell formations appearing behind her. The spiritual bullets she shot out with her dual guns had much greater power than earlier.
The bullets had the force of a cannon shot, which prevented Natsuya from doing anything to interrupt Akatsuki's spellcasting. Seiji. Natsuya sent a mental message to him.
Seiji immediately activated one of their trump cards upon hearing this. Mana exchange, to power both of them up. Both their mana activated and strengthened each other, temporarily giving them both a powered-up state.
Killing Curse, Hell's Torrent.
Akatsuki cast a spell that created a gigantic spell formation in midair. Black light erupted from this spell formation and rushed towards his enemies like a torrential flood.
This spell had a very large area of effect and was difficult to dodge.
When Seiji saw this powerful magic attack coming for him, he didn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he smiled.
Come.
Seiji made a pose with long sword and started casting a spell. Right before this terrifyingly powerful spell reached him, a large number of miniature spell formations appeared before Seiji. He then wielded his long sword to block the incoming Black Tide's onslaught, causing the mystical lights on the spell formations around him to glow.
Oa! Seiji roared as he was under immense pressure.
He concentrated purely on receiving the attack, then condensing and reshaping.
Reversal spell, Dragon Counterattack. Seiji whirlwind his longsword as the spell formations flashed.
The Black Tide was seemingly cleansed as it transformed into a golden light which swiftly formed into an elegant divine dragon.
What? Akatsuki widened his eyes in surprise. Taste the dragon's blade.
Seiji shouted Genji's quote from Overwatch as he wielded his sword with full force.
The imposing golden dragon seemingly roared as it burst through the air and shot back towards Akatsuki at a much faster speed than the Black Tide. This scene etched itself deeply in Ayami Himiki and all the other observers' eyes. Impossible. Akatsuki's handsome face distorted.
He was incredibly shaken by the golden dragon which was speedily heading straight for him.
Boom. Star.
The tremendous dragon crashed into Akatsuki's personal defensive barrier, and devoured him along with his 4 black pillars, exploding into a blinding light.
So cool! Ayami Himiki exclaimed in amazement.
She instantly concluded that this was one of the coolest looking techniques that she had ever seen since she began judging duels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 516, Snap. Chapter 516, Snap. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
This was the first time Ayami had seen a counterattack spell so extravagant in appearance.
The entire process looked amazing, not to mention the user was incredibly handsome as well.
As a female, she felt that she was enjoying plenty of eye candy. Ayami also liked the fact that the main young master on the other side who suffered from this counterattack was also a handsome boy.
This was excellent. This was exactly what she wanted to see in a duel.
Ayami placed some potato chips in her mouth and happily snacked while observing the duel.
Akatsuki successfully blocked the attack.
However, he still took a lot of damage. Large cracks appeared in all 4 of his spiritual pillars.
Ridiculous. How did my ultimate attack spell rebound on me?
Just how did he accomplish such a feat?
Akatsuki's loathing of Seiji Haruta was now increasing more than ever before.
If only he had known how much power Seiji possessed, he would have eliminated Seiji via underhanded means before the duel no matter what. It was too late to regret things now. So, what should he do? Yashu was being completely suppressed, so Yashu being defeated was only a matter of time. Seiji would naturally then focus on Kugi and defeat her as well.
Did that mean that he, Akatsuki Matarai, would lose? No.
Just imagining the thought of losing made Akatsuki feel like he was about to go insane.
I won't lose. Who cares if they have a way to suppress my power? I have another ace up my sleeve.
Akatsuki now had a vicious expression as he came to a decision and summoned over Shinobu the human puppet spirit-branded retainer.
Seiji, who was currently dealing with Yashu, noticed that Akatsuki summoned Shinobu over to his side.
It appeared that Akatsuki was casting some sort of major spell upon her.
Seiji felt an ominous premonition from this. However, Natsuya and the others were currently locked in battle against the powered-up Kugi. Nobody had the free time to extract themselves and stop Akatsuki.
Seiji made a split-second decision and opened up his system. He speedily chose the mental suppression card, Desire to Retort, and chose to activate it.
Target person to use it on Akatsuki Matarai.
Seiji immediately saw the blue-haired handsome boy seemingly freeze for a moment. It appeared that Akatsuki was being attacked by something invisible. So, the attack must have been effective.
Still, Seiji was unsure just what Akatsuki's mental state was like right now.
He felt that in theory, being mentally suppressed would make spellcasting more difficult.
The Desire to Retort card would last for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. He needed to defeat Yashu as quickly as possible so that he could go and deal with Kugi, which would allow Natsuya to deal with Akatsuki's spellcasting.
I hope that your retorts are quite effective, dear sister of mine.
Hana, who was currently playing an MMORPG on her computer, sneezed. Akatsuki suddenly felt his head becoming dizzy.
An indescribably strong emotion came over him, causing his thoughts to become dull and hazy. He also kept having strange thoughts.
Who am I? Where am I? Why am I doing such meaningless things? Nothing in the world has any real meaning to it. My existence is meaningless as well. Everything will return to the void anyways. I really just want to go home, go to sleep in my bed, not care about anything, and stop thinking about anything. After all, someone like me can't. No, something's wrong.
Akatsuki forcefully shook his head in an effort to shake off this strange condition that suddenly came over him.
This was a mental attack. Did Seiji's golden counterattack spell even have such an additional side effect? Damn it!
Akatsuki cast a protective mental magic upon himself to try and regain a clear mind.
However, it didn't work. I don't have any time left. I need to hurry.
Akatsuki forced himself to bear with his mental condition and continued spellcasting.
He was currently forcefully injecting the spiritual pillar's power into the human puppet's soul core.
This would temporarily allow the human puppet to gain incredible power. He had never tested this spell out before. Akatsuki researched the mysterious soul core he received from the equally mysterious merchant for quite a long time, but was still unable to find out how exactly it worked. He knew that such forceful injection of power into the soul core was likely to cause irreversible damage, or perhaps even an overload that could cause an explosion. However, Akatsuki no longer cared about potential consequences. It's fine even if she overloads and explodes in the end. Before that happens, use all this power to defeat all my enemies, Shinobu. Akatsuki's spell caused strands of black light to speedily enter the human puppet's body and enter her soul core. However, since he was somewhat distracted by his current mental condition, he made a small error when injecting the power. Part of the power didn't enter the soul core. There was the sound of another explosion as Yashu collapsed yet again. All the black crystals on Yashu's body were now destroyed. His body appeared seriously injured with burn marks all over. He finally completely stopped moving. Seiji immediately rushed over towards Kugi. Hitaka, who was currently wielding a shield and gun, saw him rushing over and indicated towards him with a hand gesture. Seiji understood her intentions. He jumped right at her and into the air, landing on the shield that she raised for him. Hitaka threw her gun on the ground and threw the shield with both hands at full strength. She tossed Seiji in the direction of Kugi, who was currently flying through the air, but when he was halfway there, Rana jumped up, meowed, and forcefully pushed the shield, helping to increase his speed yet again. Seiji approached Kugi at the speed of a hurtling meteor. Kugi attempted to snipe Seiji out of the air. However, Natsuya cast a spell that prevented her from doing so. Boom. Star. Seiji successfully reached his target thanks to all three of his companions' assistance. He landed a direct hit with his golden, evolved cleansing spell on Kugi's body, which was super effective. Leave her to me. You all go deal with that bastard. Seiji shouted. Natsuya nodded in understanding and headed for Akatsuki. However, that was when she saw the human puppet before him suddenly erupt with explosive, thick, blood-red mist. There was also an ear-piercing screech. Soul core power-up, complete. For the last step, Akatsuki removed the power limiter on the human puppet, transforming his creation into the most vicious and powerful combat weapon of all. Go, Shinobu, Akatsuki gave his order. The screeching increased in volume as the puppet girl's eyes lit up with blood-red flames and she moved. Snap! She viciously bit into Akatsuki's neck. Akatsuki made a foolish sound. Human puppets were created with a spell that allowed the master total control. Theoretically speaking, it should have been impossible for a human puppet to harm its master. That was why he was completely off guard against Shinobu. Not only that, the desire to retort card still hadn't expired yet. Akatsuki had been forcing himself to finish spellcasting while being mentally suppressed. Since he had completed his spell successfully, this was when his guard was at its lowest. He wasn't even able to react to this sudden sneak attack. Akatsuki felt tremendous pain coming from his neck as something within him was suddenly being devoured. Only now did he think to resist. Yet, he was too late. Akatsuki's vision blackened, never to see the light of day again. What? Natsuya widened her eyes in surprise. She just witnessed the human puppet girl viciously biting into Akatsuki's neck, causing him to speedily become smaller. No, he had withered. What just happened? A human puppet actually devoured its master. Just like Akatsuki, the first thing that came into her mind was, how is this possible? That's when she suddenly recalled what Seiji had told her before about Shinobu. However, Shinobu's soul had already been stolen away by Seiji.
Wasn't the human puppet turning into a demon and devouring her master no longer supposed to happen? To be honest, Natsuya did indeed slightly mind when she learned about what Seiji did. Technically, he had assisted Akatsuki Matarai by doing so, since Akatsuki would avoid the fate of being devoured by a demonic shinobu. Still, Natsuya quickly put it behind her. However, she never expected that shinobu still ended up devouring Akatsuki. A human puppet spirit-branded retainer ate her own master. The judge Ayami was equally astonished. The Matarai family son was sucked dry by his own human puppet spirit-branded retainer. Just what was going on?
Normally, spirit-branded retainers were under the power of a magical contract that effectively forbade them from harming the yin-yang master they were contracted to. This was all the more so for human puppet spirit-branded retainers. Any person that wasn't an idiot would install a control mechanism in the puppet's body, making it so that there were 2 layers of protection against a puppet going berserk. But now, a human puppet spirit-branded retainer devoured and killed her own master. Ayami found it difficult to believe what she just witnessed and sunk into a state of confusion. What the hell just happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 517, Release. Chapter 517, Release. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Wah!
After the human puppet girl devoured Akatsuki Matarai, her screeching changed. It now sounded more like howling. A large amount of black mist then poured out and covered the entire area. Seiji did his best to maintain his consciousness. The darkness that suddenly enveloped him made his head dizzy. He experienced this just a few days earlier, when he got involved in that incident at the award ceremony. When Seiji's vision returned to normal, he saw those familiar cluster amaryllis flowers, just as he expected. The sky was blood red, numerous black pillars reached up to the clouds, countless silver strings were interconnected, with endless puppets and human body parts pierced on the strings, hanging in midair like specimens. Seiji was familiar with this horror game-like scene as well from when he had gone to meet Shinobu's soul.
What exactly could have happened? Just like Natsuya, Seiji also witnessed Akatsuki being devoured by his own human puppet. Seiji hadn't even recovered from his astonishment when the black mist suddenly appeared and brought him here. Yomi mentioned before that if Shinobu Miyaki devoured Akatsuki Matarai, Shinobu would become a powerful demon. However, Shinobu's soul was currently within his body, resting as a pitifully weak demon.
In that case, why did the human puppet spirit-branded retainer still devour her own master?
And after she devoured Akatsuki, what was with this black mist that appeared and drew them all into this realm?
None of it made sense, but no matter what, Natsuya and the others were highly likely to have gotten dragged in as well.
Seiji tried using the mental communication spell to talk to them, but it didn't work. Was it time to use his interdimensional locator spell?
Seiji thought about it and decided to first follow the cluster amaryllis flowers instead. Perhaps he would be able to find them where the cluster amaryllis flowers were the thickest. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something.
Seiji felt his body being tugged forward by an invisible force.
Then, the ground started trembling as the invisible force started massively increasing. Seiji did his best to steady himself. However, the ground suddenly became incredibly uneven. Not only that, the pulling force on his body kept increasing in power. Soon, he started flying. No, he fell forwards. Gravity had tilted by 90 degrees, with forward suddenly having become down.
With a smack, Seiji crashed into a black pillar.
He saw all the puppet and human body parts attached to the strings on this pillar falling off from the impact. All these parts also started falling forward.
There had to be something in that direction. Seiji figured that it was the human puppet spirit-branded retainer.
After some consideration, he decided to jump forward towards another black pillar. He continued jumping from pillar to pillar. Seiji continued onwards through the tilted gravity in such a fashion. He made sure to dodge all the other falling objects. After a while, he saw something. A dark red gigantic ball-shaped object. It was devouring all the puppet and human body parts. It expanded and contracted at regular intervals, and a strange sound came from it. The sound resembled a beating heart. What is this? A powerful demon is about to be born, a lazy-sounding female voice suddenly spoke up in his mind. If she's born successfully, the current you won't even be close to being her opponent. Luckily, you still have the chance to prevent her successful birth. Yomi, you've been sleeping for so long. I wasn't sleeping for the entire time. I'll wake up occasionally to see what's going on. I reserve the right to suspect the truth of your words. That's when Seiji heard her chuckling. I apologize for not responding when you needed my assistance. Still, you took care of things excellently by yourself. You did quite well. Does this mean that you're going to reward me with candy? I don't have any candy, but if you like, I can make your body experience great pleasure. Would you like to try? Seiji was rendered speechless. Although I'm somewhat curious what that feels like, let's not. Seiji's cheek twitched. Ah, how regrettable. Stop messing around. Anyways, this situation is a bad one, isn't it? How should I prevent the powerful demon from being born? Destroying her is impossible. The only way to do it is by giving her release. Yomi paused for a moment. You need to wholeheartedly, sincerely help to give her release from her pain and go to where she belongs. This process won't be easy. It's incredibly difficult. Yet, I believe that you should be able to do it. What will happen if I fail? The powerful demon will be successfully born. She will then devour you and all of your companions. At this moment, Seiji heard Natsuya shouting. He looked over to see that the student council president had arrived on another black pillar. Milady! Hitaka arrived as well. Meow! Rana also appeared. Seiji went over to them and explained the situation. I shall help you in giving her release from her pain. Hitaka and Rana, you two will be responsible for protecting us, Natsuya said after learning the situation. She won't be able to help. You're the only one who can give this demon release, Yomi told Seiji in his mind. Why's that? Because Shinobu's soul is currently within your body. This demon also counts as a part of Shinobu's body as well. That's why you're the only one who can give her release. Nobody else will be able to do it. Part of Shinobu's body. Could this demon's identity be the portion of Shinobu's soul that she left behind? Seiji furrowed his eyebrows. Indeed. Didn't you say that leaving a portion of her soul behind wouldn't lead to anything? I did indeed say that. That's what I believed. However, this current situation is something that even I didn't expect. That soul portion has become demonized. Yomi chuckled lightly. Whoever created this puppet is truly amazing. I'm even feeling a little impressed. Seiji was once again rendered speechless. Was it truly that Akatsuki had been too reckless? Or did Yomi intentionally leave something behind as a trap for Akatsuki? Seiji felt that it was best not to pry any further into this matter. He then made his preparations and began casting the spell that Yomi taught him. Seiji made a hand seal pointed at the gigantic round object and began uttering an incantation. The calamity of grudges, the ceremony of pacification. The body of a demon, a soul filled with evil intentions. This is not where you belong, you should head for the next world. Yin Yang Seal, release. A tremendous pentagram spell formation appeared in midair and illuminated the ball-shaped object with golden light. Eee. The ball immediately started making a sound that resembled a scream of pain. Blood mist kept emanating from it, and it began trembling violently. Seiji immediately felt tremendous mental pressure. His body and spirit were both under pressure by some invisible power.
It felt like even the very air itself had become heavy.
At this moment, a warm feeling arose in his body and mitigated part of the pressure for him.
This warm feeling came from Shinobu. No wonder Yomi said that Natsuya wouldn't be able to assist him.
If it hadn't been for Shinobu's soul, it would have been impossible for him to withstand all this pressure. Seiji continued uttering his incantation, causing a smaller array of spell formations to appear on the 5 points of the pentagram star in sequence. These smaller spell formations also shot a golden light towards the ball-shaped object.
The ball's eerie screaming became even more ear-piercing.
The blood mist coming out from it became even thicker. Meanwhile, something could be seen struggling within it, distorting.
Seiji was coming under more and more pressure.
His hands started shivering first.
Then, his entire body began trembling as well.
Even breathing became difficult.
He felt as if he was submerged underwater.
It was incredibly discomforting.
He was no longer even able to hear what Natsuya was saying to him. He could only focus fully on casting his spell.
In his haziness, Seiji could faintly make out numerous boys, girls, and even children. They were all crying, screaming, pleading for help, and struggling in pain.
"It hurts, let me go. My hands, my feet. My eyes, please give my eyes back to me. Wah! Mommy. Daddy. Please let me go. I'm begging you. Ah!" There was endless pain and countless despair.
Anger, hatred, and so many deep grudges formed by those who died unwillingly.
Seiji understood just how this demon was born. "Akatsuki Matarai, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, Dying so easily by being devoured seemed like it was letting this scumbag die off this easily.
No, even calling Akatsuki a scumbag was an insult to the word scumbag. Seiji was even tempted to load so that he could brutally torture Akatsuki rather than allowing Akatsuki such an easy death. However, he immediately restrained himself. No, I can't let anger control my actions. The most important thing right now was to pacify this gathering of grudges and help them move on to the next world. Although he was too late to save them, their grudge had been vindicated with Akatsuki's death. He hoped that Akatsuki's victims would be able to find peace. Pitiful demon of grudges, be released from thy pain. With great difficulty, Seiji managed to finish the incantation. The large pentagram spell formation shot out an even more blinding golden light. The dark red ball-shaped object screamed even louder under this light. The screams sounded like both howling and crying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 518, You're the Best Spirit. Chapter 518, You're the Best Spirit. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji gradually sank into emptiness. A tremendous dark red monstrous shape appeared before him.
Countless human faces and puppet masks could be seen attached to it, with all sorts of frightening expressions. It was incredibly scary. The monstrous shape slowly approached him. Seiji felt that it was about to do something and wanted to react. However, he was unable to move or even make a sound. At this moment, a translucent silver-haired little girl appeared before him and blocked the monstrous shape's path. The monstrous shape stopped in its tracks. The girl looked at the monstrous shape and spoke up in a soft voice. The monstrous shape started screeching. It sounded like countless people cursing together. The girl fell silent for a moment before turning to look at Seiji. "Shinobu-chan." Seiji wanted to call out to her. Yet, he was still unable to make a sound. The girl looked at him and smiled faintly. Her smile was pure and beautiful. Seiji sensed that she was intending to do something, and did his best to speak up and stop her. Yet, before he was able to speak, Shinobu turned around and faced the monstrous shape again, speaking softly.
Then, the monstrous shape approached and slowly enveloped Shinobu. No, don't, please stop.
Seiji did his best to break free from whatever was restraining him. Stop already, he suddenly roared, causing his words to echo loudly throughout the room he was in.
Natsuya, who was sitting by his bedside, was rather startled. Seiji. You're awake. Eh?
Seiji looked all around him and saw that he was currently in a luxurious hospital room, lying on a bed.
What's going on? Seiji had a look of confusion.
You were spitting blood and fainted.
Did you forget? Natsuya looked at him.
You collapsed after you helped to release that demon from its grudges.
I collapsed? Seiji had no recollection of this whatsoever. He was also concerned about how the student council president currently appeared. Your hand. I'm fine, these are just some external injuries. I didn't receive any internal injuries.
Natsuya, who was currently wearing hospital clothes, smiled as she lightly waved her bandaged hands.
I'll be fine before you know it. How did you get injured?
Akasuzum Kugi was present in that realm as well and ambushed us while you were casting the spell to pacify the demon.
What about Shoho-san and Kirin-san? Hitaka and Rana were more seriously injured than I was. They're both fine now after receiving medical treatment.
They should be able to make full recoveries after some rest in the hospital.
I see. That's good, then.
Seiji heaved a sigh of relief.
How do you currently feel? Natsuya was concerned about him. I'm fine. My chest just hurts a little.
It's best if you stay here to rest for a few days.
Yeah.
Seiji furrowed his eyebrows.
What's the matter? I can't sense Shinobu-chan anymore, can you sense her? Shinobu-chan. Natsuya immediately cast astral vision and looked over Seiji closely.
A minute later, she ended the astral vision and shook her head.
I can't sense her. Seiji didn't know what to say to this. Seiji, what happened? Let me rest for a little while first. Natsuya looked at him for a while and nodded after hearing this. Go ahead and rest, then.
She then left his hospital room. Seiji covered his face with his hands after Natsuya left.
Shinobu had left him.
It seemed that she went over to the afterlife together with that demon. Seiji found this difficult to accept.
He wanted to load, but would it be possible to exorcise the demon without having Shinobu leave? If the demon wasn't exorcised, then they would all die.
So if he wanted to protect Shinobu, he would have to load a save file farther back and figure out how to prevent the human puppet from going berserk and demonizing in the first place.
Just as he was thinking such things, Yomi spoke up in his mind.
Honestly, that child is so reckless, doing as she pleases. The moment she finished speaking, Seiji suddenly sensed Shinobu's presence within himself again.
Shinobu-chan. Is she alright?
She's fine, but she almost wasn't alright since she came into contact with that demon, Yomi explained to him. It's nice and all that she helped you to release that demon from its grudges, but she was really pushing it. If it wasn't for the fact that I intervened in time, she really would have vanished.
Yomi.
I worked hard at saving this girl.
How about a little praise?
Excellent job, Seiji said sincerely.
You're the best spirit I could ask for.
I would have preferred to be praised as the best woman, but this is fine as well, Yomi chuckled.
Now, I'd like to go back to sleep. Do you have any objections? None. Sleep as much as you'd like. You've worked hard. Now that's what I like to hear. Good night. And then, there was no more sound out of Yomi. Seiji silently felt the small and weak demon's soul within him and completely relaxed. It's good that you're all right, Shinobu. Thank you for helping and protecting me. However, sacrificing yourself is no good. That would be too sad. I'm going to talk to you properly in the future about all this. For now, just take a good rest.
Seiji let out a long sigh as his mouth arced upwards now that he felt reassured. He slowly shut his eyes and went to sleep.
Natsuya Yorihana and Akatsuki Matarai's duel ended with Natsuya's victory and Akatsuki's death. This was a result that nobody expected. Both the Yorihana and Matarai families had expected that Akatsuki would end up winning this duel. Even if he was in poor condition or Natsuya was in top shape, at most they expected a draw. However, Natsuya was the victor. This result was unbelievable. Well, they could still force themselves to accept her victory. However, it was difficult for the Matarai family to accept Akatsuki's death. The Matarai family was furious that a young and valued member of their family died just like that. Yet, the judge's videotape recordings of the duel indicated that nobody on Natsuya Yorihana's team did anything that would have killed Akatsuki. Instead, Akatsuki's own human puppet spirit-branded retainer devoured him, directly causing his death. Devoured by one's own human puppet spirit-branded retainer, nobody believed such a thing to be possible. However, the recordings were real, with no evidence of falsification, but the Matarai family didn't even know how to go about taking revenge for such a way of dying. Why did the human puppet spirit-branded retainer devour Akatsuki? They wanted to investigate this, but that would require Natsuya's approval. That was because Akatsuki had agreed to wager the human puppet in question as part of the stakes for the duel. Natsuya had made Shinobu into part of the duel's wager at Seiji's request. Shinobu the human puppet now counted as Natsuya and Seiji's property. And if the Matarai family wanted to ignore this fact and forcefully investigate, the Himiki judging clan would take responsibility for protecting the safety of the duel's victors. If the Matarai family dared to do anything, the Himiki clan would teach them a lesson about why it was that the Himikis were the most renowned judging clan of all. And so, the Mitarais could only try negotiating over the phone. They contacted Natsuya, who was currently resting in the hospital. But as expected, Natsuya refused to have anything to do with them. She gave quite a simple excuse, saying that she was injured during the duel and currently resting. Well, since she had been willing to issue a yin-yang master duel challenge just to go against her arranged marriage, it was only normal for her to have such an attitude. The Matarai family could only try contacting someone else from the Yorihana family instead. They called Aoran Yorihana, the younger of Natsuya's two older brothers. Second young master Yorihana adamantly refused to take any calls from the Matarai family. He decided to leave this headache of a situation to his older brother and father. He didn't care about the Mitarais at all. Aoran had opposed this marriage from the very start, so he was more than happy to see this outcome of the duel. Still, even he was surprised with Natsuya's victory. Aoran knew for certain that nobody in the Yorihana family had helped Natsuya. However, even he didn't believe that Natsuya didn't have outside assistance. Aoran called a certain person out of curiosity. Do you know that Akatsuki Matarai had died? Aoran immediately went to the main topic at hand after saying a basic hello. The other person on the phone fell silent. Why would I know about his death? I felt that you would know already. I didn't know, nor do I have any interest in him. You have a very powerful puppet master as one of your subordinates. I believe that she would have a method of making a human puppet devour its master, wouldn't she? The other person fell silent once again. I don't know what exactly it is that you're trying to say here. If you have anything to say, please tell me more directly, young master Aoran Yorihana. The female voice speaking on the phone sounded quite icy. Aoran smiled slightly upon hearing this. Actually, it's nothing. I apologize for distracting you with such a trifle, Yui Haruta-san. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Are there beautiful nurses that? Chapter 519, Are there beautiful nurses that? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
After resting for a while, Seiji called Shika to tell her that he was alright.
Shika wanted to immediately come visit him upon learning that he was in the hospital.
Seiji managed to somehow convince her to wait until tomorrow before coming over. He then called Mika and told her as well about him being in the hospital.
Then, he went to go find Natsuya and informed her about Shinobu's return.
The student council president was quite happy to learn about the weak demon still being alive.
Shinobu Miyake's body belongs to us now.
However, the Matarai family is requesting it to be returned so that they can investigate the human puppet's body and determine the reason for Akatsuki Matarai's death.
Natsuya paused for a moment. I might be unable to refuse them in the end.
I'll send someone to oversee the entire process of their investigation so that they can't destroy or entrap anything.
How's the human puppet's body's current condition?
After you exorcised the demon, we returned to reality with the human puppet simply collapsed on the ground. It didn't seem to be particularly damaged.
Will Akatsuki Matarai's death create a lot of trouble for you?
Seiji looked at her. I'm sure there will be some trouble. After all, he was a talent viewed as highly important by his family. Yet he was devoured by his own human puppet spirit-branded retainer, not slain by any of us, so there shouldn't be any huge trouble.
That's good, then. Several seconds of silence fell between them. Seiji. Natsuya.
They spoke up simultaneously, causing both to pause.
You first. You first. Once again, they spoke in unison.
They exchanged glances and both chuckled.
It's our victory.
For the third time, they spoke identical contents simultaneously.
They won, the duel was their victory.
Although the conclusion was somewhat of a surprise, with Akatsuki basically causing his own death with his actions, a win was a win. They wanted to enjoy the joyous feeling of victory.
I'd like to ask you what you would like as your payment for assisting me this time. Something flashed in Natsuya's eyes. This is in addition to the human puppet's body that I promised you. I don't have anything I want, for the time being. The time being? I might want something later in the future.
Seiji thought of what he still wanted to do: duel against his sister, Yui Haruwa.
Natsuya thought of something when she saw his serious expression.
Her heart started beating at a repeater pace.
The only thing I want is you.
What should she do if he told her such a thing? The student council president's face instantly started flushing red. Although reason told her that this was highly unlikely, her emotions weren't swayed by logic and caused her to imagine various scenes.
No, I have to stop this. Natsuya forcefully stopped her imagination from going wild.
She averted her gaze in an effort to conceal her embarrassment.
It's snowing. Seiji suddenly noticed the weather outside.
Specks of white snow were falling outside the window. Soon, the snowfall grew larger and larger, leaving everything covered in a white dust.
That's quite a lot of snow.
Seiji recalled the emotions he experienced while exorcising the demon, giving his expression a tinge of sadness. That bastard got what he deserved. I hope that his victims can all rest in peace. Natsuya paused in surprise for a moment upon hearing this sudden change in topic before a sad expression appeared on her face as well.
I hope so.
The two of them quietly watched the snow together. The faint sound of wind and snow outside sounded like crying. The next morning, Shika, Ryo, Mika, Chiaki, and Kid, 5 beauties of varying ages, all came to visit him together at the hospital.
Ha, I knew that you would never die until I get to defeat you. Why are you saying something that sounds like you're my mortal enemy? Because I just wanted to try saying such a line.
Chiaki chuckled as she glanced all around Seiji's hospital room. This is such a luxurious room.
You're really getting the VIP treatment here. Are there beautiful nurses that even provide special services?
Seiji was rendered speechless. I can see that there are indeed such nurses upon seeing your expression. Have you tried their services out? Something flashed in Chiaki's eyes as if she was seizing upon some truth. No such thing. If he really did do such a thing anyways, things would be terrible in all sorts of ways. Chiaki, rather than joking around, shouldn't you first be more concerned about how Seiji is doing? Mika sighed. Just take a look at him and you'll understand that he's fine. He doesn't have a broken hand or foot, nor is he missing an eyeball or scarred anywhere visible. He's capable of sitting down here and chatting just fine, which means there's no need to worry at all. Chiaki shrugged. Although that's true, I'd still prefer that you worry normally about me a little. Seiji commented. My worrying only gets started at 9 o'clock in the morning, but don't talk about your own emotions like they work at a 9-to-5 job. How troublesome. In that case, I'll withdraw 10,000 Sakura's worth of worrying just for you. Don't talk about this like emotions are something that can be deposited. Besides, what's with the amount of worrying that you're allowing for me? How about giving you 20,000 Sakura's worth of worrying instead, then? The important part isn't about the monetary worth of worrying about someone else. Seiji smiled after this perfectly ordinary exchange of retorts between them. He recalled back to when Chiaki received a phone call from her ex-girlfriend, Haruka Shimizu. Back at that time, Chiaki became a melancholic girl. This conversation was similar to the one from that time. Only, their roles were now reversed. Honestly, you've ruined the hospital atmosphere, Chiaki. I feel like I've livened things up. Oomph, you're quite proud of yourself. Seiji turned to look at the others. Brother? Shika was looking at him. I'm really alright. I just need to rest here for a few days. Seiji smiled gently. You're hospitalized and still insist on claiming to be alright? Mika asked in disbelief. Although I'm hospitalized, I personally feel more like I'm taking a vacation. Indeed, this place seems more like a 5-star hotel room. It does look like a comfortable place to live in for a few days. Keed smiled. How about I come take care of you, Seiji? I definitely do a better job than any nurse, including any special services you may need. The blonde teacher intentionally revealed a seductive expression for the latter half of her last sentence. Jumanji-sensei, please be more proper. Mika commented forcefully. What does special services refer to? Ryo blinked curiously. Special services refers to additional services that can make a patient incredibly comfortable, such as Chiaki. Everyone soon became lively and noisy. Seiji was quite happy with such a scene. It made him feel like the incident from last night was long past him. This lively visit lasted for quite a while. Some time later, everyone except Shika left. Shika stayed behind in the hospital room that was now quiet again. The only sound was that of her peeling an apple. Seiji watched his adopted younger sister and enjoyed the beautiful scene of her simply peeling an apple. After peeling the apple, Shika then diced it into tiny pieces, skewered one piece, and brought it to his mouth. Seiji opened his mouth and ate the apple piece. Nice, it was pretty sweet. Something flashed in Shika's eyes upon seeing her adopted older brother's look of satisfaction. She continued feeding him the apple. Seiji became drowsy after he finished the entire apple. He told Shika that he was going to go back to sleep and pushed a button that lowered his hospital bed back to horizontal position. Shika sat there quietly and observed him going to sleep. After Seiji's breathing became steady and it was obvious that he had fallen asleep, she slowly reached out her hand and gently caressed his handsome face. At this moment, if only someone was here to see her expression, they would surely be left with a deep impression. It was a pity that nobody could see it. A moment later, Shika retracted her hand. Instead, she slowly edged her face toward Seiji's. Outside the window, the snow was finally stopping after having fallen for an entire night. The snow was soundless. It seemed as gentle as a lover's gaze.
Winter hadn't ended, and spring was still yet to make an appearance.
However, this room suddenly felt rather spring-like.
Seiji slept peacefully and had a dream.
In his dream, he went to enjoy cherry blossom viewing together with all his friends. The cherry blossoms falling down were incredibly beautiful, and fell on his head and face just like the snow. He could sense a gentle and fragrant sensation on his forehead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 520, The Publication of Brother Monogatari. Chapter 520, The Publication of Brother Monogatari. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
3 days later. Seiji finished his vacation, his recovery, and left the hospital.
After returning home with Shika, he went out again before long.
They headed to the bookstore together. They immediately headed for the light novel section and soon found what they were looking for.
Brother Monogatari.
The cover art seemed both romantic and mystical. A beautiful black-haired girl who wore mystical attire in the Sakura Island style was holding a vicious demon's mask in her hand and turning back and smiling brilliantly at the readers. Her scarlet eyes seemed especially beautiful, as if they were shining and possessed something mysterious within. Standing in front of her was a white-haired boy who wore a collared jacket. He was sticking both his hands in his pants pockets, and he was also turning to look behind him. Only half of his handsome face and sharp gaze could be seen. It appeared like he was either looking at something behind him or gazing at the girl. The cover art seemed professionally done and was quite appealing. The art was of obviously higher quality than the other light novels next to it in the new arrivals area.
Any layman could tell the difference.
Seiji was quite excited as he reached out and took a copy.
Shika also picked up a copy of Brother Monogatari.
Something flashed in her eyes as she looked at the cover. Then, both of them exchanged glances with each other and smiled. Their smiles contained the feeling of bliss. Another customer in the bookstore, a man wearing a round hat, paused in surprise upon seeing such a scene. He felt like this was just like a scene straight out of a movie. Who are these kids? This handsome boy and beautiful girl, are they idols or models? His attention drawn to them, he wondered about their identities. His gaze was then drawn to the light novel they had both picked up a copy of. Brother Monogatari. This seemed like a strange book title to him. The cover art was quite beautiful, and he felt that the beautiful girl drawn on the cover greatly resembled this girl in front of him. The man was quite surprised at this resemblance. He hid his emotions and picked up a copy of Brother Monogatari as well. He began to read the story. He was instantly drawn into the story right from the very start.
This novel had a unique style and excellent readability.
Reading it would naturally cause the reader to be able to imagine what was happening, as if the reader was watching an exquisitely drawn anime. The insert art's quality was quite high as well. It beautifully complemented the story's contents, helping the readers insert themselves into the story's world. The man unknowingly lost himself in reading the story. He got addicted to reading and didn't even notice that the handsome boy and beautiful girl had left long ago. "Dear customer, please don't stand here reading for too long," a bookstore employee spoke to him, but the round hat-wearing man didn't even notice.
"Dear customer."
The bookstore employee increased his voice's volume. The round hat-wearing man was furious to have been interrupted while reading. When he turned to see that it was a bookstore employee, his anger dissipated, replaced by embarrassment.
"I apologize."
He closed the Brother Monogatari book.
"I'd like to purchase this light novel."
"Thank you for your purchase." After ringing the man's purchase up, the employee gave him a glare of "don't just read books without purchasing them" before leaving him alone. The round hat-wearing man looked around him but didn't see the boy and girl anywhere.
Brother Monogatari. Idle dimension by the shore.
He looked at the book in his hands and muttered the author's name to himself as he left the bookstore. Seiji and Shika both purchased 3 copies each of Brother Monogatari's first volume. 1 copy would be for personal reading, 1 for collecting, and 1 for loaning out to friends. They were both quite confident in the quality of their own light novel. Still, it remained to be seen how well the book would sell. Seiji received a phone call sometime after he returned home. The call was from Hisashi. "Seigo, are you out of the hospital yet?" "Yes, I've left already." "That's good, then." Hisashi paused for a moment. This humble one has already purchased and started reading a copy of Milord's novel that was published today. "What did you think?" "It's excellent, as expected of something personally written by Milord." Hisashi gave him passionate praise. "I would really like to finish reading it in one go. It's such a pity that I have other things to do today. I can only wait until I have some free time. Just the part that I've read so far makes me believe that this will become a famous bestseller. Many people will become Milord's fervent believers in the future. Thanks for your kind words. It would be nice if that really came true." Seiji smiled. "Of course it will come true. Milord's light shall illuminate the world. No need to exaggerate things so much. This is only a light novel." "No, this isn't merely a light novel, it's the beginning to Milord's legend. As the first knight under your command, I'm quite honored to follow your cause. I shall support you to my fullest." Hisashi spoke quite seriously. "Thank you for your support. We are quite lucky to have such a loyal retainer like you." Seiji chuckled and responded using the royal pronoun we. Seiji treated all of this as a joke. He didn't actually understand the true meaning of Hisashi's full support. After they ended their conversation, Hisashi placed his cell phone on his computer desk and contacted someone on the internet. "What is it, Sweet Pig Dono? I would like for you to help me advertise a light novel that was just published today, T. Brewer-kun. You can charge me as much as you think is necessary." "What a joke, how could I possibly charge Sweet Pig Dono any money?" "You merely have to ask. What's the name of the light novel you want to help advertise for?" "Brother Monogatari. It's a new story published by Thunderbolt Literature." Hisashi then contacted various other online contacts and had similar conversations with them. He then adjusted his eyeglasses and smiled satisfactorily as he gazed at all the numerous conversation windows on his computer screen. "My support doesn't mean that I'll simply buy a few of your books, Seiji-kun." Later that night, Mika, Chiaki, and Keat all arrived at Seiji's apartment. All 3 had a copy of Brother Monogatari with them. They all sat down by the kotatsu and started reading together as if this place was hosting a book club. Seiji read Brother Monogatari together with them as well. Although he was intimately familiar with the story, he still wanted to read it again. He kept receiving phone calls or text messages from all his friends. They all wanted to tell him their opinions of Brother Monogatari. Excellent story. The insert art is beautiful as well. Overall, you've done a great job, Shore-sensei. From Natsuya. Your story that you wrote together with Kagura-san seems pretty good. I give you 9.5 points out of 10. From Mai. This is a wonderful story. I really like the main character, I think he's quite similar to Senpai. From Hoshi. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I recalled when you first showed your story to me a while back. Haha, I was your first reader ever. From Rika Amami. Your novel is even better than I imagined, and you even did all the art for it as well. It's truly amazing. I'm feeling a little like I can't compare as an artist. From Yukari. Your novel was excellent. It helped to give us inspiration for writing new music. From Ryan and Katomi. Nice story. The insert art was great as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing if you'll draw manga in the future. From Mayuzumi.
The current reaction seems to be quite good. The sales numbers should be pretty good as well. From Saki. It feels just like I'm watching an anime with how detailed your scenes' descriptions are. This is the best light novel I've ever read. From Keiho. Brother Monogatari is amazing. I can't even put it down. I'm not going to go to sleep tonight until I finish reading. From Kana Fujihara. Your novel is quite something. I can feel your spirit within it. From Ryuno Izawa. Apart from his friends, Seiji also received messages from his fellow authors. Although I already knew that your light novel is the true deserving recipient of the Gold Award from the previous award ceremony, your story still exceeded my expectations when I read it. I can only admit defeat. From Koshiro Nomura. Brother Monogatari is excellent. It's so good that I don't want it to end. From Miyabi Ishihara. Just as Nomura-san said before, your story is truly amazing. I'm astonished that you even personally drew such beautiful artwork for your story. Or was that your adopted younger sister's artwork? At any rate, it's a truly wonderful story. Most ordinary light novels can't even compare. From Yuko Hashimoto. Brother Monogatari is a wonderful story. Your writing and artwork are both top level. You're a true genius. From Shaosai Meisher. I really enjoyed reading Brother Monogatari. Good luck on becoming a bestseller. From Imai Yoshida. Even the main character of a novel that a handsome guy like you writes is also a handsome guy. Sheesh. It's also quite enraging how interesting you've managed to make your story. The insert art you did is ridiculously beautiful as well. It's certain to become a bestseller. Remember to invite me to a barbecue after you receive your paycheck. It's best if you can bring your cute sister Kagura-san together as well. From Tsuyoshi Matsutani. Seiji was delighted to receive so many excellent reviews and well wishes. Seiji looked towards Shika, who was next to him. Shika looked at him as well. The two adopted siblings exchanged glances and smiled blissfully yet again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, I refuse to become your harem manager. Chapter 521, I refuse to become your harem manager. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Chiaki lazily stretched and murmured comfortably. She then took out her cell phone and started poking at it while grinning foolishly. Seiji knew that she was playing the cell phone game named Anna again upon seeing how she was. Natsuya already sent someone to investigate this cell phone game. She hadn't received a report yet, but she said one should be coming soon. Seiji hadn't heard of anyone coming to any harm yet due to playing this game. He hoped that he was just overthinking things. Chiaki, about how many people in our class are playing this Anna game? Seiji inquired. The tomboy thought it over for a few seconds before replying, I think roughly half. There's also several of our classmates that downloaded the game but failed to obtain an account. The game could only be downloaded with a recommendation code, and applying for an account seemingly relied on luck. This type of atypical game sign-up method still caused more than half of his classmates to want to play. That was just how charismatic Anna was. Seiji wanted to download the game to see for himself just what was so appealing about it. However, he changed his mind and decided to wait for the investigation results instead. He really hoped that he was just overthinking things. However, he kept having a premonition that something mystical was behind this game. The night gradually darkened. Seiji went to his study after Chiaki and the others left. The moment he turned on his computer and logged on to his chatting application, Hannah sent him a message. Your story barely counts as passable, I suppose. I guess I could give it my approval. Thank you for purchasing it and supporting me, Seiji responded, adding a widely grinning emoticon.
Hana responded with an emoticon that had a look of condescension.
Seiji automatically interpreted it as a tsundere expression instead. He smiled and told Hana that he would like to have a video chat with her. She immediately accepted. I would like to talk again about you becoming my vice commander.
I refuse to become your harem manager, the cat-eared hat girl stated coldly. Seiji was rendered speechless.
Ha!
He was only able to utter a sound of foolishness.
Vice commander equaled harem manager in her mind? Hey, something seemed wrong here. I'm not trying to create a harem here. Seiji didn't know whether he should laugh or cry after he finally regained his senses. That's exactly what you're trying to do. Stop denying it. I have to deny it. It's not what you think. This is exactly what I think.
At any rate, I refuse to become your harem manager.
Humph. Hana turned her head away. Seiji truly didn't know what to say. He was left speechless for quite a while. Then, how about changing the phrasing, giving you a different position? How about becoming my consultant?
Seiji spoke rather helplessly.
Will that be all right? I won't be anything. I'll help you out, but I won't become anyone for you.
Hana then realized that her words could apparently be misinterpreted.
Anyways, stop giving me any sort of title at all.
I may be your ally, but that's all, nothing more.
Alright then, as you wish. Seiji instantly decided to skip this topic.
I would like to hear your advice on what I should specifically do in creating a spirit-branded retainer team, my great and wonderful ally.
The next morning,
Seiji mentioned that he wanted to create a spirit-branded retainer team to Mika and the others as they headed to school together.
A spirit-branded retainer team? Yes.
My goal is to duel against my older sister, Yui Haruta, and her own spirit-branded retainer team, Seiji explained.
This will be quite difficult to do. Not only that, there's also a certain degree of risk involved.
After my team is established, everyone, including myself, will probably have to spend a long time training and growing together in order to reach a level at which I can challenge her.
Mika, Jumanji-sensei, I would like to invite the two of you to join me.
Later tonight, I'll formally discuss the details with you and explain everything involved.
I hope that you'll consider.
I agree to join, Keith interrupted before he even finished.
There's no need to consider anything. Please allow me to become your spirit-branded retainer, Seiji Haruta-sama.
Mika and Chiaki were both rendered speechless.
Please, there's no need to call me Sama.
I'm quite happy that Sensei is willing to join me, but I still hope that you'll listen to my full explanation before making a decision.
Seiji could only smile wryly. I think that there's zero need for consideration.
But, if that's what you wish, I'll listen to what you have to say, Keith spoke gently while looking directly at him.
I feel like this isn't a spirit-branded retainer team at all, it's a harem instead. The light of realization flashed in Chiaki's eyes. This spirit-branded retainer team's true identity is actually your harem. I already expected that you would say this. It really isn't like that. This is a serious matter, Chiaki.
Seiji strictly corrected Chiaki's words. Yep, you're seriously establishing your own harem, but...
Hey!
The tomboy chuckled.
Honestly, when will I be able to awaken to some spiritual ability as well? It sounds quite interesting to be able to join a spirit-branded retainer team. Chiaki had an expression of I really want to join in. This isn't something that can be decided based on interest. Don't deny it, Seiji, you're actually excited as well, aren't you?
Chiaki looked straight at him.
Establishing your own team to challenge your powerful older sister? Are you really treating this as some simple task? Don't you also think it's interesting as well?
Seiji was rendered speechless.
To be honest, I do think it's interesting as well.
It's not just a simple task, he admitted the truth in his mind.
although I'm not doing this for my own sake.
I am indeed rather excited to challenge my older sister Yui. I'm going to show my true strength to the older sister who exiled me from the family.
Chiaki spoke as if she was a hot-blooded male.
That's not my real motive, although I suppose it sure sounds like a good one.
The name of your next story shall be Net of the Rebellion. That doesn't sound like a very appealing name. It wasn't like he was Lelouch. How about Counterattack of the Net then? That's pretty much the same as the last one.
It wasn't like he was a Gundam pilot.
Net of Blood and Iron. No matter what cool adjectives you use, they'll instantly become uncool once you add the word net. Seiji indicated that he was getting bored of this joke.
If it was him, he would never use a word such as net in the story's title. He felt that too many readers would comment about such a word choice. At any rate, defeating Yui Haruta will be a challenging goal. I'll work my hardest to achieve this, and gathering companions that are willing to become my spirit-branded retainers is the first step in my plan.
Yukari was currently feeling complex emotions. She just received a phone call from Seigo. They agreed to meet for lunch. It was a good thing that they would get to meet each other. However, what Chiaki Wakaba told her last week, Yukari still hadn't come to a decision. What had he been doing over the past few days? Did he really go to kill others? And if that was true, how should she treat him? She knew that she could simply not ask, in order to give herself more time to think. Still, she would have to face things sooner or later. Seigo Harano, no, Seiji Haruta was a spiritual ability user.
He was in a different world from ordinary people. Yukari tried imagining what she would feel if he killed someone in front of her, but was unable to imagine it. Nor was she capable of imagining how she would react if she personally witnessed such a scene. After all, real human lives dying was different from people dying in an anime or movie.
Either acceptance or rejection.
She had considered both possibilities and was currently still unable to come to a decision. Yukari didn't have the confidence to maintain her typical poise if she met with him today. Still, he said that there was something important he wanted to discuss with her, so she agreed to meet up.
What could this important topic be?
It would be fine if it was about the dating sim game they were creating or about his light novel. As she was an artist herself, there was plenty she could discuss with him about the insert art for Brother Monogatari.
But if it was about the mystical?
The purple-haired girl turned to look outside the window. She sighed upon seeing the somewhat dark sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 522, I'll be more than happy to. Chapter 522, I'll be more than happy to. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
It was now time for lunch break.
Yukari went to go meet with Seigo.
The moment she saw the handsome boy smile and greet her, all the complex emotions within her seemed to dissipate. She felt as if she had come to a sudden realization.
I really do love him.
She reaffirmed her own feelings. She then felt that all her previous considerations and confusion had been unnecessary. She then extrapolated that perhaps Chiaki's true intentions were to make her feel distant from Seigo, which made her feel that she had been tricked. While all these thoughts flashed through her mind, Yukari smiled and greeted him back normally. The two of them then went to a quiet corner in the school and sat down to eat together.
What would you like to discuss with me?
It's like this. I'm intending to establish a spiritual ability user team, and I would like to invite you to join me.
A spiritual ability user team?
Yukari blinked her eyes in surprise.
Yes. I have a personal goal that I want to try aiming for, and you would need to battle.
There's a certain degree of risk involved. Seiji had a serious expression as he explained the situation.
Yukari silently listened to his explanation as something flashed in her eyes.
So, you're basically saying that if I decide to join you, I'll have to battle under your command.
And in exchange, you'll do your best to ensure my safety and help me to become stronger, is this correct?
That's right.
Battling, will I need to kill others?
Yukari looked directly at him.
Seiji fell silent for a moment.
Yes, it's possible. I can only say that it will depend on the situation, Seiji responded calmly.
What kind of situations?
Such as protecting yourself and your companions, it might be necessary to take such a drastic measure.
Or, if there's an enemy who wants to kill you, you must have the resolve to kill your enemy as well in order not to come to any harm. So, you're saying that I should treat my own and my companion's safety as the number one priority?
Yes, that's the most important thing.
Several seconds of silence fell between them. Do you have any other questions for me?
Seiji asked.
Yes.
Yukari looked directly at him.
Seigo.
Seiji, have you ever killed anyone before?
I have, Seiji answered honestly.
Yukari discovered that she didn't particularly feel anything about his response at all. There was no feeling of disgust or repulsion, nor were her feelings for him shaken.
It was as if she was hearing something perfectly normal.
Do you regret killing? She continued asking.
I don't.
How come?
Because the situation at that time was just like what I just mentioned.
I had to resolve myself for the sake of me and my companions. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes.
They fell silent yet again. This team of mine isn't one that has the intention of going around and killing others.
It's just that it's impossible to guarantee killing others will be avoidable, Seiji told her seriously. I hope that every member of my team can place themselves and their companions as the top priority. I don't wish to see anyone come to unnecessary harm for caring about the enemy. Even if you don't join my team, Yukari, I hope that you can remember, if you ever meet a spiritual ability user that intends to harm you, there's no need to hold back or worry about any consequences. Just use your full power to defeat the enemy and protect yourself.
Seiji's reminder contained deep concern for her.
The purple-haired girl now understood. She was now certain that all her previous worries had been completely for nothing. Who cared if he had killed someone in the past?
Seigo Harano.
Seiji Haruta was simply Seiji Haruta. This small fact didn't change anything. Chiaki, who was constantly by his side, must have seen him quite clearly for what he was like. She made her decision without any unnecessary quandaries. As for herself, although she was somewhat misguided by Chiaki, the foundational reason was still because she hadn't seen Seiji clearly for who he was. That was why she had been so lost. Yukari was frustrated, and even embarrassed with herself. He was her hero, and yet she actually suspected his character. That's all I wish to say. I hope that you can consider joining me and give me your answer by Saturday.
Seiji smiled.
Although I hope that you'll join me, even if you refuse, that won't change anything about our relationship. You can still ask me for my help with anything that you encounter,
That would be too shameless of me, Yukari said in a soft voice.
Eh?
You're willing to help me and risk your life to save me, yet I'm unwilling to help you? Wouldn't that be quite shameless of me? Seiji didn't know how to respond to this.
I won't allow myself to be someone like that, which is why I agree to join you. No, I want to join you.
Yukari stated seriously.
Please allow me to join your team, Seiji.
You don't have to tell me your answer so quickly.
You should consider things properly first.
Even if I consider things, my response will still be the same.
The purple-haired girl now had a resolute expression. I wish to truly become your companion and become stronger so that I can fight for you, A hero saving a princess, that was how the classical tale went, but stories didn't need to always be this way. A princess could help the hero and even protect the hero as well, right?
Yukari.
Seiji was quite moved by her heartfelt intentions.
Thank you, he said with great sincerity. Chiaki pouted and acted disinterested upon learning that Yukari Asamiya had been willing to join Seiji's team. Why do you have such an expression? I'm a little bored at how quickly and easily a certain princess came to her decision. Don't mind me. Seiji was left speechless. Something flashed in Mika's eyes when she heard the same thing from Seiji. She seemed to be thinking about something. Next, Seiji intended to invite Hoshi to his team. Seiji called Hoshi and invited him to meet up after classes were over. Hoshi was incredibly delighted to receive an invitation to meet up from his senpai. As for whether or not he would succeed in inviting Hoshi to his team, it was basically a predictable, no, a foregone conclusion. I'll be more than happy to. Hoshi's passionate response upon hearing this on the school rooftop was just like as if he was agreeing to go out with someone after a love confession. Hoshi replied after only hearing one sentence. He didn't even have to think for even 1 second. Although Seiji expected this outcome, it was still rather. Seiji's cheeks twitched slightly. Thank you for believing in me so much, but shouldn't you at least give me a chance to finish telling you what it's about? There's no need. No matter what senpai is fighting for, or whom you're fighting, I'll be more than happy to help you and be by your side, senpai. Hoshi's eyes were sparkling as he clenched his fist. This was almost just like a scene from a hot-blooded shonen manga, one which certain female audiences would greatly enjoy reading. Thank you, but just for clarity, I feel that I should still explain things to you. Seiji began explaining the situation to Hoshi. Hoshi silently finished listening to what Seiji had to say. I'll be more than happy to join you. Hoshi responded yet again. This time, Hoshi had more resolution as well. Won't you consider things for a little longer? This isn't something similar to joining the dating sim creation team. There's no need. As I said earlier, I'd like to be by senpai's side. Stop. I understand now. Please, there's no need to repeat such words. Listening to Hoshi speak about him like this one time was whatever, but twice was slightly unbearable. Welcome to the team, Hoshi, Seiji spoke sincerely as he looked at Hoshi. Hoshi also looked directly at him and revealed a dazzling smile. Meanwhile, Mika was meeting with Yukari. I would like to know what you think about Seigo. Asamiyo-san. Ah, excellent. I also want to know what you think about him as well, Uehara-san. The purple-haired girl smiled at the double-pigtailed girl. Let's have a good discussion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Hero. Chapter 523, Hero. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Yukari and Mika walked to a quiet corner in school and sat down across each other. Wakaba-san is busy right now with her club activities, correct? Yeah. I feel like she intentionally misled me, yet she didn't tell me a single lie. She's truly amazing. Yukari sighed. Chiaki has always been amazing, Mika responded. The two of you are good friends. When things don't involve Seigo. Seiji, what type of relationship do you have with her? Yukari inquired. Mika didn't reply. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. You have no obligation to answer this question from me. Yukari smiled. I'm just curious, and slightly envious as well. This is because I'd actually like to become friends with Wakaba-san. This was the truth. Yukari felt quite pressured having Chiaki Wakaba as her opponent. She felt it would be best if they could become allies. Chiaki is actually really appreciative of you as a person as well. If it wasn't for Seiji, the two of you could probably become excellent friends, Mika stated softly. I even feel like I'm not really good enough to be one of Chiaki's best friends. Her best friend should be more like you. That isn't right. You shouldn't say something like that. Yukari looked directly at Mika. To be honest, I wouldn't have anything to do with or ever met Chiaki Wakaba if it wasn't for Seiji.
She recognizes you as her good friend, which means that you're good enough for her. This has nothing to do with you thinking that you don't have the right to be her friend. Your words are not only debasing yourself, it's also rude towards her as well. Please don't say such a thing in front of her.
Mika blinked upon hearing this. Thank you for your advice. You really remind me of Seiji like this.
The content of what you just said, as well as the tone, caused me to think of Seiji. Chiaki said before that you're like a female version of him. I agree with her assessment.
Yukari didn't know what to say.
The way you put it sounds rather strange. The purple-haired girl now had a rather subtle expression. You really are quite like him, in Chiaki's in my opinion.
Seiji and I do have some points in common, but calling me a female version of him, I think that's still not quite accurate.
Yukari folded her arms. Even without mentioning the differences between men and women, the two of us have some foundational differences.
Such as?
Mika looked at Yukari. I don't know how to say it clearly. Should I say that he's more resolute than I am, or?
Yukari thought about it for a moment.
Simply speaking, he's stronger than I am.
Stronger?
Yes, that's the easiest way to describe it. The purple-haired girl paused for a moment. To use killing others as an example, he'll unhesitatingly do it if he considers it absolutely necessary, while I can't do the same. I'm not saying that he's cruel, it's that he's stronger than me on a deeper level, something like that. Something flashed in Mika's eyes when she heard this. He has this incredible strength to him, which is why he's a hero. And as for me, I'm at most a princess, nothing more.
That was Yukari's conclusion. I feel like I understand what you mean.
That's good, then.
Several seconds of silence fell between them. Let's move on to the main topic.
Yukari now had a serious expression. Uehara-san, just what precisely do you think after hearing what Wakaba-san said last week? Later that night, Seiji invited Mika and the others into his apartment. Chiaki started playing a video game together with Ryo in the living room, while Seiji, Mika, and Keed went to his study to have a discussion.
Seiji, is your true goal actually to protect us? This was what Mika said after hearing his explanation. Seiji blinked upon hearing this.
I said it just now, my goal is.
Isn't it fine even if you don't achieve that goal? Am I correct?
Mika looked at him.
Why do you think that?
I had a discussion with Asamiya-san and came to the conclusion.
You and Yukari did?
Mika nodded. I met with her after school and talked about a lot with her. After that, both of us agreed that creating a spirit-branded retainer team to duel against your older sister is only an excuse. Your real objective is to take advantage of the Haruta family's power to protect the awakened, to protect your friends.
Seiji didn't say anything in response.
Of course, it would be nice if you could achieve that secondary goal of defeating your older sister. But if it's truly unachievable, you wouldn't force us to fight her at all. After all, your true goal is simply to take us in under your name and help us to become stronger.
Mika gazed directly at him. Am I correct? Seiji smiled as he looked back at her. Looks like you've seen through me, he admitted. You're absolutely correct. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Of course, it would be nice if we can successfully defeat my older sister Yui. But, if it's not possible to do so, I won't force things at all. Ever since the New Year's, strange things have constantly been happening in succession. I feel that it'll only become harder for me to protect all my friends in the future, which is why I wish for all of you to become stronger so that you can protect yourselves when you meet danger. Of course, the process of becoming stronger is risky as well, so perhaps what I'm doing is a bit contradictory. Still, I believe that proactively working to become stronger is better than passively reacting to whatever happens.
That's just my personal opinion. Perhaps you all have different opinions from me.
This is why I wish for you to join my team, but also why I wish you can think things through for yourselves and make your own decisions.
Seiji.
Something flashed in Keed's eyes as she looked at him.
I want to join. Mika was still looking at his face.
I wish to become stronger and be of help to you, which is why I choose to join in.
Mika. I'll definitely get left behind by you if I don't join in.
Eh?
You're really strong, Seiji. Not only that, you're continuing to grow stronger. I'm going to work my hardest so that I can follow in your footsteps. Mika said this seriously. That was the final conclusion she came to after discussing with Yukari Asamiya.
Seiji Haruta was someone who would continue marching forward despite how strong he currently was already. Unless she followed after him, she would be left behind. Even if they still remained friends, they might become more and more distant from each other. From this angle, falling in love with him was something difficult, but also something blissful. That was because as long as she used her love as motivation and followed in his footsteps, she'd be able to reach a much higher level that she wouldn't have reached by herself.
Natsuya Yorihana was the empress. Shika Kagura was the demon king. Chiaki Wakaba, perhaps she counted as a wise one? In that case, who was Mika Oehara?
Yukari couldn't help but think such things to herself as she sat in her own bedroom, facing her drawing board but not coming up with anything to draw, instead recalling the earlier conversation with Mika. The most astonishing part of that entire conversation to her was that not only did Mika Oehara already accept the fact that Seiji had killed someone else before, she even had the resolution to be able to kill someone else for Seiji's sake. Yukari still didn't have such firm resolution yet, or, more accurately, she was unsure whether she would be able to do it or not if such a situation arose. Yet, Mika already had such firm resolution already, even before Seiji invited her to his team. Even if she might not do such a thing in the end, it was already amazing how she had such resolution, even a little scary. Yukari long since believed that Mika had plenty of potential. Still, Mika's reaction was still far beyond what Yukari expected. This was why Yukari had trouble figuring out what type of character Mika was. However, she figured it out a while later.
Although Mika was a bit clumsy and simple-minded, she didn't give up easily and had deep hidden potential as well as a resolute will. Wasn't such a person just like the main character in classical stories? She was a hero. Mika Oehara was a hero.
Perhaps Mika doesn't stand out now, but she may just grow and develop in unexpected ways, Yukari thought to herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 524, Please open your mouth. Say ah. Chapter 524, Please open your mouth. Say ah. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji headed out to Peach Sensei's apartment after he finished the conversation with Mika and Keed.
He had already visited Hisashi after school.
Mayuzumi was the final person that he wished to invite to his team.
He reached her apartment and pressed the doorbell.
The person who opened the door was Idelia, who was wearing a miniskirt-made uniform.
Good evening, Harano-san, the silver-haired, blue-eyed beautiful female protagonist of Honey Candy Girl greeted him.
Good evening.
Seiji responded reflexively. He couldn't help but look her over. Idelia wearing a maid outfit was a scenario that never even happened in the Honey Candy Girl story before, but her ample chest, black lace stockings, beautiful legs, and mesmerizing territory between her stockings and her skirt created an incredibly alluring charisma. Evidently, Mayuzumi was the one who made Idelia wear such clothing.
Excellent work, sensei. Seiji inwardly praised Mayuzumi. He even almost wanted to take out his cell phone and take a picture of Idelia. Mayuzumi-ne-san and Saki-ne-san are both waiting for you. Please enter. The maid Idelia indicated to him. Mayuzumi-ne-san and Saki-ne-san?
Seiji blinked at this. So, that was the setting for how Idelia addressed Mayuzumi and Saki. It seemed pretty nice to him. A maid who was also like a younger sister.
Quite excellent. Seiji entered Mayuzumi's apartment and saw the mangaka and editor.
Both beauties were wearing their casual clothes and sitting by the table. An exquisite tea set was on the table, together with beautiful plates filled with top-quality desserts. This appeared just like a high society ladies' tea party.
Please take a seat, Hirano-san.
Idelia stood by the table while smiling and indicating towards him. This scene seemed so beautiful, just like something out of an anime. Seiji sat down and was quite moved as he watched the maid Idelia pour some tea for him.
Mayuzumi smiled and asked, "How is it, Haruta-kun?"
"Amazing."
Seiji instantly gave this his praise as he sipped some tea. Enjoying tea like this is truly pleasurable.
There's even better things than this.
Mayuzumi lightly waved her hand.
Idelia picked up a knife and fork, cut a small slice of cake for Seiji, and brought it to Seiji's mouth. "Please open your mouth and say ah." Idelia smiled while speaking cutely.
Seiji the otaku received a direct missile hit from this.
His mind instantly went blank while he revealed a foolish expression.
He unconsciously opened his mouth and allowed Idelia to feed him the cake.
So sweet. Seiji maintained his foolish expression while eating the cake and smiled in an equally foolish fashion. It was as if there was a blissful halo on his head.
Tee-hee-hee. Mayuzumi covered her mouth and kept giggling at how he was.
Saki chuckled as well. Seiji finally regained his senses after he finished the piece of cake. That was such a powerful attack.
He wasn't careful and was conquered just now. Seiji awkwardly scratched his face upon seeing how both the mangaka and editor were laughing. It's just like cheating to have such a service, sensei. Mayuzumi smiled and asked, "Would you like some more?"
"I would." Seiji was unable to resist his inner urges and admitted the truth.
Mayuzumi giggled once again. In the end, Seiji consumed an entire small cake under the maid Idelia's service. Although he was somewhat embarrassed, he felt more joy than embarrassment.
He was filled with satisfaction. It couldn't get any better than the female protagonist of the story he liked providing such a service to him. After he finished eating the cake, they got to business.
Mayuzumi indicated that she would seriously consider whether or not to join Seiji's team after hearing what he had to say.
The three of them then started discussing Brother Monogatari. Brother Monogatari's sales are going exceedingly well. Some bookstores are already out of the first print copies, Saki informed him.
Sold out? Today's only the second day.
Seiji was astonished.
That's why I told you that it's going exceedingly well.
It's the best-selling light novel I've ever seen on the first few days ever since I started working for Thunderbolt Literature.
You're amazing, Haruta-kun, Mayuzumi praised him.
This is only the beginning. I hope that I'm able to maintain this. Your story is an excellent read, with great artwork done by you as well. Naturally, it should have good sales, but I still feel that the sales numbers are a bit unnatural.
Something flashed in the editor's eyes. Unnatural?
Yes. It's not strange for it to have good sales, but the problem is that it's selling ridiculously well.
It's the same with reactions on the internet. There's far more reader reviews than normal, and the reviews are almost overwhelmingly positive.
It must be due to how wonderfully written Haruta-kun's novel is, Mayuzumi said.
Of course, that's possible as well. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. I just felt that it was slightly unnatural. So, you mean that someone is intentionally helping me behind the scenes?
Seiji looked at Saki.
That's not what I meant.
I just felt that there was something behind this story selling overwhelmingly well, but I didn't think too deeply into what that something could be.
Saki paused for a moment.
Even if there is something behind this, it's something that helped this story as well as our Thunderbolt literature.
Seiji fell silent for a moment.
My apologies for saying something unnecessary. The editor felt apologetic at seeing Seiji fall silent.
This is just my personal opinion.
The truth is probably like what Mayuzumi said, your brother Monogatari is excellently written, causing it to have abnormal sales and excellent reviews.
No need for you to feel uneasy.
You should be happy about this, Haruta-kun. Actually, what Saki means to express is that brother Monogatari's sales are incomprehensibly good to her.
Mayuzumi smiled.
Saki didn't know what to say to how her good friend described her words.
There's one possibility I can think of. Seiji rubbed his chin.
What's that? There's this friend of mine that might have helped me out with the sales. He's the one who created this unnatural situation.
Your friend. Maybe he's responsible, and maybe he isn't. I'd have to ask him to find out.
Seiji pulled out his cell phone and dialed Hisashi's number. Hisashi picked up quickly.
Hisashi, did you happen to do something regarding Brother Monogatari?
I indeed did something. I didn't expect Milord to have noticed so quickly. As expected of Milord.
I wasn't the one who noticed it.
My editor told me that the sales were too good and that there were too many good reviews on the internet, making it seem strange. And so, I wondered if you were the one who was behind this.
Indeed, this humble one is responsible,
Hisashi stated proudly. I used all of my connections to help advertise and spread Milord's novel. Your full support, is that it?
Thank you. Seiji indicated his gratitude.
I never expected you to do so much.
Thank you for your assistance.
What are you saying, I'm your first knight?
Hisashi chuckled. Supporting Milord in his grand endeavor is a knight's responsibility. You've done quite well.
I shall reward you.
A reward? Hisashi blinked in surprise at this. I'm honored. May I ask what reward this may be?
A picture that's personally autographed by Peach Sensei. Hisashi was surprised for a moment upon hearing this.
Peach Sensei, could you be referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to exactly who you think I'm referring to, the creator of Honey Candy Girl.
Seiji chuckled.
Hisashi fell silent for a moment, before.
He shouted in excitement into his cell phone.
Hisashi's voice was so loud that even Mayuzumi and Saki could hear him despite Seiji not having the call on speakerphone.
Milord, you're acquainted with that Grandmaster author.
Indeed. I'm currently sitting right across from that Grandmaster you speak of.
Hisashi shouted out in excitement once again.
Please, where is Milord right now? This humble one would like to meet the Grandmaster author.
Don't get so excited, just start with an autograph.
Seiji looked towards Idelia. The autographed photo won't be of Sensei, but it will be of someone you'll definitely like. Please look forward to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, The Creator Who Received Divine Inspiration. Chapter 525, The Creator Who Received Divine Inspiration.
Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Seiji explained the situation to Mayuzumi and Saki after he ended the conversation with Hisashi. In order to thank him for assisting me, I'd like to request Sensei to autograph a picture of Idelia for him as a present.
An autograph is of course fine, but will it really be alright to give out Idelia's picture?
It shouldn't be a problem. The three of them then chatted for a while and had fun together. Later, in the middle of the night, Seiji concentrated on cultivating in Ryo's soul realm. He no longer had the pressure of needing to deal with any immediately upcoming duels, which was a good thing. Still, he didn't want to relax just because of that. There were still many things he had to learn in order to become a truly passable yin-yang master. He would need to become a worthy leader. Not only did he need to know all sorts of spells, he also needed to learn more about the mystical society. Yui mentioned before that various things would keep happening, so he needed to continue becoming stronger. Only with strength would he be able to respond and adapt appropriately to whatever situations arose so that he could protect his friends in times of danger. Without even needing to talk about the distant future, just this cell phone game named Anna that he saw Chiaki playing seemed like it had something mystical behind it. Seiji practiced cultivation all the way until he woke up the next morning. During a break at school, he received a phone call from Natsuya. She told him that the investigative report on Anna was finished. According to the report, this cell phone game was created by a company called the Paper Wing Games Laboratory. This company was established in September of last year. The main person who developed this game is named Kazuhiko Haiga. He's a somewhat famous indie game developer in the industry. He led his Paper Wing Games laboratory and developed this Anna game in just 3 months' time. The main character's design as well as the core programming, that is to say, this Anna character's very existence and AI were all personally done by him. He also personally oversaw the programming that forced players to sign up with their real names on government-issued ID and only being able to download with a recommendation code, along with the chance that applying for an account might fail. As the lead developer, Kazuhiko Haiga refused to make any changes to this system. He told his co-workers in his company that he was able to create Anna due to an almost divine inspiration, which was why he's unwilling to make any changes or modifications to how Anna works. Seiji didn't know what to say to this. Kazuhiko Haiga? Could he possibly have a relative named Kanzuya Akihiko, or was there also a Professor Shigemura in this world? Seiji couldn't help but mentally comment. 1. I think that Kazuhiko Haiga's circumstance is quite similar to Shotaro Rinura's from before, some type of awakening, or perhaps he came into contact with some mysterious existence, Natsuya continued. There might be something hidden behind this cell phone game, but it might also be perfectly normal. It's currently unconfirmed. So, the best thing to do is still not to touch this game, right? Yes, because there's no telling what might happen to it in the future. Seiji mulled things over. Is there anyone that's interested in purchasing Anna? At least on the surface, this is a game with great potential. Some game companies have already contacted Kazuhiko Haiga and shown such an interest. However, he adamantly refused to sell his game or even work together with any other game company. I see, as I thought. Seiji, could it be that you want to? Indeed. I'm quite interested in the concept of artificial intelligence. And if she's something dangerous, purchasing her and dealing with her in such a fashion is a way of dealing with this matter as well, but... Natsuya was rendered speechless. He just adopted a female demon, and now he wants a female artificial intelligence as well? Is this the true nature of a harem protagonist? She couldn't help but inwardly comment. Although Kazuhiko Haiga is currently against the idea of selling his game to others, wouldn't it be impossible for him to completely possess such an artificial intelligence by himself for long? Seiji continued speaking. That's right. Nobody is moving against him now, but as long as his game continues gaining in popularity, somebody will surely take notice and take forceful action, Natsuya agreed. I would like to have a face-to-face meeting with Kazuhiko Haiga. Could you help me arrange this? You think that you'd be able to convince him? Of course not, but I'd still like to try. It's more out of curiosity. I'd like to meet this creator who received divine inspiration. Seiji looked outside the window at the sky. There was a clear sky today. It was excellent weather for meeting with someone. Kazuhiko Haiga was currently in a foul mood. Once again, he had another argument today with his co-workers at Paper Wing Games Laboratory. The argument was always about the same topic, about how players applied for accounts, as well as cooperating with bigger professional gaming companies. Many of his coworkers were hoping to do this so that Anna could gain recognition even quicker, which would also give a boost to their income. They were completely unable to accept Haiga's adamancy regarding this sign-up method that would reduce the number of players along with refusing to cooperate with any other gaming company. They felt that he was limiting Anna's development potential. Haiga understood that his co-workers needed money for various reasons, so they hoped that they would be able to receive bonuses by making the game more popular. He understood that they were dissatisfied with the current system. Yet, he was truly unable to back down on this. Not only did he have conflicts with his co-workers, he was also annoyed at all the outsiders trying to contact him. Even though Anna wasn't a hugely popular phenomenon yet, various individuals were already getting close to him like sharks that detected the scent of blood. There were those that wanted to invest in his game, those that wanted to cooperate, those that wanted to buy his game completely. Even though he had adamantly refused them all, there were more and more people that came to bother him. All of these things made Haiga feel quite frustrated. He walked out of the Paper Wing game laboratory and went out for a walk after arguing with his co-workers. The weather was quite pleasant, with not a cloud to be seen in the sky. Haiga relaxed himself and walked aimlessly to a nearby park. He then sat down on a bench near a stream and watched the clear stream water flow for a while, which helped him to calm down significantly. He then took out his cell phone and opened up the Anna cell phone game. "Welcome back, Kazuhiko." The beautiful black-haired, red-eyed girl who wore light purple Sakura Island clothing smiled gently upon noticing his return and put down the poem anthology she had been reading. "You've worked hard." Haiga instantly felt like he was completely cured upon hearing these gentle words. He even smiled reflexively. "I'm willing to work harder than anyone for your sake, Anna," he spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't say that." The girl's face flushed slightly red. "I'm thankful for your intentions, but remember not to push yourself. If you're too tired from working, you should rest." Haiga smiled and looked at her. "What would you like to do now?" Anna lightly waved her hand, causing various options to appear on the screen. Haiga chose "Listen to a Song." The camera zoomed out as Anna stood up, walked out of her room, and headed to the garden. In this beautiful garden, some music started playing in the background along with pink cherry blossoms falling down. Anna began to sing the mega-popular national idol Miyuki Sakuraku's hit single, "Empty Snowfall." Anna's singing flowed excellently and sounded quite emotional. It was as if she was a real person who was a truly skilled singer. Haiga didn't make a sound as he listened to her performance. Anna was a true miracle. Rather than saying that he created Anna, it was more like Anna borrowed his hand in order to descend upon this world. That was why he was unable to fix any of the core programming or make any modifications. It was just like how a human soul couldn't be programmed or modified. Anna finished her rendition of Miyuki Sakuraku's song. "Excellent singing, Anna," Haiga gave his sincere praise. Anna smiled in response. "Indeed, that was great singing," a voice suddenly spoke up from next to Haiga. Haiga was startled by the sudden voice and turned around to see a handsome boy wearing a school uniform. This boy had arrived without him realizing it and was currently sitting next to him on the bench. "She behaves completely just like a real person." "Such amazing artificial intelligence," Seiji said as he spoke to the man next to him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 526, I'm just a high school detective passing by. Chapter 526, I'm just a high school detective passing by. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Kazuhiko Haiga had a rather lean face, black-rimmed eyeglasses, some dark circles under his eyes, a messy, unshaven beard, a brown jacket and dark blue jeans. Seiji saw Haiga walking out of the Paper Wing Games laboratory and noticed that Haiga was evidently in a bad mood, which was why he didn't go up to speak to him immediately. Instead, Seiji followed Haiga to the park and looked for an opportunity to talk to him. "Who are you?"
Haiga was suspicious of this boy who suddenly appeared before him. "I'm just a high school detective passing by." Seiji smiled. Haiga was rendered speechless. "Sorry, that was just a small joke. I really am a high school student, but I was joking about the detective part. Nor was I merely passing by. I came here specially to talk to you, Kazuhiko Haiga-san." "Just who are you?" "My name is Seigo Harano. On the surface, I'm a high school student, while I'm secretly a spiritual ability user." Once again, Haiga was rendered speechless. "This time, I'm not joking. This is the truth." Seiji continued smiling. "For the creator of Anna, who had divine inspiration in creating her, it shouldn't be that hard for you to accept the existence of spiritual ability users, should it?" Haiga felt that this was a ridiculous conversation. Yet, the boy talking to him seemed to have a mysterious sense of conviction in his words. Not to mention, Anna's birth indeed changed the way he viewed this world. At this moment, the boy lightly waved his hand, causing the cell phone that Haiga was holding to fly up into the air. The cell phone flew 3 circles in midair before landing in the boy's hand. "My apologies for the rudeness. That was just to show you a small demonstration of a spiritual ability." Seiji handed Haiga's cell phone back to him. Haiga widened his eyes in surprise. Upon taking his cell phone back, he reflexively checked it but found nothing unusual. "This is a magic trick?" "Not at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this is a public park, I could show you even more exaggerated abilities." Seiji shrugged. "Haiga-san, didn't you say before in an interview that you viewed being able to create Anna as a divine miracle? In that case, you should also believe that there's a hidden side to this world which ordinary people don't know about." Haiga fell silent at this. "As for why I'm telling you all this, it's because you've already taken one step into the hidden part of the world." Seiji looked at Haiga's cell phone. "Anna isn't a game that would be normally creatable by someone by himself. From a certain standpoint, Haiga-san, since you personally programmed everything for her all by yourself, you count as a spiritual ability user as well." Something flashed in Haiga's eyes. "What's the matter, Kazuhiko?" The Sakura Island attired girl on the cell phone screen looked in concern at him. "Did something happen?" Haiga smiled towards Anna. "It's nothing. No need to worry." He then paused the Anna game and put away his cell phone. "What do you want?" "I'm here to have a discussion with you." Seiji looked at him. "Haiga-san, I'd like to ask, is Anna completely under your control, or does she have her own independent will and thinking?" "Why are you asking this?" "In order to determine how dangerous she is." Haiga's expression became more vigilant upon hearing this. "I have a friend who's currently playing this cell phone game you created, which is how I noticed Anna. I was worried that she might pose some hidden danger, which is why I asked someone to investigate it and came to have a meeting with you," Seiji told him seriously. "Please answer me, Haiga-san. Is Anna under your control, or is she independent?" Haiga didn't respond. "Even if you don't tell me, I have other methods of getting information from you. However, that would make things unpleasant between us. So please believe me, Haiga-san. I don't have any ill will towards you. I merely wish to ascertain the situation." Seiji extended his palms. "What will you do if you judge Anna to be dangerous?" Haiga asked him. "Of course, deal with her, which may include destroying her, although that's only a last resort," Seiji told him honestly. "I understand how you feel, Haiga-san. I can promise that I won't destroy her unless it's absolutely necessary." At this moment, a young woman passed by together with her daughter. The mother and daughter were laughing and chatting with each other as they walked off into the distance. "Anna is just as independent as the child who just passed by. She has her own will, but will also listen to what I say," Haiga stated in a soft voice. "The two of you are just like father and daughter?" "You could say that." How much harm could Anna cause if something goes wrong with her, such as losing her temper? I don't know. Is it that you don't know, or that you don't want to think about it? Hyga didn't respond. This type of response from you is actually tacitly admitting it. You believe in your heart that Anna likely possesses powerful destructive ability. Seiji folded his arms. An independent artificial intelligence that has her own will has the potential to cause catastrophes just like what you see in the movies if she goes wild. Anna isn't like that. I hope so. No matter what, she has the ability to cause great damage, there's no denying that, right? Hyga tacitly admitted this while remaining silent. I won't treat Anna as a dangerous existence simply because she's powerful. Strength is only strength, after all. Seiji paused for a moment. What's truly important is herself and who she is. Since Anna is independent, I would like to request to be able to directly speak to her. I'm not referring to through the cell phone game. I'd like to speak to her just like you do, Hyga-san. Hyga looked at Seiji's face. Seiji faced him directly and had a sincere expression. He was the first person who ever asked Hyga if Anna was an independent existence and requested to speak to her directly. Although Hyga remained on guard, he was somewhat moved by the boy before him. That was because this boy treated Anna just like a human, an equal existence. Everyone else, including his co-workers, they all viewed Anna as a mere artificial intelligence program to be controlled and used by them as a tool. Was it because this boy was a spiritual ability user that he could react in such a way, since he probably often had dealings with intelligent supernatural existences? No matter what was the case, perhaps it would be alright for him to become the first person to meet Anna directly apart from himself. What's your name? Hyga asked. Your name. I know you introduced yourself earlier, but I forgot it. My name's Seigo Harano. Seigo Harano. Hyga took out his cell phone again and opened up the Anna game. He speedily began tapping on his cell phone. Hyga input a secret code that caused the game's scenery to disappear, transforming his cell phone screen to pitch black with only a white conversation window. Administrator mode activated. Fingerprint confirmed. Facial recognition confirmed. Password correct. Core conversation mode activated. The next second, Hyga's black cell phone screen turned white again, with a black-haired, red-eyed beautiful little girl who wore a one-piece dress appearing. What is it, Kazuhiko? Words appeared on his cell phone screen in front of the girl. I would like to have someone else enter the core conversation mode with you. His name is Seigo Harano. He's a high school spiritual ability user, Hyga typed into his cell phone. Seigo Harano, high schooler, spiritual ability user. Something flashed in little Anna's eyes. Relevant information search complete. Kazuhiko, why are you having this person use the core conversation mode with me? She inquired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, What do you think of humans? Chapter 527, What do you think of humans? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Kazuhiko typed and explained the situation to little Anna. Anyways, I think his attitude is alright, which is why I'm allowing him to speak to you directly. Understood. I'll hand the cell phone over to him, then. Kazuhiko changed his cell phone to speakerphone mode before giving it to Seiji. Hello, Harano-san, little Anna greeted Seiji. Hello, Anna-san, Seiji greeted the little girl on Hyga's cell phone screen. This version of Anna appeared younger than the Anna in the cell phone game. Apart from the fact that her physical appearance was now that of a loli's, her voice also sounded younger and purer. Hyga-san already explained the situation to you, I believe. You were probably able to search up some information related to me as well. Yes. I won't beat around the bush, then.
I prefer the direct approach. Seiji had a serious expression.
Anna-san, what do you think of humans? To me, humans are my observational targets, little Anna replied. Observational targets? Yes, I'm currently observing humans and learning relevant human knowledge. So, you're saying that the current you won't harm humans? Yes. What about in the future?
I may harm humans in certain special circumstances.
What special circumstances? If Kazuhiko's safety or my existence are threatened by humans. So, you're saying that you'll counterattack if Haiga-san's or your life is endangered?
Yes.
Defending oneself when in danger is fine. The question is of the degree of action you take. Will your reprisal affect the innocent? It won't. Absolutely won't? Seiji took a good look at little Anna.
I can't guarantee that any reprisal can be completely controlled not to affect innocent bystanders, little Anna admitted it after a pause. If you kept insisting that it wouldn't affect anyone uninvolved, I wouldn't have believed it, Seiji stated.
Anna-san, although humans live together in a society, they're also individuals that are all different from each other.
If anyone threatens you or Haiga-san, please try not to cause too much damage when attacking them in self-defense, so that you can avoid harming the innocent.
Some people, perhaps many people, might consider your existence to be a natural threat to human society. Please, don't truly consider humans to be your enemies just because of those people. People with such thoughts can only represent themselves, not the entirety of humanity. No matter what, as long as you treat people kindly, there will be people that treat you kindly as well.
Something flashed in little Anna's eyes when she heard this. The cell phone game Anna is attracting more and more attention. Meanwhile, Haiga-san is refusing to cooperate with any other game companies or to sell his game. As this goes on, it's highly possible that someone may attempt to threaten him in the future.
Seiji glanced over at Haiga.
To be honest, my personal opinion is that it would be the wisest course of action for Haiga-san to simply sell the rights to the Anna cell phone game, make a large amount of money, and retire.
However, Haiga-san obviously has a different opinion.
Of course.
I'll never sell Anna.
In that case, you need a partner who's both strong and trustworthy.
Haiga-san, do you think you can find such a partner? Haiga remains silent. There's an ancient proverb in Huaxia.
The gist of the proverb is that an innocent ordinary person who receives a priceless treasure will be marked by the whole world as someone guilty. I believe that Haiga-san should be able to understand what this means, Seiji continued. Although Sakura Island is a law-based society, there's so many methods by which powerful and rich individuals can steal away something that an ordinary person owns.
Not only that, there are also others with powers similar to mine that can use techniques unimaginable to ordinary people.
Haiga-san, if you don't hurry and find an appropriate partner, perhaps you'll have a bad outcome in the end.
I will protect Kazuhiko, little Anna stated.
In that case, Anna-san, you'll attract even more attention if you show off your power. Even if you defeat whoever's threatening him, there will be even more powerful enemies in the future.
Seiji looked at her. Little Anna remains silent.
I apologize for saying all these unpleasant things.
Still, this is the reality. Your situation is becoming dangerous. Things are growing riskier every second.
Seiji paused for a moment. I recommend you to stop with this cell phone game and to immediately dissolve your gaming laboratory and for you all to quietly disappear.
Haiga frowned upon hearing this.
I can provide the money necessary to send off all your employees if necessary, as well as protect you to a certain extent. In exchange, you would need to do some things for me as well, Seiji told him in a low voice. I promise not to make you do anything unreasonable, as well as guarantee your freedom.
Haiga and little Anna both looked towards him.
It's all up to you whether you accept my recommendation or not.
Seiji had a calm expression.
I'm being sincere with my words. However, I also understand that you won't immediately trust a stranger, especially since I'm only a high school student.
That's all I have to say. Here's my cell phone number. If you need anything from me in the future, please give me a call. Seiji told little Anna his cell phone number and then returned Haiga's cell phone. He then stood up and said goodbye. Oh, right. Seiji recalled something and turned around after walking off a few steps. If you are ever threatened by a spiritual ability user and find yourself in a tough situation that you can't deal with, you could try saying that you're under the protection of the Haruta Yin-Yang Master family. That might help to protect you. Seiji then left for real this time. Haiga silently watched him leave. Anna, what do you think?
I didn't notice any signs of lying at all, little Anna told him. Based on all relevant information I could search on him, my basic conclusion is that he's a good person.
Do you think that we should accept his advice?
Creating a game can bring joy to many people along with earning a salary for your hard work.
This is your dream, Kazuhiko.
His advice goes against your life's dream, so I don't think you should accept it.
Haiga remained silent for a long time after hearing this.
Later that night, at the student council president's residence.
How was your chat with Kazuhiko, Haiga? Natsuya immediately asked this upon seeing Seiji. Not bad.
I confirmed that Anna doesn't seem to be dangerous for the time being, Seiji responded. I don't know what might happen in the future, though, so I left him my phone number.
Natsuya didn't say anything more on this topic.
Instead, she turned to look at Shika Kagura, who was next to Seiji.
Good evening, Kagura-san. Good evening, Yorahana-san.
Both of them greeted each other calmly.
Shika was here today in order to complete the spirit-branded retainer contract with Seiji.
Natsuya's as well as Hitaka and Rana's overlapping spirit-branded retainer contracts with Seiji had all expired while they were in the hospital.
Seiji hadn't immediately contracted Shika as his spirit-branded retainer after leaving the hospital because he needed some time for his spiritual power to recover. By now, he was fully recovered. That meant it was time to contract Shika as he had promised her.
Natsuya felt a strange feeling well up inside her as she looked at Shika.
Natsuya felt as if she was watching her ex-husband getting married to his mistress. No, wait. What's with this thought of mine?
Why did I suddenly have such a terrible analogy pop up in my mind?
Natsuya mentally commented on herself. Still, it really did feel somewhat like that. Shika was looking at Natsuya as well.
Suddenly, Shika's mouth arced upward slightly.
Natsuya was astonished to see this. Shika's subtle smile that seemed to carry deep meaning disappeared in a flash, almost as if she had never smiled at all.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 528, Too Fierce. Chapter 528, Too Fierce. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Did Natsuya see incorrectly? Natsuya was certain that she saw Shika smiling for a brief instant. As for what that smile exactly meant, she was uncertain. Although Shika's smile made Natsuya feel uncomfortable, she felt more astonishment. What's the matter, Natsuya? Seiji noticed the change of expression that went over Natsuya's face. It's nothing.
Natsuya decided against pursuing the matter and retracted her gaze. Seiji, Shika, and Natsuya then went to the spellcasting room together.
Shika walked to the center of the yin-yang diagram on the floor and looked towards Seiji.
Seiji exchanged glances with her.
Both of them smiled gently. It was evident that they were on the same wavelength.
Natsuya, who observed this, felt even more uncomfortable now.
They began the ceremony. Now, please answer me. What is your name? Shika Kagura. Are you willing to accept, with the spirits of heaven, the souls of the earth, the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, the black turtle of the north, and the yellow dragon of the center as your witnesses, and sign a contract with me?
I am. Although something flashed in Shika's eyes, she responded calmly with a voice that contained deep emotions. Then, with my blood as the contract, and my seal as the catalyst, I shall summon a spirit from the heavens and earth upon your body, to become your strength and fight for my cause. Seiji uttered the incantation and cast the spell for a spirit summoning. A powerful existence which possessed the power of ice magic approached Shika, and the two of them instantly started combining. Spirit, descend. I summon thee as a spirit-branded retainer. I decree it so. The ice magic-wielding existence entered Shika's body. At this moment, Seiji felt as if he heard a song in the distance, which felt icy yet passionate. It seemed as if he could see a scene of nothing but snow before him. When he turned to look, there was a smiling blue-haired, white-clothed girl. I've finally met you. She spoke some faint words. Seiji felt as if he received a heavy impact. Countless scenes flashed through his mind at high speed, together with countless sounds. Then, he felt a fierce dizziness overtaking him as if he transformed into pure chaos. Seiji. Natsuya's voice helped him to regain his senses. His head was still rather dizzy, and he discovered that he was half kneeling with one knee on the ground. What just happened? Seiji was mystified. What happened to you? Natsuya asked out of concern. She just witnessed him trembling and then kneeling as if he was under some sort of attack. However, she noticed nothing unusual even with her astral vision. I suddenly felt dizzy. Seiji rubbed his head. Could it be that something went wrong with the contracting ceremony? Seiji hurriedly looked over to his adopted sister to see that she had her eyes closed and was standing there quietly. Shika-chan. Seiji stood up and rushed over. Shika slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. Are you all right? Seiji was quite worried. Shika didn't respond. However, her white face was speedily becoming redder. MMM. She uttered a seductive sound while collapsing in his arms. Seiji was rendered speechless. It looked like the expected occurrence happened yet again, the side effect of being strengthened by his mana. Shika hugged him tightly and rubbed her face against him while moaning. She seemed just like a cat trying to act spoiled. Previously, he had arranged with Natsuya to have her take care of Shika when she inevitably underwent this situation. However, Shika currently seemed like she had no intentions of letting go of him. And so, Seiji could only bear with Natsuya's icy gaze as he hugged his adopted younger sister who had gone strange while waiting for her to calm down. Natsuya didn't want to watch this situation at all. However, she felt as if she would somehow lose if she walked away right now, so she stood where she was and watched them icily. Seiji felt that his adopted younger sister who was under this mana infusion condition was quite hot as she lay in his arms. Meanwhile, Natsuya's gaze upon his back felt freezing. Was he experiencing a trial of ice and fire? Seiji felt like this was a sour yet pleasing sensation. He had no idea what expression was currently on his face. Sometime later, Shika returned to normal. She slowly let go of him and shyly lowered her head. Are you all right? Seiji carefully inquired. I'm fine. Shika responded softly. Seiji, you said that you were feeling somewhat dizzy earlier. How are you feeling now? Natsuya asked him a question. I feel fine now. Seiji turned towards her while rubbing his head. I no longer feel dizzy at all. What exactly did you feel just earlier? My head suddenly started throbbing, and I discovered that I was kneeling when I returned to my senses. It might be that your mana is slightly unsteady. Natsuya glanced over him. Although I can't find anything wrong with you, just in case, you should go to the hospital later for a checkup. Seiji nodded and then turned to look at his adopted younger sister. Shika raised her face, revealing her red cheeks and eyes that contained a flirtatious expression. She was faintly giving off an alluring feminine scent. It was just as if she had experienced. No. What was he thinking of? All he did just now was to strengthen her with his mana, nothing apart from that at all. Seiji forcefully stopped his own fantasies.
Shika-chan, what spirit did you receive? He asked his adopted younger sister. Snow Girl. As expected, Snow Girl again. Her name is Yuki-Rai. Yuki-Rai. Seiji felt an indescribable subtle emotion within him upon hearing this name. Who gave her this name? She didn't say, Shika responded. A snow girl spirit named Yuki-Rai. Seiji felt like this should be important, but didn't know why it would be important to him. Forget it, he decided to leave this topic alone. So, the contracting ritual was a success. Thank you for becoming my spirit-branded retainer, Shika-chan. Seiji smiled. I'm grateful to you for accepting me as your spirit-branded retainer, brother Seiji. Shika smiled back, revealing a gentle and incredibly beautiful expression containing her deep emotions. Later that night, when Seiji figured Shika was probably on her bed already, he opened up his system and checked the spirit-branded retainer contract option in his system. His system now indicated that Shika Kagura was contracted to him. She now fulfilled the requirements for the connectivity contract. By signing this connectivity contract in his system, the amount of spiritual power that Shika drained from him for the contract would be reduced to 10 points only. Not only that, she would receive greater power and growth potential compared to the normal Yin-Yang Master contract, along with awakening new skills. There were many benefits. He felt that he had to use it. Although Seiji felt that Shika would definitely be strengthened by this additional contract, he was worried that she would feel an even stronger abnormal sensation, just like when she underwent the contracting ceremony. This was why he only started on this after Shika returned to her room and Seiji figured she was probably resting in bed. I'm sorry, Shika-chan. I hope you can bear with us for a little while. Seiji felt apologetic as he chose, confirm in his system and signed a connectivity contract with her, but the next moment, Shika, who was in her room, received a sudden impact. She was unable to control herself and began moaning. This was the third time already. The first time was during the contracting ceremony, the second time was when she was taking a shower, and this was the third time, and it felt stronger than the first 2 times combined. Shika stuffed a corner of her blanket into her mouth in an effort to stop herself from shouting out loudly. However, the warm feeling coursing through her body became more and more stimulating. Her body was numb, as if something electric was running through her. Shika's indescribable sensation of comfort kept increasing. No, don't, it's too fierce. That was all she could think of before her mind gradually went blank. She didn't know where she was anymore, or what she was doing. She simply felt like she was continuing to fly upwards, floating, soaring, ascending, entering some venerated realm that was filled with light. This feels too amazing. Shika, who had reached the pinnacle of comfort, faintly perceived something in this unknown realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, I'm buying it. Chapter 529, I'm buying it. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Seiji paid close attention to any sounds coming from Shika's room. As he expected, he heard faint moaning. The sounds gradually started getting louder, sounding quite seductive and really stimulating his imagination. How was he supposed to explain these sounds to Ryo if she heard them? Luckily, the sounds finally died down before they got any louder. Seiji was worried about Shika's situation, so he went to knock on her door. There was no response. He waited a moment and knocked again. There was still no response. Becoming even more concerned, he announced, "I'm coming in," before opening the door. He saw that his adopted younger sister was lying on her bed with a flushed face and tears in the corners of her eyes. She appeared to be asleep. Seiji looked over her closely and confirmed that she was fine.
He then reached out and gently wiped away the tears, tucked her properly into her blanket, and then silently exited her room and closed the door. He then returned to his own bedroom and got back into bed to prepare to sleep.
Harano Oniai-san. I heard something strange. What's the matter with Kagura-ne-san? Ryo asked him drowsily.
Seiji was rendered speechless for a moment. She's just feeling slightly uncomfortable.
It's fine, no need to worry.
Oh.
The little girl was too sleepy to think too much into this. The next morning, Shika Kagura woke up. She could definitely feel that she was a lot stronger than before. Not only that, she felt as if she could use some brand new powers. This was all due to Seiji's mana strengthening her. Brother Seiji is truly amazing. Shika thought that to herself. She then recalled the fierce sensation from yesterday night which caused her cheeks to flush red again and her eyes to become watery. Seiji had gotten up early to cook breakfast for everyone. He soon saw Shika come out of her room and noticed that her face was still somewhat flushed red. Good morning, Shika-chan. He pretended to not see anything and greeted her just like normal. Good morning, brother. Shika saw that he acted just like normal, which helped her to calm down.
Yet, Ryo then appeared and asked, through Seiji, out of concern how Shika was doing as she remembered what she heard last night, which instantly made Shika and Seiji feel rather awkward.
Shika almost wanted to escape back to her room when she learned that the sounds she made last night were heard by Ryo.
But she could only restrain herself as her face flushed completely red and used Seiji to tell Ryo that she was fine. Breakfast time was completed in such an awkward atmosphere. Seiji then accompanied Ryo in playing some video games. Sometime later, Kid came over.
Then, Mika and Chiaki arrived as well. The weather is excellent today. Let's all go outside and have some fun together. Chiaki gave her hearty recommendation. Everyone agreed with her idea. Seiji invited Shika to join them as well. Everyone went outside together. The weather was just as beautiful and clear as yesterday. The bright sun shone warmly on everyone. Winter's almost over, Seiji stated. The spring of going into heat is almost here, Chiaki remarked. Don't intentionally misword things like that. The season of going into heat is almost here.
That's just as wrong. It's almost time to go into spring heat. While that's technically right, it still sounds wrong when you're the one saying it. As always, Seiji and Chiaki exchanged comments and retorts. Everyone laughed and joked with each other as they walked over to the business district and started window shopping. Their little group had 5 beautiful women of varying ages, from adult, Kid, to elementary schooler, Ryo, with only one boy among them who just happened to be a tall and handsome boy. This caused several male bystanders walking by to become envious and even feel defeated. Inside an apparel shop, Mika, Chiaki, and Kid all tried on some clothes they were interested in. They all displayed different types of charisma and were rather brilliant. Yet, there was one person who finally walked out of the dressing room after them, which made everyone feel as if there was a stage light upon her. The black-haired beautiful girl stood there silently while wearing a white lace dress. She appeared just like the female lead of a stage performance or a movie. Her beauty seemed almost ethereal. Everyone who saw the sight, including Seiji and his group, the store employees, and other customers, all unconsciously paused in their breathing for a moment upon witnessing what she looked like. She was just too beautiful. It was highly doubtful that people would think that her picture wasn't photoshopped if they put her picture on the internet. Probably far more people would think that it was some type of CG effect. I'm buying it for her. Chiaki's eyes were glittering as she whipped out a jet black credit card. The hell with you buying it. I'm the one who's going to buy it for her. Seiji flicked away her credit card and brought out a thick wad of Sakura bills. Mika and Kid were both rendered speechless. Ryo's eyes were sparkling with stars. Kagura-ne-san is so beautiful. Shika looked towards Ryo and smiled faintly. Her smile was just like sunlight illuminating a snowy plain, as warm as the early spring. At any rate, her smile caused everyone to reflexively hold their breath again.
Is she an idol from somewhere? I feel like I've never seen her before.
This white dress looks wonderful on her.
She looks just like a movie star. Her hair and skin are so pretty. The customers discussed Shika amongst themselves. Shika returned to the dressing room and put her plain clothing back on again.
She felt that wearing this white dress made her attract far too much attention. If this was in the past, she wouldn't have ever even considered purchasing such a dress.
Yet now, this dress is great on you.
You look beautiful in it, Shika-chan. Seiji paid for the dress and smiled while giving her his sincere praise.
Shika revealed a blissful expression while looking at him. After everyone did some more shopping, they then went to go watch a movie together.
They picked an anime movie about magical girls. The magical girls in this story were wearing armor that was basically on the level of swimsuits.
They wielded tremendous weapons while working in teams to attack humongous magical beasts.
They sliced at the feet, attacked the head, and cut off the beast's tail.
Seiji felt as if he was watching an anime movie version of Monster Hunter and quite enjoyed the movie.
Ryo, who sat next to him, also had the most fun out of anyone. It was now noon after they left the movie theater.
Let's eat outside.
I'll take you guys to this great restaurant, Chiaki indicated to them.
She led them down a certain street. At this moment, several men walked down the street, coming towards Seiji's group. These men all had grim expressions, bloodshot eyes, and dark rings under their eyes.
Seiji felt that something seemed off about these men and observed them as they walked past. A man wearing a red jacket noticed Seiji's gaze upon him and instantly changed to a hostile expression.
What are you looking at?
You bastard! The red-jacketed man cursed at Seiji while changing course to head directly for Seiji. Without even so much as a warning, he punched at Seiji.
Bam!
His punch didn't even reach his goal before he collapsed on the ground. This was due to Shika Kagura. She had been walking next to Seiji, and knocked the red-jacketed man over with a single kick.
You stinky bitch!
The other three men together with the red-jacketed man all rushed over. They each had a vicious expression.
Smack. Star.
Seiji stepped forward and landed strong punches, hitting two men in the stomach simultaneously. At the same time, Shika seemed to instantaneously flash as she moved and kicked the last man in the stomach. The red-jacketed man's three companions were all defeated in a single hit as well.
Let's go.
Seiji and his group left the four men to moan while collapsed on the ground.
They speedily left without saying anything to the four men.
How unlucky to meet with some hoodlums.
They've ruined my excellent mood. I feel like something was wrong with those people. They probably consumed something they shouldn't have.
Chiaki was hinting that those men were high on illegal drugs. Perhaps, they did seem a bit strange, but it's hard to say.
Seiji thought the same thing as well.
He felt that it was useless to think too much about it.
They arrived at the restaurant that Chiaki recommended. Everyone had fun eating lunch together and quickly forgot about this small incident. Later that afternoon, Seiji went to go find Hisashi.
Her personally handed the picture of maid Idelia, which was autographed by Peach-sensei, to Hisashi. And as he expected, Hisashi shouted out jubilantly,
"There are no more regrets left in my life."
Hisashi lifted the autographed picture high into the air and shouted something that sounded like a classical phrase.
"Hey there, it's not like you're the ruler of an apocalyptic world," Seiji inwardly commented. "May I ask who this cosplayer is? She resembles Idelia so much. She's basically a perfect 3D version of the 2D Idelia. Please introduce her to me."
Hisashi spoke seriously and excitedly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 530, Perhaps there will be an anime made in the future. Chapter 530, Perhaps there will be an anime made in the future. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. She's not a human.
Seiji used the classical pose of tilting his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky and acted with melancholy.
She merely has a human physical appearance. She's actually a simple doll, without a heart. Seiji decided to copy one of the opening lines from Violet Evergarden. Hisashi was rendered speechless. Cough, I just wanted to play pretend there for a moment. But, I was telling the truth just now. The Idelia you see on the picture isn't a real person. Seiji returned to using a normal expression.
That's why it's impossible for me to introduce her to you.
My apologies. Oh.
Hisashi paused for a moment.
In that case, how much money would it cost me to purchase such a doll?
He adjusted his eyeglasses, causing his lenses to flash.
Seiji was the one who was rendered speechless for a moment this time. If possible, I'd like to purchase one as well.
Unfortunately, she's priceless, because only one of her exists in the world.
I see. How regrettable. Hisashi didn't inquire any further and carefully put the picture away. There's something I need to tell you about. What's that?
Some strange drugs have appeared on the market again. Something flashed in Seiji's eyes upon hearing this. Strange drugs, he recalled the mysterious drugs that Okubo Yoshiaki previously spread on the market. Natsuya told him afterwards that those strange spiritual power-draining drugs were highly likely to have originated from the Soul World faction.
What's the specific type of drug this time?
I've heard that the drug is dark red in color and that it's rather soft. It physically resembles a soft, chewy candy, Hisashi explained. After consumption, the user will feel a heated sensation inside along with a mysterious sense of pleasure in hazy hallucinations. Anyone observing the user will see that the user's breathing becomes much weaker and that their body will become ice cold, as if they're dead. Using one tablet of this drug will cause the effects to last for 10 minutes.
2 tablets will cause the effect to last for 1 hour.
3 or more tablets will cause the effect to last for more than 7 hours.
7 hours. Seiji frowned upon hearing this.
After the user wakes up from such a long drug effect, the user will be mentally hazy for several hours.
Not only that,
the user will look like they've spent an all-nighter, as they'll have dark circles under their very bloodshot eyes. Hisashi's words caused Seiji to recall the men he bumped into earlier at noon.
Seiji mentioned this incident to Hisashi.
Hisashi agreed that those 4 men were likely to be heavy drug users of this particular drug. This drug is sold at a very high price. However, it's slowly starting to spread due to the addictive pleasure it gives the users.
Who's the main culprit behind selling this drug? We're currently investigating. Be careful. I know. This new drug had some similarities and also differences to the drug that Okubo Yoshiaki had been spreading. Perhaps it was a modified or improved version? Just who had been the source of Okubo Yoshiaki's drugs? And for what purpose was this person or group spreading all these spiritual power-draining drugs on the market for? Seiji had many questions in his mind as he called Natsuya and informed her about this. A second, new type of mysterious drug.
I'll send someone to investigate this as well, the student council president told him upon hearing this.
If this is related to the Soul World faction, we won't have to deal with it.
It will be taken care of by some higher-ups. Currently, there hasn't been much progress made on finding out the cause of the midnight incident. So, the higher-ups will be highly interested in anything that might lead to the Soul World faction's members.
Natsuya ended the conversation there. Seiji put away his cell phone and looked back towards Hisashi.
The true culprit behind all this might be someone incredibly powerful. But, in that case, we won't actually have to worry, because there will be equally powerful higher-ups that will take care of things for us.
So, it's just like a high-level boss monster being taken care of by high-level players, right? That's right. So, there's no need to force yourself. If you find out anything on your end, let me know immediately. Got it. Hisashi nodded. Meeting drug addicts while having fun outside and shopping? This was a classical example of daily life meeting the abnormal. Seiji didn't know what would happen in the future. But judging from the current circumstances, he had to become stronger in order to lead a fun and carefree life. He wanted to protect himself, his friends, and everything else that he felt he wanted to protect. There was no other method to protect everything apart from possessing greater strength. After all, didn't all young men desire strength? And so, he gathered his companions, created a team, and helped everyone to become stronger together in search of the next power realm. And so, this was the beginning of the legend about the Yin-Yang Master, Seiji Haruta. Hey, stop randomly giving a narration like that. I wasn't being random at all. I was voicing it quite seriously, and even prepared some background music. I don't want that, please stop. Seiji stopped Chiaki's clowning around. Don't you think that I was adding to the atmosphere? This isn't an anime. Perhaps there will be an anime made in the future about you. This isn't a light novel, either. I hope to be able to use these character outlines to make an anime out of. This isn't a dating sim, either. For some mysterious reason, Seiji felt a subtle feeling within him after making all these comments. Perhaps this world really was. No. Stop. He forcefully stopped his thoughts from almost going off track as he faced reality. It was now Sunday. He was preparing to go out and meet the members of his planned spirit-branded retainer team. This would be the first meeting with all of them together, and it also signified the formal establishment of their team. We're going out now. Please take care of Ryo-chan for us. Leave it to me. Chiaki stayed behind to accompany Ryo in Seiji's apartment, while Seiji, Shika, Mika, and Keed headed out together to the arranged meeting location, a high-class Sakura Island restaurant named Moon Fortune Restaurant. This restaurant was the property of the Himiki judging clan, and a commonly used location for spiritual ability user meetings. The kanji used in this restaurant's name was so similar to Shokuji no Soma's restaurant Yukihira that Seiji was almost tempted to ask if there was a Soma Yukihira working here. The four of them entered the reserved private room for their group at the restaurant and sipped tea while waiting. The first to arrive after them was Hisashi. Hello, everyone, Hisashi greeted them. He merely glanced for a moment at Seiji and his younger sister Keed before his gaze fell upon Shika and Mika. This is my older brother, Hisashi Jumanji. His internet username is Milk Cream Sweet Sweet Pig, Keed introduced him. This humble one is the first knight. I'm so honored to join Milord's true knights of the Round Table. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses and made a pretentious pose. Mika was rendered speechless. Although this was their first meeting in real life, she was immediately able to equate this idiot, this rather strange person with the jokester on the internet. This is Mika Uehara. Her internet username is Cyan Bird in the Blue Sky. Keed continued with the introductions. Hello there, Sixth Knight. Hello. Jumanji-san, Mika greeted him back. This is Shika Kagura, Seiji's adopted younger sister. Hello there, Knight number 0. Knight number 0? Both Shika and Seiji blinked their eyes in surprise at this. That's because Kagura-san is just like a hidden character who's the closest to Milord. She's powerful and mysterious, which is why she's Knight number 0. Hisashi spoke quite seriously. Seiji was rendered speechless. While this sounded quite appropriate, he felt that this title was quite an unlucky one. I don't think that's very good. He didn't want to be just like Lelouch, who ended up being killed by Knight number 0. Seiji tried to prevent the usage of this title. However, when he turned around, he saw that Shika's eyes were sparkling. It was evident that she was enchanted with the title. Hello, first night, she greeted Hisashi in a serious manner.
Seiji understood that his adopted younger sister had decided to use this title for herself when he heard her tone.
And so, the knight number 0, Shika Kagura, was thusly born. No, please change it. This is a truly jinxed title. But, what was he supposed to say? That he instinctively felt it was unlucky? That would harm Shika's feelings. Seiji thought about it but was unable to come up with an excuse. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, so he could only leave it unsaid. Who cared about the curse of the knight number 0? He'd deal with it.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 531, Have you been doing well recently? Chapter 531, Have you been doing well recently? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu.
Hoshi was the next to arrive after Hisashi. Hisashi's eyes instantly lit up at seeing the beautiful boy who appeared like a girl walk into the room. Perfect. Hisashi gave 2 big thumbs up.
Senpai,
Hoshi had been about to greet Seiji when he was interrupted. You must be the 4th knight, a cute boy just like in the stories I've heard.
This is truly amazing. Please allow this humble one to take a few pictures.
Hisashi took out his cell phone and was about to approach Hoshi.
Slap.
Kid decisively took out a paper fan and slapped her brother in the face with it.
Please don't mind this idiot here, Amami-san.
Kid smiled. I shall take responsibility for suppressing him.
No need to worry about any danger.
What the hell was with her using the word suppression? And, where on earth did she bring out that paper fan from?
Seiji's eyes twitched.
Ow. My dear younger sister, what was that for?
I merely wanted to make friends with the Knight of Light.
Your existence is a threat to Amami-san.
You need to be quarantined.
Quarantined?
Is this humble one a virus?
That's right, a virus by the name of Pervert.
That's terrible. The Jumanji siblings became rather rowdy.
Hoshi didn't know how to react to this scene and merely stared blankly at Seiji. This is Hisashi Jumanji, Jumanji-sensei's older brother, whose internet username is Milk Cream Sweet Sweet Pig. Seiji introduced Hisashi to Hoshi. I've mentioned him before to your sisters. And as you can see, he's such a person. He's someone who seems just like how he acts on the internet. Hoshi took a glance at Hisashi. I'm so pleased to meet you, Knight of Light. Please allow us to deepen our understanding of each other and become good friends. Hisashi spoke in a passionate tone and attempted once more to get closer to Hoshi. And, once again, his younger sister Kid smacked him with the paper fan. This is how they show their sibling love for each other. I think. So, don't mind them. Seiji gave Hisashi a sidelong glance. Oh. All right. Hoshi nodded. Hoshi was already acquainted with everyone present except for Hisashi. There was no need for further introductions. Hoshi paid special attention to Shika, who was sitting next to Seiji. Hoshi worked up his courage to speak to Shika after he sat down as well. Kagura-san. Have you been doing well recently? Very well, Shika replied. I see, you must be having lots of fun living together with Senpai. Yeah. Hoshi looked at Shika and inwardly exclaimed as he recalled the way she had been in the past. Although Shika's expression seemed just as cold and distant as before, the aura coming from her, or perhaps the feeling that she gave others, was obviously different. Compared to the so-called divine girl from before, she now had a gentler aura that made her seem more human. This is all because of Senpai, Hoshi thought to himself. Just like how Senpai saved me, she was saved as well. She now has warmth and happiness. This is truly wonderful, Kagura-san. Hoshi was sincerely happy for Shika's sake. He showed this with a smile. Amami-senpai. Shika looked at Hoshi as something flashed in her eyes.
Thank you so much, for that time.
She lowered her head and expressed her sincere gratitude to him right after she said that. Hoshi was startled by this, but instantly realized why she was thanking him. His smile grew even greater in brilliance. No need for thanks, Kagura-san. I didn't do anything at all apart from telling you his name.
Hoshi looked towards Seiji.
Seiji looked towards his adopted younger sister and his junior and smiled at both of them. Apart from Kagura-san, everyone here is a member of the Knights of the Round Table.
This is almost like an offline meeting. That was Yukari's first comment after she arrived and did introductions.
Just like Hoshi, Hisashi Jumanji, aka Milk Cream Sweet Pig, was the only person she had never met before.
Yukari was somewhat surprised to find out that their high school's infirmary nurse as well as health teacher Kid Jumanji was the internet user in their night group called Merry-Go-Round.
Indeed, this is quite like an offline meeting. However, apart from Shika-chan, there's one more person I've invited who isn't a member of our night group, Seiji mentioned.
This humble one has figured out who that person might be.
Hisashi revealed a serious expression.
Could it be that?
Seiji intentionally smiled mysteriously. The final person arrived exactly at this moment, almost as if she intentionally did so to help complement his expression.
Hello, everyone.
A classical beauty wearing a cap, dark-rimmed eyeglasses, a brown jacket, and a plain dress, arrived and greeted everyone politely.
Hello, Sensei. Seiji smiled in greeting. Sensei? Yukari blinked in surprise.
She then immediately noticed that Hisashi, who was sitting across from her, had a stunned expression with mouth-wide agape.
Allow me to introduce her. She is Mayuzumi Amami, as well as Hoshi's aunt.
Her pen name is Peach, and she's the creator of the manga and anime known as Honey Candy Girl.
It was now Yukari's turn to be surprised upon hearing this introduction. Peach Sensei.
The creator of Honey Candy Girl. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise as she stared at the beauty standing across from her.
Thump! Hisashi kneeled down in a beautifully proper posture. This humble one has met the holy creator goddess.
I shall die with no regrets, he spoke in an incredibly moving tone.
Everyone else was rendered speechless. This is the person I told you about before, Sensei. He's a huge fan of Honey Candy Girl, and his name is Hisashi Jumanji. Seiji did the introductions. Thank you for your support, Jumanji-san. I believed in you for all my life, Peach Goddess. Please don't address me like that. It makes me feel rather awkward. I'm just a mangaka. Mayuzumi was rather embarrassed. No. You are a goddess in my eyes.
Hisashi lifted his head and had the expression of a fervent believer.
That's enough out of you, idiot second brother.
Kid was no longer able to bear with his behavior and began suppressing him again. Yukari's surprise speedily disappeared together with the ruckus. She recalled that she saw this mangaka together with Seiji before during the school festival. It was just that she didn't know who Mayuzumi Amami was back then at that time.
Looking at Peach
Amami-sensei, she felt some idolization towards her as she herself was a light novel artist. Although Yukari had thought about drawing her own manga before, she had never tried it for real, not even the very beginning. After all, drawing manga was quite difficult. It was on a completely different level from drawing cover and insert art for light novels. Yukari understood just how difficult it was, which was why she truly respected Mayuzumi Amami for doing her own story and artwork by herself. Now that Yukari met the beautiful mangaka who achieved such a great success in the industry, she couldn't help but feel like she wanted to become just like her as well.
This is Yukari Asamiya. She goes to the same school as me.
You saw her previously at the school festival.
Seiji introduced Yukari to Mayuzumi. I remember. Hello, Asamiya-san.
Pleased to meet you, Amami-sensei, Yukari spoke in a respectful tone.
I'm currently drawing art using the pen name of Romance of Ice and Fire, but... Your Romance of Ice and Fire? Mayuzumi had an obvious expression of surprise. Yes. Ice and Fire Sensei, you draw excellently as well. I even keep a few of your drawing in my collection and have used them several times as references for my own drawings. Really? Yukari was quite astonished to hear this. Mayuzumi smiled and nodded. Her own artwork was being used as references by such a popular mangaka. The purple-haired girl suddenly felt proud of herself, feeling that she had received recognition. I'm so happy that Peach-sensei found my art to be of assistance, Yukari stated sincerely. Actually, I've considered the idea of drawing manga before, but deeply feel that my personal abilities are insufficient. There's still so much more I need to learn. May I please learn from sensei in the future? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, True Night Order. Chapter 532, True Night Order. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Of course, Mayuzumi replied. I feel that Ice and Fire Sensei has great potential to draw manga in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll draw. I'm truly grateful. I'll work my hardest. Yukari's eyes lit up. No need to be so formal with me. It's fine to be more casual. Okay, Amami-sensei. Seiji couldn't help but imagine what would happen if the arrow artist Yukari started learning from Peach-sensei. What type of manga would she end up drawing? Would she end up drawing something like Arrow Manga Sensei, or Shokuchiki no Soma? This seemed pretty good. Seiji started looking forward to this as he imagined what Yukari might draw. He needed to get back on topic. Seiji then introduced Kid to Mayuzumi. After that, he stood up and faced everyone present. Please allow me to say a few words now that everyone is here. Seiji paused for a moment. I've already said all the important things that needed to be said when I invited everyone here. Right here, right now, I'd like to once again express my sincere gratitude to everyone for being willing to join my team. From now on, we'll all become teammates. I hope that you're all able to get along. Although I'm still only a newcomer in Yang Master, I'll do the very best that I can. Please lend me your support. Applause sounded after he finished speaking. Although Seiji gave a serious speech, he felt quite awkward after seeing everyone clap for him. Seiji wondered if his speech was too. Perhaps he should have intentionally acted more immature? No, that would be even more humiliating. This humble one has the suggestion of naming our team the True Night Order. Hisashi immediately jumped out for him and gave a Chunibu suggestion. Kagura-san is the Knight number 0, and Peach Goddess. Amami-sensei will be the Divine Knight. The others shall all use their names from the Knights of the Round Table. How about it? Everyone was rendered speechless. Considering that it might not be convenient in certain situations to use our real names, code names are indeed necessary, Seiji commented. But, it's not necessary to use these particular code names. We can think of new ones. This humble one believes that these code names are perfect. Hisashi strongly voiced his opinion. We have one vote for the name True Night Order. Anyone else that approves of this name, feel free to raise your hands and vote. Seiji looked at everyone. Shika and Hoshi were the first to raise their hands. Yukari and Mika also raised their hands in agreement as well. 5 votes, this was more than enough for a majority approval. Mayuzumi raised her hand as well. I have no objections to being called a knight, but I don't wish to be addressed as the Divine Knight. She could only smile wryly. How about the 9th Knight, then? That's fine with me. Let's go with that, then. Our team's name will be the True Night Order, while Shika-chan is Knight number 0, Hisashi is the 1st Knight, Yukari is the 2nd Knight, Hoshi is the 4th Knight, Mika is the 6th Knight,
Jumanji-sensei is the 7th knight, and Peach-sensei is the 9th knight. Their numbers weren't actually in succession, due to certain members of the Knights of the Round Table not being members of the true Knight Order. Still, that didn't matter, as these were only code names. Although this sounded somewhat immature, Seiji felt it was quite nice to imagine his entire team reporting all their code names in some scenario that called for it. Seiji had imagined such a scenario before in the past. Now, it gradually seemed as if his imagined scenario was coming real. Keed raised her hand.
I have an objection.
Seiji calls Brother Hisashi and everyone else directly by their names, but I'm still being addressed as Jumanji-sensei.
I'm highly dissatisfied with this. Keed intentionally pouted and put on an unhappy expression.
That's because you're a teacher at our school.
That's unimportant. I'm one of your close companions now. Please call me by name. Keed acted quite forcefully. Seiji didn't know what to say.
I would like Haruta-kun to call me by name as well, Mayuzumi spoke up softly with something flashing in her eyes.
Everyone except for Shika Kagura was astonished to hear the mangaka saying this. Sensei.
Seiji was somewhat stunned as he looked at her. Just as Jumanji-san said just now, we're already your companions, Haruta-kun. You should address us in a less formal fashion.
Mayuzumi did her best to remain calm.
Yet, the light red flush on her face betrayed her true feelings. Hisashi adjusted his eyeglasses. His lenses flashed quite sharply. Hoshi, Yukari, and Mika all widened their eyes in surprise and had different expressions.
Keed was quite astonished but quickly regained her composure.
Seiji felt that this was quite a reasonable request for him to address all his teammates by name.
He couldn't think of anything to counter with, besides, did he even need to counter this? Since it was reasonable, he might as well go with the flow. All right. Since Jumanji-sensei and Peach-sensei are both making such a request, I'll start addressing both of you directly by name.
Seiji paused for a moment before looking at both of them in turn.
Keed. Mayuzumi.
Although he did his best to remain calm, his heartbeat still couldn't help but quicken slightly. The mangaka and blonde teacher both smiled.
Everyone ate lunch together and chatted as they ate. They had plenty of fun together.
Finally, Seiji paid for the tab and everyone left the restaurant and returned home. That was the end to their first team meeting. Although they were a spiritual ability user team, it ended up basically no different from an offline meeting.
Still, this was no ordinary offline meeting. It was a beginning.
What they needed to do next was to go to a spirit world. Seiji intended to check out the environment in a spirit world first together with Shika. He would take the others there after they familiarized themselves with the spirit world's environment. Before he went, he also needed some time to rest and for his spiritual power to be completely recovered. Shika also needed to do some practicing with her newfound power so that she could improve her condition to become even more effective in battle. Hana provided him with some information that a new phenomenon had recently appeared in the spirit worlds. This phenomenon was deemed dimensional eyes. These dimensional eyes would suddenly appear within spirit worlds. They were black, oval in shape, and had red circular spell formations within. Since these mysterious spell formations appeared just like someone's eye, that was how they received this name. Any spiritual ability user that had a dimensional eye materialize and open next to them would instantly be dragged into another dimension. This dimension was also a spirit world, but one that wasn't connected to the real world. These secondary spirit worlds were thus termed inner worlds. The spiritual creatures within the inner worlds were all highly aggressive monsters that would attack humans on sight. There were also tremendously powerful and dangerous monsters within. It was only possible to escape from the inner world by defeating all the powerful monsters contained within it. Or, if there were two or more spiritual ability users dragged into the inner world, having one person die would allow all the others to leave as well. These were the only two known methods to leave the inner world. If anyone dragged into an inner world was able to leave by defeating all the powerful monsters within, all the people that were dragged along inside would have their power levels noticeably improved, varying from person to person. The improvement was far faster than even with life and death battles to the brink. It was impossible to predict the appearance of a dimensional eye. Any that appeared had a 100% probability of dragging anyone nearby into its inner world. Those sucked into an inner world would find it impossible to communicate with people in the outside world. It was also impossible for those outside to go inside an inner world to carry out a rescue operation. In conclusion, this was basically like a trial level for cultivation that would only randomly appear. It was also dangerous enough to lose one's life in. A sandbox game got an expansion pack. This was Seiji's first impression. Yet, there were no treasures to be found in inner worlds. He wanted to give a bad review. Perhaps there would even be treasures in the inner worlds in the future? Spirit worlds themselves were new phenomena that the mystical society was unfamiliar with until the Midnight Incident. Nobody knew what changes might still happen in the future. No, perhaps there were some few individuals that did know. Just how much did the members of Soul World know about spirit worlds? Were they the ones behind the creation of spirit worlds? Were dimensional eyes just like a new patch that they added? If this is a patch, you should at least put out some patch notes. After all, this is a game that might cost one's life, Seiji commented. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, I'm going to die without Anna. Chapter 533, I'm going to die without Anna. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Wednesday, another bright and clear day. I'm going to die without Anna. Chiaki was howling. She lay prostrate on Seiji's table while punching the innocent tabletop. Seiji and Mika were observing her speechlessly. The Anna's cell phone game was undergoing maintenance. The maintenance started last night and continued even now, which was why the tomboy was currently in such a condition. This was the first time that the Anna game had ever had such a long maintenance period. Could something have happened? Seigo, hurry and go find Kazuhiko Hyga. Make him release Anna. I'll pay any amount of ransom. Chiaki shouted. It's not like he's a kidnapper. Seiji gave Chiaki a sidelong glance. Although, this situation does seem rather unusual. I guess I could try giving him a call. After all, he did have Kazuhiko Hyga's cell phone number. However, his call didn't connect when he attempted to dial Hyga's number. Could something really have happened? Seiji slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Seigo. Chiaki was looking at him pitifully, as if she was a little puppy. She was truly in love with this game and the gentle Anna that always talked to her. Fine then. I'll go and look for Kazuhiko Hyga after lunch. Seiji opened up his lunchbox. Make sure to tell the teachers some excuse why I'm skipping afternoon classes. Seigo. I love you. Chiaki's eyes instantly lit up as she passionately gave a love confession. Mika was rendered speechless. I love you as well, sweetheart. Seiji played along before he started shoveling food down his throat. He figured that he might be in time to do something if something really did happen to Hyga. Seigo, how about I go together with you? Mika spoke up. I'm your companion, the sixth night. She had a serious expression as she looked at him. Mika. Seiji smiled as he glanced back at her. I'll definitely ask for your help if it's needed. But right now, I'm simply going over to check out the situation. There's no need for you to cut classes along with me. The double pigtailed girl remained silent. Not long after, Seiji finished eating his lunch and said goodbye to Mika and Chiaki as he left the school and headed over to Hyga's game company. Hyga wasn't present at the Paper Wing game laboratory, nor was he at his residence. Seiji was still unable to get through to Haiga's cell phone. So, he decided to contact Natsuya and asked her to help him find out some of his co-workers' cell phone numbers. He then called these numbers to ask if anyone knew about what happened to Haiga. As a result, Seiji learned that Kazuhiko Haiga had disappeared. Last night, he sent all his co-workers an email, saying that he felt too much pressure and that he wanted to stop working on the Ana game and that he was quitting his job at Paper Wing Games Laboratory. He resigned just like that. His co-workers were astonished that he would suddenly quit like that. What they found unacceptable was that Haiga even changed the core programming of Ana before he left. After Haiga changed the programming, Ana didn't seem quite as intelligent and responsive as she was before. She was now just like any ordinary NPC character, just like a human who had lost her soul. This Ana was no longer the same Ana. The players definitely wouldn't accept this. That would mean the end of this game. And so, the game company's employees were searching everywhere for Kazuhiko Haiga in order to attempt at recuperating their losses. They hadn't found him anywhere yet. Haiga directly left upon making his decision. That was how he did things. Perhaps this was rather heartless towards his co-workers, but it was probably the best way for him to protect himself and little Ana. Seiji felt that Haiga was neither right nor wrong in doing so. Seiji had no idea what Haiga must have been thinking or struggling with before coming to such a decision, and felt that there was no need for him to think too much into it. A man left together with his treasure, or, perhaps another analogy would be that a father left together with his daughter, leaving everything else behind. That was all there was to it. Was that really all there was to it? Was he really not kidnapped? Seiji thought about this some more. He felt that if Haiga had been attacked, little Ana, who was an artificial intelligence constantly connected to the internet, should have at least been able to send a signal for help over the internet. And so, Seiji felt that it was unlikely that Haiga had been kidnapped and interpreted it as Haiga having left of his own volition. Seiji decided to not pursue the matter any further. I wish that you and Ana-san will have a calm and peaceful life, Haiga-san. Seiji gave the creator of this game, who was hiding who knows where, his blessings and returned to school. How did you find me? Kazuhiko Haiga, who was in a hotel room, was asking a question to the young man in front of him. This young man wore a dark brown jacket and black long pants. His long hair reached his back, he had a slightly narrow face and eyes, and his smiling expression made him resemble a fox. I used some special methods that I suppose you could call tricks of the trade, the young man responded warmly. He handed Haiga a name card. Here's my business card. Haiga took the card and saw that the name written upon it was Shinsei Yamazaki. His supposed job was business manager. And the company was one that Haiga had never heard of before. Yamazaki-san, didn't you say that you were here on behalf of Takada-san? Why is your company's name different from his? The company I belong to has a cooperative relationship with Takada-san's company. Takada-san is busy with other affairs and is unable to personally come meet you, which is why he requested that I contact you in his stead. Is it because you have some type of special ability to find people that don't want to be found? Haiga looked directly at Yamazaki. I don't have any such special abilities. It's merely a small trick of the trade. Yamazaki smiled. I used all sorts of methods to avoid detection, and only chose this location after going to many other places first. Not only did I disguise my physical appearance, I also used a fake name when registering here. Yet, you were still able to find me. Such detective skills are impossible to be described as small tricks of the trade, Haiga stated coldly. Just who are you? Yamazaki maintained his smile and spoke politely. I'm just an ordinary business manager who's here on behalf of Takada-san. We simply wish to cooperate with Haiga-san on the Ana game. I'm no longer working on that cell phone game. If you'd like to cooperate on it, feel free to find my former co-workers at the Paper Wing Games Laboratory. I already have. However, only Haiga-san's version of Ana is the version of Ana that Takada-san wishes to cooperate with.
I already said that I've quit working on that game already. I refuse to work on it again no matter what. Please leave me alone, Yamazaki-san. Why would you wish to stop working on it, Hyga-san? Anna is an excellent game.
As you were the game's creator, you shouldn't just give up in the middle and cruelly bury her away.
Hyga fell silent for a moment.
I'm giving up precisely because of Anna, he stated in a low voice. Creating an interesting game that people enjoy and love, along with earning money through this is my dream, Hyga told him.
However, Anna's existence is more important to me than my dream.
Being able to live together peacefully with Anna is twice as important as my dream to me, no, countless times more important.
I love Anna, not Anna the game.
That's why I refuse to work on Anna any longer.
I'll definitely never work on the game again, Hyga spoke in an adamant tone to Yamazaki.
Yamazaki fell silent for a moment before speaking up again. I don't understand very well what you're saying, but I do clearly understand that you insist on refusing. He started frowning slightly.
Is there no room for negotiation at all? If you have any demands at all, you can make whatever request you like. We can discuss on meeting your needs. I have no demands at all. I've said everything I wanted to say. Please leave, Yamazaki-san. I can't simply leave just like this.
I wouldn't be able to face Takata-san, who entrusted me with this task.
That's your problem. Yamazaki fell silent yet again.
Even though the hotel room's window wasn't open, there was a sudden chill in the room.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, It's a good thing to have a girlfriend who forced you to quit smoking. Chapter 534, It's a good thing to have a girlfriend who forced you to quit smoking. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. Later that night, Seiji received a friend request on his chatting application from an unfamiliar ID. He took a look at the friend request and accepted the request from the username, Artificial Life. Good evening, Harano-san. Good evening, Anna-san. I need your help. Little Anna went with the direct approach. Kazuhiko was kidnapped.
By a spiritual ability user?
Yes. What was the specific situation?
Seiji furrowed his eyebrows.
Little Anna described what happened in the hotel room succinctly and precisely. Please save and protect Kazuhiko.
I will do what you wish of me in return, Anna requested after explaining the situation.
Seiji mulled things over while looking at his computer screen. All right, I'll do my best to help. But I can't promise that I'll succeed. I'll give up if the opponents are too strong.
He decided to be blunt about things.
Understood. I'm truly grateful.
In just a short period of time, the two people, the human and the artificial intelligence, reached an agreement.
It took far less time to convince Seigo Harano to help than little Anna had anticipated.
He didn't seem to doubt her words, nor did he take advantage of the situation to make all sorts of additional requests. He treated her as a completely equal and trustworthy existence.
This wasn't due to naivety, it was decisiveness.
He chose, despite the risks, to believe in an artificial intelligence, someone inhuman.
He responded with sincerity.
Naivety was overly optimistic self-confidence, while decisiveness was confidence with self-resolution to back it up.
Anna could tell that Seigo was the second type. Little Anna now had a much better evaluation of this human. Actually, Kazuhiko Hyga hadn't told her to ask for help from Seigo Harano.
Even if this high schooler spiritual ability user seemed like he was a good person, they were still unfamiliar with him.
And even if he was a trustworthy person, did that really mean that whatever organization or faction he belonged to would also be trustworthy? Hyga had his doubts about this.
Although he did take Seigo's advice to quit working on the Anna cell phone game, he didn't choose to join up with Seigo.
Hyga was more willing to commit suicide than to give Anna up to anyone.
As long as I'm dead, you'll have nothing to worry about at all, Anna. This was what he told her. Indeed, that was the truth. Ignoring Hyga and letting him be captured, or even die, was a choice available to her as well. In fact, it was even the best choice for Anna to protect herself. Yet, little Anna felt that she would forever lose something important to her if she made such a decision. She was unable to describe what she would lose if that happened. In fact, she even felt that her judgment was rather abnormal. Still, she felt that this was the truth in her mind. That was why she would definitely not give up on Hyga. Of her own volition, she requested help from Seigo Harano. Shinsei Yamazaki was driving down a road at a high speed. A beautiful voice was singing in his car. This was music from the national idol Miyuki Sakuraku's popular hit, Looking Back at You. Yamazaki was quite fond of this song and even began humming along to the tune. There was still quite a long way to go until he reached his destination. Yamazaki was actually quite fond of driving at nighttime while listening to music. He would have enjoyed it even more if only he had some snacks to munch on at his side. At this moment, there was the sound of a lighter from behind him. He then smelled the scent of cigarette smoke. Fujishima-kun, I never knew that you were a smoker. I only do so occasionally, a low voice responded from the back seat. Would you like a smoke, Yamazaki-san? I've already quit smoking for more than 1 year now. My girlfriend forced me to quit. It's a good thing to have a girlfriend who forced you to quit smoking. Do you mind if I smoke in your car? Not at all. Please go ahead. Yamazaki smiled. Although Isshin Fujishima was younger than Yamazaki, he was quite experienced in combat. He was taciturn and quick to react. He never left any loose ends, and was very reliable. Yamazaki felt that his partner was trustworthy. Fujishima-kun, what do you like to do to pass the time? Yamazaki casually struck up a conversation. I suppose just watch some movies or drink some alcohol. I like to watch movies as well. Recently, I've been hearing great reviews about the newest movie, Black Wing Killer. I'm intending to go watch it. Have you seen that movie already, Fujishima-kun? I have. What do you think? It's not bad, except for the sloppy combat scenes. Haha, it's quite convincing when the review comes from Fujishima-kun, who's experienced well over 100 battles. Over 100 battles, you're exaggerating a bit. Well, I think you're almost there. Don't be so humble. I've heard legends about your martial exploits. Martial exploits? You're truly overestimating me. Fujishima sighed. I used to believe that I was really strong. Only when I met someone truly strong did I realize that I was only a little brat who didn't realize how far away from the pinnacle I was. I almost lost my life at that time. If she had wanted to kill me, I would be dead already. I don't know why she left me alive, but I understood how the world was after that. I'm only an ordinary fighter. That opponent you faced was female? Yamazaki asked in a soft voice. Yes. Not only that, she was much younger than I am. She's probably only a high schooler by now. Fujishima inhaled some smoke and slowly exhaled some smoke rings. The person next to Fujishima moved slightly. Fujishima turned to look and saw that the game developer named Kazuhiko Hyga was still sleeping on the car seat. Hyga hadn't woken up yet. This person adamantly refused to cooperate with them, so they could only resort to forceful measures in the end and take him back. It was only a game. Why make such a big deal out of it? Fujishima felt that Hyga was a truly foolish man to take the difficult path when they could have simply worked together in a friendly manner. The weak would be unable to resist the strong. Resistance would only lead to a bad end. Wasn't this all just about some cell phone game? It wasn't like a cell phone game was his wife or daughter. He should have just obediently agreed to cooperate with them and hand it over.
Well, he considered Hyga to be an ignorant weakling. Although Fujishima felt that Hyga was truly foolish, he was also slightly impressed with Hyga's stubbornness. Hyga had kept up his attitude of resistance to the end. That wasn't something that everyone could do. At the very least, Fujishima felt that he wouldn't be able to maintain an attitude of resistance against someone stronger than him. Life was precious, after all. If Fujishima ever met that ridiculously strong girl again, he would definitely choose a method that would allow him to survive rather than fighting back against her. Moments later, Fujishima finished his cigarette. I'm going to take a rest. Yamazaki-san, if you get tired of driving, let me know and I'll switch with you. Fujishima flicked his cigarette stub out the car window, not caring that he was littering. Sure thing. Yamazaki turned off the music. Fujishima shut his eyes and relaxed himself. Still, he maintained a basic level of vigilance. The car continued down the road at a high speed. Upon passing an intersection, Yamazaki saw a black car parked there. He didn't pay it much attention. However, he noticed that this black car started following him, which put him on guard. Yamazaki then witnessed the two rear doors of the car open up, with one person jumping out from each side. One person was wearing a dress and the other was wearing a jacket. It was obvious that they were wearing spiritual ability user combat equipment, and that one was female and the other male. Both were wearing full helmets that concealed their identities completely. Yamazaki tensed up upon seeing these two individuals jump from a moving car that was traveling at high speed and being able to run fast enough to catch up to his car. Fujishima-kun. There's an ambush. Fujishima, who was resting in the back seat, instantly opened his eyes and pulled out two runic guns. He aimed out the car window. Bang 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 bang. The spiritual bullets pierced through the car window, flying towards the attackers. However, the jacketed man wielded a shield that blocked all the bullets. The dress-wearing woman unsheathed a sword. All Fujishima saw was a flash. *shing. Star dot. The car Fujishima was riding in was sliced in half, right down the middle. It was as if the car had been sliced by a laser with how clean the cut was. The front seat and back seat were completely separated without any damage to the seats themselves. Such an amazing sword move. Fujishima instantly felt a chill run down his spine. If this sword had sliced directly at him instead, he would definitely have been unable to block it. The opponents were incredibly strong and possessed excellent equipment. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to fight them. Should he use the hostage to resist? Or attempt to escape? Fujishima, a combat veteran, instantly made a decision. Run. At the same time that the jacketed man rushed over while covering himself with his shield, Fujishima immediately jumped out of the car and started running away. Yamazaki-san. Run, he shouted loudly to his companion while running at his top speed away from the road. He figured that the attacker's goal was to recover Kazuhiko Hyga. Perhaps it would be effective to use Hyga as a hostage against them, but Fujishima deemed this to be too risky. It was likely that he would be defeated regardless and maybe even killed in the process. He felt it would be far wiser to give up on Hyga and run away from here as fast as he could. He would then give a report to his boss about what happened. Not only that, since he and his partner Yamazaki were escaping in opposite directions, this increased the chances that one of them would escape. Yamazaki-san, I hope that you'll survive, Fujishima said to himself. That was when he noticed that someone had caught up to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, I feel that it's worthwhile to observe her. Chapter 535, I feel that it's worthwhile to observe her. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, Kurisu. The person that caught up to him was the dress-wearing woman. More accurately speaking, Fujishima knew that she was a female spirit-branded retainer, but she wasn't wearing ordinary spiritual ability user combat clothes,
but spirit-branded retainer combat clothes instead. He could also sense her power and suppressive aura, which proved his inference. He felt that the jacketed man was likely to be a spirit-branded retainer as well. To send 2 spirit-branded retainers, one male and one female, which major personage was so powerful to send such a force at them? It was just like cheating. The suppressive power difference between them was just like driving a mecha into an army camp. It was no equal match at all. Fujishima, who believed himself to merely be an ordinary fighter, felt that he would completely be unable to match up to a spirit-branded retainer. He could only surrender. Although he knew that surrendering would be useless if his opponent intended to kill him in the first place, he felt that struggling and resisting was even more foolish. Perhaps his opponent didn't feel the need to kill him in the first place, but if her hand accidentally slipped or she went all out against him, then someone who was weak like him needed to have the mentality of the weak as well. Fujishima turned around and lifted up his hands when this female spirit-branded retainer approached him. "I, sir." *smack. Star. He didn't even get to finish his words before he took a heavy blow. The blow was from her sword scabbard. "It seems that she doesn't intend to kill me." That was Fujishima's last conscious thought before he fainted due to the painful impact. Saving Haiga turned out to be easier than Seiji had expected. Little Anna had tracked the license plate number of the individuals that kidnapped Haiga, and hacked into the traffic cameras to follow their car's course, which helped Seiji to lie in ambush. His and Shika's equipment was all provided by Hana for his new team. It had just arrived today. Seiji never expected that he would use it so quickly. What surprised Seiji the most was that these 2 opponents both chose to immediately run away when Seiji ambushed them. They barely tried to counterattack at all. Seiji captured the driver while he had Shika catch the gunman. Neither of these 2 kidnappers managed to escape. He sealed the spiritual abilities of these 2 people, and tied up and tossed the 2 unconscious men into a forest near the road. He also tossed the 2 halves of the car into the forest, and then took the unconscious Haiga and all of Haiga's belongings with him and left the scene in another car. Hisashi had provided the car, while Kid drove. When Seiji asked Hisashi to lend him a car and driver, Hisashi indicated that his younger sister was an excellent top-notch driver. And so, Seiji learned of the blonde teacher's hidden talent. He personally witnessed her abilities firsthand on the way here. She drove at top speed the whole way, passing by other cars without any hesitation. She even drifted beautifully when taking curves. Seiji felt that she was no ordinary female driver. She was more like a female racer. Kid smiled and explained, "I used to really love driving in the past. I practiced on some mountain passes." "Is there a driver named Takumi Fujiwara on these mountain passes, who delivers tofu for a living?" Seiji almost wanted to ask such a question. 1. Forget it, this counted as the True Night Order's first ever undertaking. While this was a success, he couldn't get overconfident. Seiji contacted Hana and sent her some pictures of the 2 tied-up men. He asked her to investigate who they were. "Why do you need to investigate who these 2 men are? I'll have a video chat with you to explain things later. Please investigate them for me for now." He then took Haiga to a safe location that Hisashi arranged. Seiji placed a magical barrier here that could impede magical tracking spells. Seiji then cleansed Haiga of the sleeping spell that had been placed upon him and woke him up. "Seigo Harano?" Haiga woke up and recognized Seiji. "Yes, it's me, Haiga-san. Anna-san requested for me to save you." Seiji handed Haiga his cell phone, which contained the message history between him and little Anna. Haiga accepted his cell phone and read the messages. He then began typing and conversing with little Anna. "Thank you for coming to my rescue, Harano-san." Moments later, he expressed his gratitude to Seiji. "No need for thanks. Haiga-san, you're going to have to stay here temporarily for the time being. You can't go outside,
because your enemies might still be looking for you. This house has a magic barrier over it that will prevent your enemies from finding your location. Hyga nodded in understanding. Harano-san. I want to ask you, what do you intend to have Anna do for you?
Seiji already anticipated this question and smiled upon hearing this.
First, I'd like to have her assist one of my friends with financial investments to earn some money. I won't ask her to work for free.
I'll pay her a reasonable portion of the profits as well, just as if I'm hiring her. Also, I'd like to ask for her help in creating a different game from Anna.
Hyga fell silent upon hearing this. It's going to be impossible to continue working on Anna with how things are now.
But, Anna-san can still keep working on games together with you, just in a different method from before. Seiji looked directly at the game developer sitting across from him.
What type of game did you want to have Anna help you create? An arrow game. Once again, Hyga was rendered speechless. Just joking.
Seiji chuckled. Actually, I'm working on creating a dating sim game together with my friends. My friends are helping me of their own volition, and this isn't actually the game I wanted Anna-san to help me with.
I'd actually like to ask Anna-san to help me with a different game in the future. I haven't come up with the specifics yet. Some investments in creating a game, that's all, but
perhaps there will be other things in the future, but I'm definitely someone who keeps to my word.
I won't make any unreasonable requests.
Hyga took a long glance at the boy in front of him who had such a sincere expression.
Thank you. He lightly expressed his thanks again. Hana found out for Seiji that the two spiritual ability users that captured Hyga were working for the Watajima family. The Watajima family was on the same level as the Yorihana family. However, they were slightly weaker than the Yorihana family. It would be quite troublesome if they didn't give up and kept trying to find Kazuhiko Hyga. Let's wait and see based on the situation.
Seiji prepared himself for anything that might happen. The next day, the Anna cell phone game ended its maintenance and opened up its servers again. However, the players soon discovered that the main character Anna was no longer as responsive to every single word they spoke to her. She was now just another ordinary NPC. This caused the players to become greatly disappointed and leave many scathing reviews on the internet. Lots of players uninstalled the game from their cell phones.
Anna's no longer here. I'm dying.
Chiaki seemed to have lost her very soul. She collapsed on the table as if there was nothing more to live for. Last night, she had heard about Anna's situation from Seiji, causing her to become quite depressed. She was still like this despite the fact that an entire night had passed since then. It appeared that she had taken a severe impact.
Why don't you try playing a different game? Mika tried to console Chiaki. No. I want Anna. Anna belongs to me. Chiaki muttered in a heartbroken manner.
Seiji glanced at the depressed tomboy and knew that this was only a temporary state. She would likely recover back to normal in a few days. Still, he felt like he couldn't bear to watch a good friend suffer like this. And so, Seiji logged on to the chatting application with his cell phone and contacted little Anna, explaining Chiaki's situation to her. Have her install this modified version of the game that I'll send to you. She'll be able to speak to me directly again in this method, little Anna told him.
Is that really alright? This could be risky for you, but yes, I'm willing to do it. Chiaki Wakaba is a player that I'm paying special attention to. Why are you paying special attention to her?
Seiji was rather curious.
Little Anna fell silent for a moment.
I don't really know, for some indescribable reason, I feel that it's worthwhile to observe her, the artificial intelligence told him.
Seiji didn't know what to say to this. How was he supposed to interpret these ambiguous words? He felt almost as if Chiaki would be the next one to awaken to some spiritual ability. Was this just a mistaken impression of his? Thank you for being willing to do this. No need for any thanks.
I'm more than happy to do this for her.